Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Death Worlder Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was driving Shota crazy. Everything that he knew about Terrans told him that this one was a threat, even as helpless as it looked. No fangs, no claws, and only a small patch of hair fur on top of its head. However, his instincts were in an uproar. This Terran smelled young, not quite a kid but not yet an adult. If he had to make a guess, he'd place her somewhere around the same age as his nephew. Not only that, but the kid smelled like a female to him. So right now, there was a young, distressed, female kid sharing the cell with them. His tail twitched as he eyed them once again. Not only that, the Terran was acting very oddly. They had locked eyes with Shota the moment that they'd woken up, cycles before they were supposed to have stirred with how heavily they had been dosed with dream dust. If one of the most potent poisons in the known universe had so little effect on them, he and Z were as good as dead. However, the Terran had looked away first, clearly by choice, and curled up in the far corner of the cell, offering them no threat or challenge. It hadn't moved from that position since then, not even looking up when the guards brought the twice-solar meals. It had been 2 solar cycles now and his instincts were in complete uproar. His mind made up, he took a deep breath and climbed to his feet. Z hissed, "Show no. Leave it be, we don't want to provoke it. I'm too young and handsome to be a widower this early." His weak attempt at humor fell flat and Shota hesitated for only a moment before giving his mate a gentle nuzzle for reassurance. He murmured, "Z, they're a kit. They're scared, possibly hurt, and not eating. I can't leave them like that. Please." Z studied the Terran curled up in the corner before shaking his head with a frown. "There's no way that you can know that. Please, love, I'm begging. Don't risk your life. Nem and the others should already be hunting us down. We only have to hold on a little longer and then help will be here. If you're right, we can help them then." Sho shook his head. "I can't do that, Z. We don't know how fragile they are and they haven't eaten in at least 2 solar cycles if not more." Trying to lighten the mood, he teased, "Do you really want them to get hungry enough to eat us like the guard threatened?" Z squawked at that, his feathers puffing up even as he glared at the corner. He hissed, "How do you know that they're not that hungry already?" Sho shrugged. "Only one way to find out. You know that I'm a hero and have faced down dangerous situations before. This is no worse than anything else." Z fluttered slightly, looking unsure. "Mate, this is a Terran. They wiped out one of the most brutal galactic invaders with very little trouble, ones that have wiped out countless worlds before that. They are dangerous and deadly, it's an acknowledged fact." Something suddenly occurred to him. He said slowly, "They wiped out invaders, D. They fought off those who invaded their planet, invaded their homes, and threatened their kits. It's nothing less than what any Pantera would do if our planet was invaded. We would wipe them out down to the smallest invader. If you think about it, the Terrans showed mercy by allowing some of them to escape." Z countered, "Or they wanted word of their brutality to spread, so that other races would know what dealing with them would earn. They could attack other planets and wipe them out easily." Shota said calmly, running his finger through Z's ruffled feathers. "But they haven't. Whether because they can't or because they don't wish to, it doesn't matter. But wouldn't it be better to show Terrans that not all alien races are bloodthirsty rather than have them start lashing out at everyone in self-defense?" Z gave a defeated whistle. "You're going to do it no matter what I say, aren't you?" Sho defended softly, "They're a kit. If Toshi were out here alone, I would pray that someone was being kind to them. Not only that, but everyone agrees that Terrans aren't overly familiar with space. Can you imagine how terrifying this all must seem to them?" Z deflated slightly, glancing over at where the Terran appeared to be trying to curl themselves even smaller. He had to admit that the Terran didn't look particularly terrifying at that moment. But appearances could often be deceiving as well. He abruptly made up his mind. "Fine, since you are determined to do this, I will go with you. That way, if they try to attack you, I can scream them through the wall." Sho started to protest and Z shut him down. "No. We're a pair. If you're going to do this, and we both know that you are, we're going to do it together. Now, come on, it's almost dinner time, and if they are truly as hungry as you believe them to be, maybe we can coax them into eating the meal and not eating us. Shota chuffed a sigh but let it drop, knowing that he wouldn't be able to persuade his mate otherwise. Scraping up all of his courage, he crossed the cage and knelt in front of the Terran, trying to make himself look less threatening. There was also the fact that he was poised so that he could jump either forward or backward as the situation called for was just a bonus. Then, taking a deep breath, he drummed his fingers lightly on the floor in front of the Terran. The Terran stirred slightly but didn't look up. He and Z exchanged worried glances but didn't move back to their side of the cell. Giving a soft chuff, Shota drummed his fingers again, a little louder this time. This time, the Terrans sluggishly stirred, tilting their head as if they had imagined the sound. Determination washed through the pair. If this was indeed a kit, they were suffering and that was unbearable. But first, they had to get it to look at them. Z gave a soft trill and Shota drummed both hands on the ground in a soothing pattern. This caused a jolt to shoot through the Terran and they stiffened before slowly raising their head. To their shock, a pair of gorgeous, luminous green eyes met theirs. They had never seen anything even resembling that shade outside of plants that grew on their lush home planets. However, it was the expressions swimming clearly in those green eyes that made their breath catch. Pain, fear, resignation, and an unending sadness. It looked out of place in their young face, and Z had a sinking feeling that his mate was right and this was a nestling. Feeling a heaviness settling in his own heart, Z gave a quiet chirp, trying to lift their spirits. They lifted their head a bit more at that noise, their eyes drifting slowly back and forth between them as if trying to figure out what they wanted. Finally, they straightened and pointed at their throat, mumbling something in a higher-pitched voice, making Z lean towards them being a female. He glanced over at Sho, confused. "Did you catch any of that?" He shook his head, his expression puzzled. "No, it has nothing in relation with common. I can't even begin to guess." The Terran frowned at that, obviously not understanding them either. The kit uncurled slowly, reaching for Shota's hand. He braced himself for pain, but their touch was exceedingly gentle as they touched his hand, lifting it up to their throat, his razor-sharp claws resting lightly on her skin. They then mumbled something again before making a violent slashing motion across their throat. They then looked at them expectantly. Shota yanked his hand back, letting out a startled hiss. Z chirped inquiringly, prepared to yell if necessary. Sho sounded hurt as he muttered, "They were showing me how to kill them. They expect us to hurt or murder them, and that is apparently the easiest way for us to do it." Z looked away for a moment, feeling sick, and Shota cringed at the acrid scent of loneliness and resignation that filled his nose. Looking at the kit, he met their eyes and said firmly, "No." They blinked at his words, clearly puzzled. Shota repeated himself, shaking his head for emphasis. "No." The kit blinked again before cautiously trying to mimic the sound. They even managed to get closer than he'd ever heard anyone get on their first try learning common. He gave an encouraging chirp and sounded it out for her again, slower. "No." They tilted their head, eyes shifting from sad to determined. Taking a deep breath, they mimicked again, this time coming out perfectly. "No." Feeling exceedingly proud of them like he would a Pantera kit, Sho grinned at her, only to wince when he remembered how terrifying that could appear to other species. However, this kid appeared to be especially brave, studying him for a long moment before offering him the tiniest of upcurved lips. Was that how Terran smiled? Z gave a huffing chirp, relaxing out of his defensive pose and settling more comfortably on the ground. Looked like his mate was coming to accept the fact that this was a kit. Z whistled cheerfully to catch their attention before tapping lightly on his chest and saying slowly, drawing out the syllables so that the nestling could hear all of them. "Z." The kit's lips turned down and they both stiffened. Had they somehow offended the Terran? However, the kit's mouth just worked silently for several moments. Finally, they whispered softly, "Zashi." Z cooed quietly. The Terran was just adorable. However, not wanting to startle the nestling, he said calmly, "No. Z." He stressed each sound so that it was clearer. She straightened up a little, her frown deepening. Then they took a deep breath and tried again. Z. He trilled excitedly at that and chirped, yes. She tilted her head and mimicked back. Yes. Sho Yuta chuffed in amusement. That was perfect, but let's perhaps not confuse the kit yet? Let's keep it simple right now. Z drooped, drama bird that he was, but nodded. Shota pointed at Z and said his name before pointing at himself and saying clearly, Shota. The kit hesitated and Shota repeated it, adding in a subvocal rumble in the hopes of soothing them. He didn't know if the kid actually noticed it or not, but they did seem to relax a bit. With a tired sigh, it pointed at Z and chirped much like the Raptora had done, Z. Turning to Shota, they lowered their voice a little bit and said perfectly, Shota. Z chirped excitedly at that. Terrans seem to be natural mimics. Do you suppose that they understand what they're saying, or are they merely repeating noises? Having seen the intelligent gleam in their eyes as well as how the scent of sadness had faded slightly to be replaced with a scent of growing curiosity, Shota would venture that this kit knew exactly what they were doing. Still, no better way to find out than to actually ask. He pointed at Z and said his name before touching his chest and repeating his name. Then, he reached out and lightly touched the Terran's leg in a move that could hopefully be interpreted as non-threatening and gave an inquisitive hum. She blinked at that, flinching back a little at his touch before holding themselves still again. Shota made the inquisitive hum again, not moving away. Slowly, ever so slowly, they lifted a shaking hand and pointed at his mate. Z. They pointed at him. Shota. Finally, they slowly brought their hand to their chest and rested their hand on it. Izumi. Pink appeared on the kit's cheeks and he was alarmed, but a careful scenting indicated no distress, merely something that smelled like embarrassment. It was hard to tell with unfamiliar species what their emotions were, but Terrans seemed to be close enough to Pontaris to at least give him a baseline. To his and Z's dismay, it took them 3 tries each to come close to a pronounceable version of the Terran's name, and even then, he wasn't sure that it was quite right. However, the kid had looked happy when they'd gotten to their current versions, so he decided to leave it alone for the moment. Thankfully, the dinner cart chose that moment to be heard, and he and Z moved back over to their side of the room, not wanting to be caught befriending the Terran in case it endangered the Terran. The Terran, Izumi, curled back up into an unmoving ball, hiding their face away. Their hearts panged at that, it simply wasn't right. The guard seemed to huff a disappointed sigh to see them still alive, but it left 3 trays nonetheless before moving on. Scooping up the trays, they moved back over to Izumi's side and made themselves comfortable. There was a chance that the Terran would attack them when they saw the food. The only reason they hadn't was because they thought that Sho and Z would hurt them for the food, but the chances were so slim that neither was truly worried. Instead, Sho gave the trill that Pontaris used to catch Kit's attention. It apparently worked for Terran kits as well, because they lifted their head tilted questioningly. The kit mumbled, yes? Z looked impressed. Looks like the nestling has a gift for language. I bet we could teach them common before we're rescued, even if it happens very soon. Shota huffed an amused chuff. So you agree they're a kit then? Z shrugged. I'm not getting whatever you're picking up via scent, mate, but as a teacher, I can recognize a nestling when I encounter one, and this is clearly a nestling. Maybe not a hatchling, but not an adult either. Shota said grimly, I think that this kid is about Toshi's age. They seem very similar, and this Terran reminds me greatly of Pontaris and their emotions and growth. I could be entirely off, but they feel young, but inching towards independence, if that makes sense. Z looked sick. Then what are they doing alone, locked up in a prison ship? Where are their parents, their guardians? He paled as he seemed to realize something. Didn't you say Pontaris would obliterate any invaders who dared threaten Clan and Kit? What if the Terrans are tearing the universe apart looking for them? Sho, we might not survive until the others arrive. Shota growled at the scent of his mate's fear, and Izumi curled into a tighter ball. He reined in his temper, remorse spiking through him. If this was the Kit's first trip to space, everything was undoubtedly strange and fearsome. This wasn't the time to lose his own temper from fear. He sighed, wrapping his tail around his mate. We'll figure it out later. Right now, the Kit needs taken care of. As it is, They haven't eaten for at least 2 cycles, if not longer. They look small and smell hungry, even if their sadness is stronger. We need to get them to eat. Z gave a determined chirp and they turned their attention to the kit who had been studying them, their forehead folded into lines, most likely of concentration as Izumi tried to unravel their conversation. But as soon as they looked over, Izumi looked down and away. Sho gave the same chirp he had when they'd brought the food over, bringing their eyes back up. He scooted the plate over in front of them and said firmly, "Eat." Izumi stared at him and then down at the plate. Both Z and Shota could nearly hear the thoughts grinding through the kit's head. Then they lifted their head and they could see the stubborn tilt to her mouth and the denial in her eyes. She said firmly, "No," daring them to contradict her. Shota felt his lips twitch in amusement. He murmured to Z, "This is definitely a female kit. Tiny and skittish as she might be, she is a queen and she knows it. By all rights, she should be terrified, but look there, a spine of steel." Z frowned but couldn't help the light chuckle that escaped him. Aren't female Panteras the more dangerous of the two? And didn't you say that Terrans are similar to Panteras? So are we looking at the deadlier version of Terrans? Shota shrugged, possibly. But there's still a kit and that means that they still need taken care of. He tapped the plate and said firmly, "Izumi, eat." She narrowed her eyes thoughtfully before widening them into an expression of mock innocence, tapping the plate and saying, "Eat?" Z snorted a laugh, hiding his mouth behind his wing. Yes, a devious nestling for sure. They clearly understood what Shota was telling them even if they didn't understand the words, but for some reason, they had decided to be stubborn about it. Shota flicked her nose with the tip of his tail. Picking up his plate, he took a piece and placed it in his mouth, chewing slowly and swallowing before repeating calmly, "Eat." She shook her head but her protest seemed weaker this time. "No. No, eat." Shota tilted his head, studying her. "Why?" She blinked at that, her confusion clear. He repeated slowly, "Why no eat?" It took a moment before she understood, sadness suddenly souring her scent as she looked away, her voice mournful as water slipped from her eyes. "No eat?" Z asked, faint alarm lacing his voice. "Sho?" Shota scowled. "I can't be certain, but I believe that she's trying to starve herself to death because she is sad." Z let out a shrill whistle, his feathers fluffing up in alarm. "Not on our watch, she isn't." Shota let out a deep rumble to soothe his mate, but the kit looked up in fascination, studying him closely. Not only that but the water stopped falling from her eyes. He purred a little bit louder, just to gauge her reaction and to his relief, she seemed to uncurl a little, the tension in her body seeming to ease a bit. What a curious kit. While that could be a bad thing, right now, it filled him with relief. They could work with curiosity, they couldn't work with someone who had given up the will to live. He murmured to Z, "I can smell how hungry she is. Right now, it's pure sadness and stubborn willpower alone that is keeping her from eating. I think, if we manage to get her to take a few bites, her hunger will override her stubbornness and she'll devour the food." Z gave a chirping trill before humming a soft counterpoint to his rumble. To their delight, the kit softened even further at that. Picking up the plate, Shota summoned all the hard-headedness that he had cultivated to be a successful teacher. "Izumi, eat 3 and then we'll leave you alone." It was a long sentence, one that she had no way of interpreting, but she seemed skilled in picking up the underlying meaning even if she couldn't understand the words. To clarify, he said again, "Eat 3. He held up 3 fingers before taking another bite. She studied them for a long moment before letting out a tiny puff of air. She uncurled entirely, crossing her legs and looking at them. Shota was hopeful that he had convinced her when she shook her head. "No, Izumi, no eat." He huffed a sigh and was about to insist when she continued, "Izumi, eat." He frowned at that, not understanding what she was trying to say. Z whistled incredulously, "Is she trying to negotiate?" Shota had to chuckle as he realized that that was exactly what she was doing. What a clever little kit. She's picked up that we're determined that she eat and she's going to take advantage of it. But what is she trying to negotiate for? Any ideas? Z shook his head, chirping inquiringly at the kit. Izumi said slower, as if that would clarify things. Izumi eat. She then said quickly, Z, Shota, Izumi, yes, no eat. Followed by an inquisitive-sounding hum as she tapped the plate, the floor, the wall, her fur. She did this twice more before Z gave an excited chirp. He fluttered excitedly, Show, I think she wants us to teach her more words. They both turned and studied the kit, who shrank back a bit on herself but was still studying them intently. Well, time to test the theory. Looking the kit dead in the eye, he picked up her plate and offered it to her. Izumi eat, Shota teach speak. She tilted her head, trying to see if they had understood her negotiation or not. He decided to try a different tact. Handing her the plate, he was surprised when she accepted it. Upping his rumble, he said, Izumi eat, Shota teach. Reaching out, he tapped the plate and said plainly, plate. She blinked at that before breaking into a grin that would make a Pantera proud, such joy in it that it left the pair of them temporarily speechless. She nodded enthusiastically. Yes, Izumi eat, Shota teach. He looked at her and waited until she reached out and hesitantly picked up a bite from the plate, nibbling on it and waiting for a long moment before deeming it safe and popping it into her mouth. He gave a quiet rumble of approval and Z cooed at how adorable she was. Once she finished chewing, she looked at them expectantly. With a chuckle, Shota resigned himself to spending the meal teaching a much too bright Terran common. Oh well, at least it passed the time and the kid got fed. He'd take the wins where he could get them. By the end of the meal, Izumi was already stringing together simple sentences. All of them were a bit halting and missing some connections, but it was hard to teach concepts and grammar without anything concrete to go off or illustrate. However, now that her stomach was full and her emotions temporarily mellowed into something softer, her words were getting farther and farther apart, and she was blinking slowly as she kept losing her train of thought. It had caused Z to have to smother his chuckles several times, and when her head leaned forward and she nodded off for a moment before snapping back to awareness, Shota finally took matters into his own claws. Moving so that he was leaning against the wall, he reached out and tugged the kid into his lap, causing her to squeak adorably before spluttering a protest. A protest that he ignored by closing his eyes and starting a rumble that was guaranteed to put any Pantera kits to sleep within clicks. And once again, it held true for Terran kits as well, Izumi fighting it for a couple of clicks before she abruptly relaxed against him, yawning widely. Z noted that and started humming a soft lullaby. There was a reason that they were highly sought after by parents on both home planets. Both of them were able to get unwilling kits to sleep quickly and easily. Not that Izumi was unwilling, per se, with her tummy full and her mind occupied by new, interesting things instead of the fear and sadness she had been feeling, it would be easier for her worn-out body to actually rest while they kept guard. Even though she hadn't eaten for those solar cycles, she obviously hadn't been sleeping either. He could smell the pure exhaustion on her. Finally, she snuggled fully into him, her hand curling into his tunic in a bid for reassurance and comfort. And then, with one final soft sigh, she slumped fully against him. It was only when 5 clicks had passed and she didn't stir that he dared as Z, is she asleep? Z tilted his head to get a closer look before smiling at Shota. She is asleep and there is a small smile on her face, as if she is greatly comforted. He sighed, trying to untangle her hair. It was an unusual green, a shade or two darker than her eyes, but dreadfully tangled and snarled. It's not right for a kid this young to be in a situation like this. To be alone and scared and so terribly sad as to not even want to eat. Z looked at him, studying him carefully. He finally said, "You're getting attached, aren't you? Please tell me that you are not imprinting on a Terran nestling whose parents' guardians are most likely tearing apart the universe looking for them right now." Shota offered him a wry look. "I would tell you that, but we both know that it would be an untruth. And you know that you are falling hard for this little nestling as well. I've never heard you teach anyone else your family whistle besides us treasured few." Z shuffled closer, settling next to Shota so that he could both share heat and help untangle the nestling's fur as well. "They're so bright, so precious, Sho. How could anyone even think of hurting this sweetheart? Her family must be out of their minds with grief and worry for the chick." She might have died if she'd been put alone in a cell. She would have starved herself, and then the universe would have lost one of its brightest stars. Shota gave a soothing rumble, leaning over and nuzzling his mate's temple for a brief moment before resuming his task. It's okay, love, we have her now and we'll keep her safe no matter what. We'll get her back to her family and we'll get back to our family. It's going to be okay. Z gave a quiet chirp, focused on a particularly snarled section. Yes, we will. Izumi woke slowly, feelings of warmth, comfort, and peace wrapping around her like a soft blanket. She hadn't felt so relaxed and comfortable since she couldn't remember when. Not only that, but her bed was warm and soft and was rumbling. Giving a tiny yawn, she tried to convince herself to open her eyes and start getting ready for the day. If she didn't, her mother would be angry at her for wasting time. There was a quiet, happy trill nearby. Shota, kid up, good meal will soon. She froze at the words. That was definitely not her mother's voice, and those words weren't Japanese. The speaker's voice was light and male and clearly speaking a foreign language, so how then did she recognize some of them, even if they were words that were odd if she thought about them? Before she could figure it out, her bed shifted and there was a concerned rumble. Kit? Izumi? Kid okay? She pried open her eyes, letting out a quiet cry at the sight of a face so close to her, who then let out an alarmed chirp of their own at her cry. She went to scramble backwards only to be stopped by a gentle hand on her back. She craned her head to look over her shoulder to find another face close to her own and let out a quiet eep, freezing entirely, caught by their golden cat-eyed gaze. The man-person creature seemed to look her over carefully, their cat-like eyes seeming to examine every inch of her before looking over at the winged man-person creature and saying something soothing, the only word she could pick out of their speech being kit, which again was odd. Sking in a breath, she closed her eyes and counted to 3 before opening her eyes again, only to find the golden-eyed man staring down at her in concern. Now that her brain wasn't so sleep-fogged, she recognized the aliens who were sharing her space jail cell. Cammy, could her life get any weirder? Curling up a bit smaller, she gave an apologetic chirp whine and bared her throat. Sorry, Shota. Instead of pain like she expected, he purred and leaned over, nuzzling her temple. Izumi safe. Shota guard, Z guard. Safe. Her throat locked up, she had never been safe, and here was this alien pair insisting that she was safe and that she eat and teaching her common. It didn't make any sense. However, they seemed to be waiting for some sort of response, so she gave a tiny nod. Izumi safe, thanks. Shota okay? She glanced over at the winged being. How had she missed how bright gold, orange, and yellow his wings were yesterday? Z okay? Z gave a happy chirp and reached out to run a taloned hand through her hair, hesitating when she flinched before finishing closing the distance and running a gentle hand soothingly through her hair. Hair that was a lot less tangled than it had been when she had gone to sleep. She frowned for a brief second, stopping when they shifted uneasily. Instead, she pushed the matter from her mind. She'd deal with it later. Or never. Never sounded good to her. Feeling suddenly vulnerable, she pushed herself off Shota's lap and moved over to one side, starting a series of simple stretches to work the stiffness out of her limbs. Although they had been kind so far, hadn't offered her any threat that could change at any time. And while she couldn't really run while locked up in a cage, she could hopefully put up enough of a fight that they would deem it not worth the effort. Z gave a happy trill and Shota seemed to give an approving hum. It was hard to tell exactly what they were feeling with their alienness, but they seemed to be similar enough to humans to give her a baseline. She had always been good at observation, through necessity of course, but that didn't make it any less valid. And everything she was observing was telling her that these two weren't currently a threat to her. To back her thoughts up, they stood and moved a couple of feet away before starting their own sets of stretches. She couldn't help but watch in both curiosity and awe. Seeing that they didn't seem to be paying attention to her, she cautiously tried to mimic a couple of their simpler stretches. So caught up in this was she that she let out a tiny shriek when Shota nudged her leg into a slightly wider stance. He held up his hands to show that he didn't mean any harm before giving her an encouraging chirp. When she just stared at him in confusion, he did the stretch very slowly so she could fully observe it before giving another chirp, his expression expectant. Praying that she wasn't misunderstanding what he wanted, why hadn't she moved up learning common on her list of things to do, she carefully tried to replicate the stretch. He shook his head, offering her a small smile. No. Close, Kit. Making sure that she was watching, he showed her the stretch again, and this time she could see exactly how he shifted his weight in the middle of it to keep his balance better. Since she didn't have a tail to help with her innate balance, she would have to adapt it a bit, but if she twisted ever so slightly, she could achieve the same thing with less strain. Taking a deep breath, she tried it again, feeling how much the tiny adjustments smoothed out the stretch. As soon as she finished, Z let out a happy trill, startling her and causing her to fall on her rear. Z was there seconds later, fluttering worriedly over her as he said something so rapidly that she had absolutely no chance of decoding it. Shota rolled his eyes and gently nudged him aside before kneeling in front of her and seeming to look her over carefully. One of his ears flicked several times and she was tempted to reach up and pet it before she managed to restrain herself. He asked calmly, "Kid okay?" Flushing, she must look like a total idiot sprawled on the floor. Izuku nodded and mumbled, "Yeah, I'm fine, sorry." Shota tilted his head. "Izumi?" "Oh right." They didn't speak Japanese any more than she spoke common. Clearing her throat, she gave a tiny chirp as her flush deepened. "Izumi okay?" He nudged her gently back to her feet. But, again. Relieved that they weren't going to make a thing over her embarrassing moment, she scrambled to do the stretch again, a tiny bit of her melting when Shota gave an approving chuff. They stretched for another 5 minutes give or take before Shota nudged at her to sit back down and relax. She wanted to protest that she could go longer, that the stretching had barely been any exercise, but seeing how they exchanged worried glances, she gave in and flopped down on the floor. Now what was she supposed to do? Thankfully, the food cart arrived at that moment, Shota and Z staying carefully on their side of the cage while she remained in her corner. As soon as she'd heard the cart, she had curled up again, not wanting to show any difference from the past few days. But this time she allowed herself to peek through her hair at the guard. And boy were they ugly, like a cross between a warthog and a rhinoceros beetle. They seemed to have a natural chitinous armor but didn't seem exceptionally bright from the way that they seemed to taunt the two predators occupying the cell. Izumi might not know what species the other two were specifically, but she did know predators when she saw them, and these two definitely fell in that category. Front-facing eyes, a subtle smoothness to their movements, larger canines for eating meat, and the talons on Z's hands. She almost thought that she'd seen claws on Shota's hands as well, but she couldn't be entirely certain on that one. If she had to define it, they reminded her of a bird of prey and a big cat. Like a hawk and a panther, maybe? She set that aside, wrapping her arms tighter around her knees and shivering slightly when Shota let out a fearsome snarl, taking a step closer to the bars. The guards stumbled back half a step before catching themselves and letting out a shaky scoff. But it still left 3 trays before hurrying off to the next cell. As soon as they were out of sight, Z hurried to grab the trays while Shota made his way over to her side, kneeling beside her with a worried expression on his face. Reaching out and gently petting her hair, he crooned, "Okay, Izumi okay. Izumi safe, Shota guard. No harm. Z guard. Izumi safe." She raised her head, studying him. Did he think that she was scared of him? Yeah, the snarl had made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up, but that was just an instinctual response to a dangerous predator. She had the same response to the guards and wished that she could snarl like Shota could. Seeing the increasing distress on his face where she hadn't answered, she gathered up all of her courage and reached out to lightly pat his hand, offering him a tiny smile. Izumi safe. Z Shota guard. His purr rattled through her, shaking her to her very bones, and a tiny giggle slipped out before she could stop it. However, he didn't seem upset but seemed very pleased by her reaction, so she set her embarrassment aside in favor of gaining more knowledge. He had used a word that she wasn't familiar with, so she made an inquiring chirp and sounded out the word as best she could manage. Z gave a happy chirp at that, joining them and sliding them their plates before offering the word again. Her pronunciation was only slightly off. She tried again and he chirped approvingly before trying to convey the meaning in their limited mutual knowledge. They were halfway through their meal and she had managed to work out that it meant something like a promise or oath. Satisfied that she understood it properly, she turned her attention to her plate, only to find that it was already 2/3 empty. Z gave a laughing trill and she shot him a disgruntled look. However, since she'd already started eating, she might as well finish it. She could refuse dinner later, if they were even given an evening meal. Seeing that she wasn't going to kick up a fuss, Shota leaned over and nuzzled her temple happily. She huffed a sigh but leaned into it, allowing a trickle of warmth to slip through the icy shell she had surrounded her emotions with. They spent the rest of the morning pleasantly enough, trying to figure out the different time measurements that they used. It was amusing and frustrating at the same time. However, there was only so much learning that she could take before her brain begged for a break. Normally, she was exceedingly active. She was certain that running from bullies or running after hero fights counted as exercise. Add in the fact that she'd gotten a full night's sleep and eaten 2 full meals that were twice or thrice what she normally ate. All of this added up to her growing increasingly restless and distracted. She didn't even have her notebooks where she could jot down everything she'd learned so far. So when she heard a commotion coming from further down the corridor, she was immediately on her feet, her curiosity getting the better of her. When she approached the bars, she heard a quiet hum like that of a refrigerator. They must be electrified then, but from how quiet it was, it surely couldn't be that strong. Ignoring the concerned noises of the pair behind her, too focused on the commotion, she absently tested the bars. It felt like a light static shock, nothing worse than she would get from a doorknob. Shaking it off, not that it hurt, she studied the bars and decided that they were large enough that she should be able to stick her head through, but her body wouldn't be able to fit between them. The commotion grew louder and she grabbed the bars with both hands, shoving her head through so she could try and see down the corridor. There was a slightly larger sting this time, but it wasn't painful, per se, and she quickly ignored it in favor of trying to see what was going on. However, that only lasted 3 seconds before she was yanked violently back into the cage, landing in a pile on the floor as Z and Shota loomed over her, their expressions thunderous. Swallowing hard, she froze, not daring to move an inch. She was in so much trouble. Shota had spent most of the dark cycle dozing, hyper-aware of the kit sleeping deeply on his lap. Z had snuggled into his side and despite their circumstances, Shota found himself surprisingly content. He knew that it was a bad idea to get attached to this kit, but she reminded him so much of a Pantera kit that it was hard to suppress his instincts. Not only that, but this kit was so bright, so painfully eager to learn new things. It was going to hurt so much when he had to return her to her kin. But that was a problem for future Shota. Right now he was just going to enjoy the rest. It wasn't really surprising to him that the kit slept hard. She had smelled absolutely exhausted when he'd finally got her to stop fighting sleep the night before. The solar cycle had already been on for a couple of hours when she finally stirred. She burrowed deeper into his chest so he couldn't see her face, so he looked inquiringly at Z. Z dipped his head so that he could get a better look at her before chirping happily, "Shota, the kid is waking up, that's good, the meal will be here soon." However, as soon as Z spoke, Izumi went deathly still in his arms. He couldn't help his concerned rumble as he nudged her gently. "Kit? Izumi? Kid okay?" She opened her eyes, only to flinch back from Z's concerned face, moving so fast that he was barely able to catch and steady her before she fell onto the floor. She made a distressed sound at that, turning to look up at him. He took the opportunity to look her over, make sure that he hadn't missed any injuries the day before. But no, she seemed merely startled by the closeness of others after coming out of a deep sleep. Which, fair, since they didn't know what she had been through before she'd been thrown into their cell. Poor Z was fairly wringing his hands with worry, so Shota soothed, "The kid is fine, she was merely startled. She must have slept deep to have lost her awareness of the cell. Her scent is calming by the second, it's okay." The kid closed her eyes in a slow blink before baring her throat like a good kit and giving an apologetic chirp and apologizing. How had they managed to earn her trust so easily? But he would treasure it, happiness flooding him as he leaned forward and nuzzled her temple to show how much he appreciated her trust. "Izumi safe. Shota guard, Z guard. Safe." She looked surprised at his words, and he hoped that she was just surprised that she could understand them. She murmured, still apologetic. Izumi safe, thanks. Shota okay? She glanced over at his mate guiltily. Z okay? Z nearly melted over the kit's concern, fluttering happily around her like he would for a raptora. Nestling. Huh? Take that, he was in as deep as Shota was. The kit bore up under the fussing admirably, before slipping off of his lap and moving a few feet away. Shota watched with interest, wondering what the kit was up to. There was so much to learn about the Terran, to make sure that she was properly taken care of until rescue arrived. He was pleased when the kit started stretching. How very clever of her. He had been worried about her health where she hadn't moved from the corner for 2 cycles, worried that there was a hurt that he was unaware of. However, it appeared that she was just a very stubborn little kit. Speaking of which, he and Z should stretch as well. They couldn't do their full workouts with their captors probably watching, but staying limber and loose would increase their odds of survival. Izumi pretended like she was absorbed in her stretching, but they could both tell that she was watching them closely. What a curious kit she was. He would take it after how sad she had been the day before. It was much easier to keep a curious kid alive than a sad one who refused to eat. Finally, she was so absorbed in trying to mimic them that he went ahead and moved over to correct her stance. For not having a tail to help balance like he did, she was doing pretty well. However, when he nudged her stance wider, she let out a small shriek of surprise that hurt his ears. It was almost on par with one of Z's quieter shrieks. However, he held up his hands to show that he meant her no harm before going back to correcting her stance. He didn't want her to be drawn back into silence. It was best to gloss over the surprise. And since she hadn't lashed out at him, no harm had been done. Thankfully, the distraction worked and she went back to attempting to do the stretch. When she mastered it, Z let out a happy trill, causing her to lose her focus and tumble over. He had to bite back a snicker at the shock on the kit's face, followed by the strong scent of embarrassment. Z was there immediately, babbling about how he had caused the kit to injure themselves. Shota rolled his eyes and gently nudged him aside before kneeling in front of her and looking her over carefully to reassure his mate that she was fine. He asked calmly, "Kid okay?" The kit nodded and mumbled something that he didn't understand, probably their native language. He tilted his head, trying to pick apart the sounds without any success. "Izumi!" The scent of embarrassment deepened and she gave a tiny, barely there chirp even as her face turned bright pink. He was concerned by she assured them that she was okay, so he was just going to monitor it for a bit. Instead, he nudged her back up and urged her to try again. It was never good to end a session on a mistake, especially since she had been doing so well. The color in her face faded as she did it again, and she softened at his quiet chuff of approval. Goodness, this kit was so responsive, he would swear that she was a lost Pantera kit if it weren't for the different ears and lack of tail. However, after a few minutes, he had to force the kit to stop. She seemed like she could keep going, but it was possible to overdo too quickly after not moving for a while and not realize it until it was too late. She pouted but eventually gave in, to his relief. He was about to ask Z to find a way to distract her before she insisted upon stretching some more when the sound of the breakfast cart reached his ears. Good, the kit still needed to eat, especially now that she was up and moving again. Although it hurt his heart, he and Z moved back over to their side of the cage, although they would be able to reach the kit in a second if there were any threats to her. Izumi played her part admirably, lowering her head to rest on her knees, although he caught her peeking through her hair this time, carefully observing the guards. Such a clever kit. However, then the guard had to repeat unspeakable filth about his mate being eaten by the poor kit, and he couldn't help the snarl that rumbled from him instinctively. His heart broke at how the kit flinched at the sound, but he couldn't afford to reassure her right now and show that she was a weak spot while the guard was watching. Thankfully, the guard was a coward and quickly slunk off after making another throwaway comment. At least they left 3 trays behind. They would make sure that the kit was fed first if they started getting fed less, but they needed to be in fighting shape for when they were rescued or escaped. As soon as they were out of sight, Z hurried to grab the trays while he made his way over to the kit's side, kneeling beside her worriedly. Reaching out and gently petting her hair, he crooned, "Okay, Izumi okay." Izumi safe, Shota guard. No harm. Z guard. Izumi safe. Promise. To his surprise, she raised her head and studied him with a puzzled expression, like she didn't understand why he was worried. Her scent was calm, but he had clearly seen her flinch at the snarl, and she wasn't responding. About to try and explain what had happened, he was shocked speechless when she reached out and lightly patted his hand, offering him a tiny smile. Izumi safe. Z Shota guard. He couldn't stop the purr that escaped him at her show of trust, and a tiny giggle slipped out before she could stop it. This only made his purr increase, relief flooding him that he hadn't permanently emotionally scarred a kit. Z joined them right then, handing out the trays, but Izumi was focused on trying to decipher the new word that he had used. Shota watched with amusement as Z walked her through it while coaxing her to eat. And the betrayed expression she gave him when she was finally satisfied that she understood the word only to find her plate nearly empty was priceless. He did wonder if she was going to kick up a fuss, but she merely gave a disgruntled sigh and finished off the plate, earning a pleased chirp from his mate. Goodness, they were already so soft for this kit. One thing that they did not plan for when they had been captured and then when a Terran kit was thrown in with them was how to entertain a kit. Cells were boring places and it often made adults go mad with boredom. However, throw in a well-rested and fed kit and it was a recipe for trouble. They had managed to distract her for a while with trying to piece together a similar number or time system, but it was obvious that she needed a mental break about midday. Normally, when this happened in his classroom, he would take them to a gym and have them run physical courses until their brains processed and cleared, but that wasn't an option here. He was quietly debating with Z about what game they could possibly teach her with limited space and resources when the kit perked up, looking out into the walkway. A moment later, the sound of a distant commotion reached his ears. Goodness, the kit had sharp hearing, something to remember. She stood and headed for the bars, undoubtedly trying to get a peek at what the issue was. If her hearing was that sharp, she should be able to hear the crackle of electricity and know that it was dangerous, but he kept an eye on her anyway. She had shown a lot of curiosity, and a curious kit was not always a cautious one. He winced when she delicately tested the bars with the tips of her fingers. She pulled her hand back and waved it, making Shota wince. It had undoubtedly hurt, but now she knew exactly how dangerous it was. And she had only barely brushed against it for a second. She should be okay. There had been no howl of pain, but that didn't necessarily mean that she wasn't hurt, just that she stubbornly didn't want to admit it. He was on his feet, heading to check the wound and see if he could soothe the hurt when the reckless kit grabbed the bars and shoved her head through them. Z gave a squawk of shock and distress while Shota leaped forward and forcibly yanked her out of the bars, managing to avoid getting a shock that would leave him incapacitated. He had grown complacent. Only the day before, the kit had told them how to kill her. He had thought with the food and rest, her curiosity about learning, that she had given up on the effort for now. But no, she had just been waiting until their guards were down to hurt herself. She lay on the floor, staring up at them with shocked, wide eyes. He couldn't take the time to reassure her, dropping to his knees and scrabbling for her hand, praying that he could fix the damage in time, before she lost all use of her hands, only to draw up short. Z nearly screamed in his ear, "Showed quick, lick the wounds. We can't let them go untended." Oh stars! Was she trying to kill herself? Why would she do that? He fluttered behind his frozen mate frantically. "Shota, this isn't time to freeze. The kit needs help." Shota finally managed to unfreeze enough to rasp out, "There are no burns on her hands." Z gave a disbelieving whistle. "That's impossible, we both saw her grab them." He dropped down next to Shota, scooping her hand out of his, only to frown when he saw no sign of injury either. The kit finally started to move, shrinking down smaller, an apologetic scent filling the air. She bared her throat and chirped tentatively, "Izumi okay? No hurt? Promise, promise. Izumi okay?" Z dropped her one hand only to grab the other and look it over while Shota very carefully examined her head and neck, checking every inch of skin to make sure that there was no damage. Finally, they sank back on their heels and stared at each other incredulously. It was Z who broke the silence. "As impossible as it seems, there aren't any wounds. But I know what I saw." Shota sighed, slumping slightly against his mate, who carefully supported him. He muttered, "Figures that the problem kit is electricity resistant if not immune. She is a Deathworlder. We know that they can take enormous amounts of damage before they're brought down. But maybe, just maybe, we got to her quickly enough that she wasn't hurt." Z ventured tentatively, "Maybe she's immune altogether and there's no danger to her?" Shota glared at the bars darkly. "Even if she is, we are not testing that theory." Forcing himself to his feet, he nudged the kit until she stood and then guided her to the farthest possible corner from the electrified bars and pointed for her to sit. She sat meekly, a chastened expression on her face. He would have laughed at how tame she was being, like a kit caught in the middle of raiding a cookie jar, if his heart hadn't still been pounding at the thought that he had been about to watch a kit die right in front of him. He plopped down in front of her, his tail lashing as he blocked her from leaving the corner where he had put her. Z sat opposite him, allowing his wings to spread and droop, blocking her in further. Good, his mate was still pale and the rapid fluttering of his pulse would concern Shota if his own heart wasn't pounding just as hard. She drooped at their posture, her body language fairly screaming how sorry she was and that she'd behave. Good, it would give them a few minutes to figure out how to deal with this situation. Reaching out and allowing his tail to curl reassuringly around his mate's wrist, he in a deep breath and spoke. "She's fine, we have her and we won't let her do anything like that again. Take a deep breath, sunshine." Z managed to take a deep breath and then another, his color starting to return and his feathers settling when the kit didn't try to leave their protection. Finally, his mate had calmed down enough and looked over at him with a wry expression. "Okay, now that I'm not about to keel over from fear and shock, what in the world are we going to do with this nestling in this situation?" Shota huffed out a quiet laugh, tightening his tail a little on Z's wrist. "I have no idea, sunshine. Of course, the universe would have to send us the biggest problem kit in the galaxy. We'll figure out something. But for now, just breathe." By the stars, what were they going to do with her? Allowing the silence of the cell to wash over him, Z tried to soothe his tattered nerves. He didn't know when he had stopped fearing the Terran, had come to see her as a nestling of sorts under their protection. Truthfully, it had happened so quickly that he hadn't even realized it was happening. After all, was it only yesterday that he was trying to keep his mate from approaching her? Yesterday, he probably would have been slightly saddened but mostly relieved that the Terran was more focused on hurting themselves instead of them. But now the thought of the little one being hurt in any way, shape, or form made his heart ache. When he had seen her brush the bars, he'd been very concerned, but like nestlings had to learn for themselves that something was hot instead of just being told, he figured that it was a one-and-done situation. Shota had already risen to go soothe the sting, his saliva containing properties that would encourage healing from minor wounds. It would be a lesson learned and Izumi might be more willing to accept quiet games for the rest of the solar cycle. But then she had done the inexcusable and had grabbed the bars, sticking her head through. He had been certain that he was about to see the bright-eyed kit die right in front of him, his heart stopping at the fact that he was too far away to save her, even at the cost of injury to himself. Thank the stars that Shota had managed to pull her free before they lost her completely. By the time he had managed to unfreeze and join them, he had braced himself for the worst. He was a hero and had seen electrical burns in his time out in the field. One of the ugliest injury types, he hated seeing them and it took those who survived months to heal from it. So when Shota had frozen, he had been terrified that it was a lethal wound. To find out that the kit was apparently unharmed was a lot to process, truthfully. He had seen her grab the bars, there should be wounds, but her skin was unscathed and Shota wouldn't be so calm if she smelled injured even if she looked fine. This left him with only one conclusion. Terrans were one of only a small handful of races that were, if not electricity immune, electricity resistant. Another thought tickled at the back of his mind. Shota had said when she was first tossed in their cell that Izumi had been pumped full of so much dream dust that it would be a miracle if she woke before a quarter lunar cycle. But she'd been up before half a solar cycle had passed. Did all Terrans have a natural immunity to dangerous substances, or was it just Izumi? If they all did, it was no wonder that they were raided so dangerously. Shota's tail tightened around his wrist again, drawing him from his thoughts. His poor mate, he always took everything so personally. If Izumi had ended up hurt, he would have found a way to have made it his fault. It was good for all of them that the nestling was unharmed, even if she was currently pouting in timeout. He had to bite back a smile at the growing boredom and disgruntlement on her face. If she had known that she had a level of immunity, then their reaction must seem like a complete overreaction. But from the way that his feathers were still trying to fluff up and the way he could tell his mate was swallowing down growls, neither of them would be willing to let the kit out of their safe space anytime soon. Stretching out his wings so that it brushed lightly against his mate's side, they could both use the comfort. He started carting his fingers through his feathers in search of something. It took several passes before he finally managed to find what he was looking for, a feather that was dead enough that it wouldn't bleed if he pulled it but still vibrant enough gold that it would hopefully keep the kit's attention for a little while. Shota had been saying that Izumi reminded him a lot of a Pantera kit and he hadn't been able to deny the similarities. Hopefully, the feather would hold the same fascination for her as it did for Shota's nieces and nephews and give them a break. Deftly plucking the feather, he examined it to make sure that it wasn't broken with any jagged edges, but other than being a bit duller and crumpled looking it seemed to be fine. He showed it to Shota and he chuffed a sigh but inclined his head in agreement. With a smile, he nudged Izumi to get her attention and held out the feather, chirping happily. "Izumi here. For you." She stared at the feather for a long minute before looking back and forth between them uncertainly. He held the feather out closer to her, trilling encouragingly. Shota huffed a quiet sigh, the tension in his shoulders easing, before giving a quiet chirp of his own. She studied them for another moment before reaching out a shaky hand and accepting the feather. Z frowned at the sight of the trembling. "Do you suppose that she's hurt after all? Her limbs shouldn't be shaking like that, at least, never that I've seen before." Shota delicately scented the air. "She doesn't smell injured, more nervous, scared than hurt. I suppose that we did look pretty scary when we were trying to assess her injuries, but if we remain calm, she should settle as well." Despite how level his words were, Z could see the worry around his eyes, the way his ears were flicking uncertainly. After a moment of watching the kit and seeing her nervousness under their observation, he sighed again, tugging gently with his tail. "Turn around, sunshine. Might as well do a thorough job and check all of your feathers. It won't be good if you start losing them from stress. And we both know that a single feather won't keep her occupied for long, she's much too curious for that." Z chuckled, doing as he was bid. It was true that she was probably the most curious nestling he'd ever encountered, even though circumstances were far from usual. Spreading his right wing fully for his mate, he mumbled softly, even though Izumi didn't know enough common yet to understand his words. "Do you suppose her curiosity is why she was captured? That she wandered somewhere off limits and that's how they snatched her?" Shota gave a thoughtful hum as he gently carted his hands through Z's feathers, pausing here and there to examine one closer before moving on. "Truthfully, as much as I wish I could say no, that is a distinct possibility. The kit, while she had been obedient to our commands, has also proven to have an insatiable curiosity. I do not think that she would deliberately stray out of bounds. But if she were following something, she could have accidentally crossed a boundary without even realizing it." He absently handed another feather over to the nestling and she took it with a steadier hand this time, muttering a mile a minute in her native language as she compared the two feathers. Her touch was delicate, trying to smooth it back into perfection, even as she studied it from every angle. He murmured, "I wish I could understand what she was saying. I'm sure she has several insights to them that I've never thought about and I want to answer her questions too." He pouted slightly and Shota flicked his nose with his tail. He whined, "You can't say that you haven't had just as much fun teaching her as I have. I know that I struggled with common at first and that was even with several learning aids." Shota ran a hand gently through the feathers on both wings and Z relished the sensation. "I was pleased to have a curious kit over one that was depressed and refusing to eat, but after that little stunt she pulled, I'm currently reassessing that." Chirred with amusement. "Fibber. You would be pulling your ears in frustration trying to get her to eat if she were still refusing. However, we will have to hone our reflexes going forward, 'cause Terrans are apparently a very swift species." Shota gave a quiet grunt, tugging a third feather out, this one from his left wing. That's the last one, the rest look okay. He gave a low hum, shaking out his wings before tucking them neatly back against his spine. That's not as bad as I was expecting. Thanks, love. His mate gave a quiet, content purr. Of course. Now scoot. He nudged him with his foot and Z grumbled but moved, curious what Sho was up to now. He didn't have to wait long, Shota reaching out and snagging Izumi, plopping her into his lap. When the nestling started to protest, he dangled the last feather enticingly in front of her. She crinkled her face up in a way that looked odd, but huffed a sigh and gingerly took it. Once he was satisfied that she wasn't going to bolt or protest, he set about the task of untangling her hair now that they had the proper lighting for it. The kit gave an even more aggrieved sigh but tilted her head slightly so that he had better access to it, and he nudged her temple approvingly. Z shifted closer and joined in, doing his best to be gentle, even if he'd never seen hair this curly outside of a couple of very reclusive species. They didn't bother to speak as they worked, Z just humming quietly while Shota kept a soft, reassuring purr going. Although they had been very, very frightened, they wanted to reassure the kit that they weren't angry at her. She had made a poor choice, yes, but it was their fault as well for not keeping her closer. Terrans were not familiar with space, of course she was going to make mistakes. But she was a good kit, they would help her, and they would make sure that she got home to their family. He ignored the way that thought made his heart ache. If he was already this attached to the nestling, then her kin must be out of their minds with worry. Instead, he focused on making sure that she was as cared for and as safe as possible, like he'd want any of his or Shota's kin's littles to be watched over. A small growl drew him from his bleak thoughts, and he looked up to find Shota fighting with a particularly snarled clump of hair. There were several of them across the nestling's head, where the curls were all twisted up. He asked, "Sho? Something wrong?" Shota shook his head, examining the knot again before trying another experimental tug. "It's not coming out, all snarled up. It might end up having to be cut out, which I can do with my claws, but I don't want to leave the kit with bald spots." The conversation seemed to finally catch Izumi's attention and draw her away from her fascination with the feathers. She blinked, as if she was trying to ascertain what was going on, only for understanding to enter her eyes when Shota gave another gentle tug. Reaching up, she grabbed his hand and pulled it from her hair, holding up a finger in a wait gesture. Once she seemed certain that he was going to listen to her, she handed him the feathers to hold while reaching up into her hair. To their fascination, her fingers sorted deftly through the snarl, only to pluck something from amid the tangled knot. As soon as she did, 2 or 3 curls separated, although they were still tangled. It was not the impossible snarl that it had been a moment before. She did the same with the other knots, sliding the items onto the hem of her shirt, where they stayed with apparently no guidance from her. When Z made an inquiring chirp, she looked over before slowly holding out one of the mystery items to him. He took it, turning it over every which way and carefully prodding it with his fingertips. Shota leaned closer, trying to get a good look at the object. "What is it?" Z shrugged, passing it over for him to examine. "It seems to be a piece of really thin metal that's been bent in half. There are little curves on one side, but for the life of me, I don't know what it's for." Izumi must have seen the confusion on their faces, because she suddenly giggled and beckoned for Shota to lean down, plucking the item from his hand. He did as she bid, holding very still. She reached up and tentatively brushed her fingers through his hair, relaxing when he didn't growl or move. After a moment of arranging his hair so it was out of his eyes, she took the metal bit and slid it into his hair, fussing with it until she was satisfied. Finally, she pulled back and released a pleased chirp, gesturing for him to shake his head. He did so, only for his eyes to widen when the hair stayed in place. He tried again, shaking his head harder, then varying the angles. It only moved a little despite his best efforts, and Z finally stopped him before he made himself completely dizzy. Reaching up, he pulled at the metal bit, surprised when it slid easily from the hair. He'd expected to have to fight it to get it out where it was holding the hair so tightly. He wondered if Izumi had done anything special to get it to stick, but Sho would have said if he'd felt anything. He probably would have instinctively flared his gift and scared the kit. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to learn anything about it without Izumi having a better grasp of common, he handed it back to her. It seems to be a simple grooming tool. A powerful one though. Shota shrugged. It doesn't seem dangerous, no sharp edges or weird smells like it's been poisoned, so it should be safe enough for her to keep. However, after the little stunt with the bars, we'll keep a close eye on her and make sure. Seemingly growing bored with the conversation that she couldn't understand, Izumi reclaimed the feathers from Shota before turning so he had access to her hair again. They both chuckled at that but got to work delicately untangling her hair, their hearts warm with the trust that she was showing them. Oh, what were they going to do with this nestling? Izumi bit back a sigh, running a finger absently over one of the feathers that she'd apparently been gifted. She had been confined in the corner for a couple of hours now, and despite them untangling her hair, she had mostly been left to her own devices. And hadn't that been a surprise, them taking care of her hair? She had been fascinated watching Shota grooming Z's wings, never having been able to closely observe anyone with a winged quirk that involved feathers. There was that one kid who followed Kaken, but his wings were more like a bat's than an avian's. She shoved the thought away, returning to her original train of thought. She was surprised to see them grooming his wings so openly, considering that they were probably his most vulnerable area. She was even more surprised when they offered her a feather. She had been hesitant to accept it, wondering if it was some sort of test after their earlier freakout over her touching the bars, but they had seemed pleased when she took it. And what was up with their little freakout? It was like they had expected her to be mortally wounded or something. And when she wasn't, they had put her in timeout. She wasn't a toddler, for Cammy's sake. But she had stayed still, not daring to push it after such an odd encounter. But instead of scolding her or hitting her like she'd expected, they had given her feathers and then untangled her hair. She knew that it was a knotted mess after her captivity, but they had been patient and worked through it until it was all untangled and smooth. She didn't think her hair had ever been this neat, and it had been so soothing, she had almost nodded off during it. Trying to figure out how to get released from corner time, she hadn't fussed or protested. Instead, she fiddled absently with the hairpins tucked on the hem of her shirt. It was hard to keep a straight face, but seeing Shota's surprise and bemusement over the hairpins was hysterical and would undoubtedly be one of her fondest memories. Had they never seen something as simple as a hairpin before? They had treated it like it was something dangerous when it was just a small bit of metal. Their reactions had been quite confusing all around. They were much more dangerous than her, with their talons, claws, wings, and obvious training, yet they acted like she was the dangerous one. The guards were wary of her too, although she didn't know why. She'd been clearly drugged when she was transferred to this ship, having no memory of the entire thing beyond greedily drinking water in her last cell after having no access to any for days, which was foolish on her part in retrospect. But the point being was that she had done absolutely nothing to the guards except kicking one or two while she was passing out. She was weak from not having truly eaten in days, surely it couldn't have hurt that bad. And their reaction to the bars of the cage. They had been giving them a wide berth as if they'd been coated in acid or something. Equally dangerous. It was barely equal to a static shock, nothing to fuss about. Holding up the feather as if she were examining it, she studied them from under her eyelashes. Maybe they were weak to electricity, or maybe it was lower than normal and they'd been zapped by higher charges before. That seemed to be the more likely explanation. Izumi did sigh this time, noting the concerned looks they sent her way. If only she knew more of their language so that she could get answers to some of the questions burning desperately at the back of her mind. If they were going to get out of here before something truly terrible happened, it would most likely need to be soon before the guards lost their unreasonable fear of her. She knew that humans had a fearsome reputation from how they repelled the invaders, but surely they couldn't think that she was the same as the highly trained heroes and soldiers, right? But if they could get out of this cell, they could probably make it to the escape pods, escape ships, whatever it was they were called. Either Shota or Z should be able to pilot a spacecraft. It was probably a main way of getting around, like learning to drive a car. And if they couldn't, there was always a chance of autopilot, and they could probably call for help or something. They just needed to get out of this cell, which she could probably manage with her hairpins. She was grateful that Shota had reminded her that she had them. She was also thankful for that summer when she was in 3rd grade and she became hyperfixated on learning how to pick locks after being locked into a dark, cramped space for the umpteenth time that week. She had taught herself how to pick all sorts of locks with nothing but a hairpin and whatever odds and ends she might find lying around. But how could she manage to convince them to let her try? She chewed on her lip, turning plans over and discarding them almost immediately. None of them really worked without the ability to communicate, and that wasn't going to happen soon enough for it to be a viable option. Taking a deep breath, she stood, determination coursing through her. There was only one way to deal with this, and she couldn't afford to take the time for them to become dead set against the idea of her helping. They were already overly protective of her, something she found exceedingly strange, but they were aliens as well, so who knew what was normal or not? But for now, she would trust them not to hurt her until they could all escape the situation that they found themselves trapped in. The truce most likely did not extend beyond the cell, but she could always hope anyway. Shoving aside her fears, heroes acted they didn't dither. She reached down and took Shota's hand, pulling him gently to his feet. Then she did the same for Z. Ignoring the way that her hands were shaking, she guided them over to the bars, ignoring Shota's quiet growl and Z tugging on her sleeve. Instead, she paused and gave them an encouraging chirp and a small smile that didn't show her teeth. She had figured out that smiling seemed to be okay with Shota, but he hadn't smiled with teeth, so she figured that it was rude for some reason. When they still hesitated, she trilled softly, one of Z's favorite sounds to make. It was a little rough and stuttery, nowhere near as smooth as his, but it seemed to manage to convey her intentions because they glanced at each other and sighed. Shota grimaced but nodded for her to go ahead. Praying that she wasn't making a mistake, she made her way over to the door of the cell. Again, she could hear the low buzzing, but it didn't seem any louder than the last time she was here, so she ignored it. Turning to meet their eyes squarely, she said firmly, "Izumi safe. Promise. Izumi safe." They seemed confused but nodded slowly. Good, she could work with this. She turned and holding out her hand so that they could watch, she reached out and delicately pressed her fingers to the bars for a count of 5. Shota's tail lashed and Z's feathers puffed, but neither one grabbed her. Once she reached 5, pulled back and offered them her hand. Shota snatched it up, looking it over closely, but there was no injury to be found. He huffed an irritated sigh before passing her hand to Z to do the same inspection. Finally, they seemed to be satisfied that she was unharmed, and Z released her hand with an inquiring chirp. Now, here's where things got dicey. Pulling a pin off her hem, she held it up where they could see it, speaking slowly so she didn't slaughter the pronunciation and meaning. "No harm, Izumi. Izumi this. Izumi open. Izumi Z go. Izumi Shota, Z, safe, safe, safe." Making sure that she didn't brush against the bars to keep their minds at ease, she carefully moved her hand and arm through the bar, holding the pin and moving it toward the lock. She looked over her shoulder at them, ignoring their dumbstruck expressions as she repeated, "Izumi open." Pulling her arm back in, she turned to face them fully and made a chirp that, as best she could work out, was the equivalent of, "So." Shota wrapped his tail around her waist and tugged her back over to the corner, motioning for her to sit. She sighed, slumping tiredly against the wall. Seemed like she hadn't managed to get her message through after all. However, instead of blocking her in like they had earlier, they sat on either side of her and motioned for her to give them a hairpin. Handing them over, she felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe she had managed to get her message across after all. Shota was not happy when the kit led them right back to the bars that had scared them so badly earlier. However, she didn't seem to be rushing toward them recklessly like she had been, so he was willing to cautiously wait and see what the kit was up to. Even though she reassured them, he was not pleased when she pressed her fingers to the bars again. This time he wasn't quite as frantic, but his heart was still in his throat with every second she touched those cursed things. If it weren't for the electricity, he and Z could have been freed solar cycles ago. He carefully checked her hand over when she offered it, amazed that once again it seemed to be unscathed. It was surprising that she seemed to possess at least a resistance if not an immunity, but it was comforting as well that this at least couldn't be used against her by the BSTRDS who had captured them. Then she was holding up the hairpin and he couldn't help but wonder what the kit was thinking. It was a hair grooming tool, right? What other purpose could it hold? But then the kit moved her thin arm between the bars and made as if to pick the lock, and it was as if a light had suddenly shone on what she was trying to do. The clever kit was trying to show them that she could pick the lock with it, or at least she believed that she could. And with her resistance to electricity, she could actually reach the lock, unlike them. She didn't seem to know much about space, but she had probably figured that there were other ships they could escape in, and she didn't appear to want to stick around any longer than necessary. Wrapping his tail around the foolishly brave kit so she didn't try to go ahead before they could talk everything out properly, he took her back to the corner, bracketing her on one side while Z took the other. The more he could protect her from harm, the better. Had there ever been such a brave kit, or did Terrans simply raise them differently, raise them with a warrior's heart and traits from the time they were tiny kits? He would have to remember to tell her kin exactly how brave she had been when facing unknowns and dangers. While he examined the hairpin, Z murmured, "Do you think it could work, Shota? Do you really think she could pick the lock with that?" Shota shrugged, tapping a soothing pattern on his love's leg with the tip of his tail. "It's possible." She seemed to be certain enough about it. "And this ship's layout seems familiar. If we could get to the hangar, it would be easy to escape from here where we can both pilot a ship." Z shifted so that his wing was covering part of the kit, and she seemed to relax into the gesture. "If we do, there will be a lot of uncertainties. I don't mind for myself, but for the nestling." Shota grumbled, looking anxiously at the kit. "I don't like how comfortable the guards are getting around her. Not only that, but her kin is surely tearing apart the universe looking for her. There could be consequences the longer she is away from her kin, either for the universe or for her health. Just because she hasn't drooped or sickened by now could be mere luck. If that changes, I don't want to be stuck in a cell far away from proper medical help." Z shuddered at that. Good point. Nestlings can be so delicate, and this one had been so strong, so clever. "So when do you want to do this?" Determination filling him, he glanced down at Izumi, who was fiddling nervously with the hem of her shirt, watching them anxiously. "As soon as possible. Tonight, an hour after the sleep cycle starts. If we did it in the dead of night, they'd be expecting it, and right before the start of the solar cycle is too risky. It's our best bet to go then." Z nodded, coaxing Izumi so that she was lying down with her head in his lap, one wing covering her protectively while he leaned back against the wall. "Guess we'd better get what rest we can then before tonight." He nodded, meeting Izumi's curious eyes where she was watching him. He held up the pin and said firmly, "Tonight." She smiled at him, a soft warm thing, before closing her eyes and snuggling into Z's warmth. Leaning against his mate and allowing his own eyes to drift close even as he kept his ears perked, he silently prayed to the stars that this mad plan of theirs actually worked. It had to work. To her amazement, it had been the work of seconds to pick the lock. Whoever their captors were, they relied way too much on the electrified bars as a deterrent if the locks were this flimsy that it only took 3 twists and a single jiggle of the hairpin to have the lock clicking open. Both Shota and Z were staring at her with wide eyes when she turned back to them. She started to grin at them before abruptly remembering that showing her teeth seemed to be a threat display of some sort. The others seemed to pick up on her sudden nerves because Shota reached out and gently ruffled her hair before taking the lead position. He cautiously poked his head out into the corridor, gesturing for them to follow him out when the coast appeared to be clear. However, there must have been cameras on the corridor, because no sooner had they set foot outside the cell when a siren started blaring and there was the distant sound of running footsteps. Shota and Z exchanged looks before nodding firmly and taking off at a brisk pace, keeping her tucked in between them as they ran. Looks like they were going to go ahead with the escape then. Taking a deep breath, she did her best to match her pace with theirs. They had been halfway to where she thought the escape pods were when rescue finally arrived. Izumi could tell that Shota and Z were overjoyed when they heard the announcement over the loudspeakers, their whole demeanor brightening before they started working their way through the guards at a faster clip. Izumi moved mechanically, plowing through creature after creature, even as panic and terror washed through her. It seemed like their friends had arrived. Did that mean that they were going to leave her behind, abandon her? Had they only brought her along because she was strong enough to take out the guards? Would they lock her up as well as soon as they were back with their friends? Or would they simply jet back out into space and forget about the stupid Terran that once shared a cell with them? They paused as Z scouted around the corner, showed his tail coming up and flicking her in the nose, and he let out a chuffing laugh when she looked at him in betrayal. Making sure that he had her full attention, he said firmly, "Izumi safe, Shota guard." She tried to offer him a smile but couldn't get her mouth to cooperate. He sighed but repeated, "Izumi safe. Shota guard." Z gave the signal for all clear and he motioned, "Follow." He rounded the corner and she scurried after him, trying to make sure that she didn't fall behind. She had to hope for the best. Shota didn't breathe deeply until they were actually on Tensei's ship with the door closed firmly behind them, Izumi and Z safe beside him. Z slumped against the wall, breathing hard. "Phew. That was close. I thought that we weren't going to make it for a minute. Are you okay, Shota?" "Zuzu." Shota gave a tiny bark of laughter, sore and bruised but all right. "Let me check on the kit." He turned to check on Izumi but she was fluttering over Z, her expression worried as she looked him over for injuries. Shota did his own quick visual scan but his mate appeared to be uninjured other than missing a few feathers and they would regrow with time. Izumi, on the other hand, was worrying him deeply. He had smelt her fear and terror when they were escaping. It was only natural that she should be worried when they were risking it all. However, the sense should be subsiding now that they were safe on their friend's ship, but if anything, the sense were only growing stronger. Couldn't she see that he and Z were relieved and relaxed? Shouldn't she realize that they were safe now? Before he could start reassuring her, Nem and Tensei came tearing around the corner, fear and relief plain on their faces. He greeted them happily, relieved to see that they were all right and tolerating their fussing for a few ticks longer than usual, knowing that they had most likely truly expected the worst. As if he and Z hadn't come through half a dozen situations worse than this one. As soon as they released him, they glomped on Z, the Raptora returning the greeting joyously with happy clicks and whistles while Shota watched on in amusement. It took several moments for all of them to settle down before Nem finally spoke. "I am so relieved that you two are alive and unharmed. When we hacked into the system and discovered that you were shoved into a cell with a Terran, we feared the worst. They're bloodthirsty killers and I thought that your luck had finally run out." As soon as Nem said Terran, Shota remembered Izumi and whirled to look for her, only to find the hallway devoid of anyone besides the four of them. Panic setting in fully, he demanded, "Z, where's the kit?" Z looked up from where he was wrestling with Tensei, his expression puzzled. "She's right, H." He scanned up and down the empty hallway as well. "Sho, the chick is gone. Where's Izumi? We promised that we wouldn't let her out of our sight and now someone's kidnapped her. This is bad, we have to find her." Nem and Tensei looked baffled at that and Nem said slowly, "There shouldn't be anyone else here but the pair of you. The other heroes will be rescuing any other prisoners but our priority was rescuing you two. And here you two are safe." Shota ignored them, scenting the air carefully for any trace of the kit, but the hallway was flooded with terror and despair, the acrid scent burning his nose. Opening his mouth, he gave the chirping call for kits, straining his ears for an answer. Nem's eyes widened at that. "Please tell me that you guys did not find a Pantera kit locked up there." Z hushed her sharply before giving a chirping trill, closing his eyes and ping his head as he listened closely. Tensei started to speak and Shota glared at him murderously before chirping again. This time, his straining ears caught the faintest of whimpers coming from a little further down the hall. He walked slowly that way, keeping up a soothing rumble as he looked for any spaces where the kit could have crammed herself, mentally kicking himself. Of course the kit was terrified. She didn't know anyone here and although she had probably pieced together that they were being rescued, that was no guarantee that they would treat her well. She probably thought that she would end up either hurt or right back in a cell. His nerves straining, they had been through so much and they were finally free, they were so close to being able to get cleaned up, fed, and some real rest without fear. They had everything they needed to finally take care of the kit. Except for the kit in question. Izumi was a problem kit. This latest incident wiped the last doubt from his mind. Reining in his temper, he gave a crooning chirp, hoping to coax another response from her. And there, near the ground, he heard the softest of sounds, more than likely a choked-off sob muffled behind her hand. Scanning the walls, he saw a small grate, one that he wouldn't have guessed the kit able to fit into. But if the kit was desperate. Crouching, he caught a small glimpse of pale skin and what looked like a pant leg. Raising his hand above where she could see from the vent, he signed, "Kit here, I'm going to coax her out. If you scare her again, I will murder. You both understood?" He glanced over only to see their two friends gaping at him, dumbfounded. Z gave a harsh warning hiss and they snapped out of their paralysis, quickly signing back their understanding. With one last quiet hiss, Z moved over so that he was flanking Sho but not so close that he would crowd Izumi when she emerged. Knowing that this might take a while, Shota lay flat on his belly, reaching out and gently plucking the grate free where she'd pulled it back into place. What a smart kit to find a hiding place in an area seemingly devoid of anything like that. Inching forward so he could see how she was curled in a ball, her face buried in her knees as she shook, he crooned, "What a smart, clever kit. Look at you, Izumi, you managed to find a safe space where your back and sides are protected. Threats can only come at you from one angle, that's so smart. And you're fast, others have no idea how fast you are. So by the time they manage to squeeze themselves in here, you could move further down this vent and be gone already." He laced his words with a soothing rumble, watching as her shakes eased at the sound. Not only that, but if you didn't feel like retreating, you could defend yourself well. Most creatures lead with their faces, so you could gouge their eyes or break their nose so that they couldn't breathe. Or if you were really clever, as we both know you are, you could get a good angle and snap their neck, removing the threat entirely. He saw from the corner of his eye that Nem and Tensei seemed to have paled as he spoke. Nem whispered, "Why is he traumatizing what I am assuming is a kit?" Z let out an amused hum. The kid only knows a little bit of common and she definitely doesn't know any of those words. Shota's just reassuring himself because she scared us by disappearing like that. And she was a very clever nestling to pick such a defensible position. I'm sure that she was so scared when you two just appeared like that and jumped on us. If she didn't know that you were friends, I'm sure that she would have attacked you to protect us. Tensei held up his hands placatingly. None of the intel indicated that either of you had rescued a kit or that there was even a kit aboard. We're sorry for scaring her, we really are. We'll stay super quiet and go at her pace, okay? Shota grumbled, "You will do that anyway, but I'm glad that you two are not totally incompetent." Quiet. They fell silent, so he went back to his task of coaxing the kid out. Stretching his arm as far as it would go, he managed to reach her hair and slide over it, upping his purr when she stopped shaking entirely, nudging her head slightly into his hand. He coaxed, "Zuzu safe, Shota guard. Promise. Trust Shota. Izumi safe. Come on, Kit. Please. Kit safe. Promise." She uncurled enough so that their eyes could meet, murmuring quietly. "Scared. Izumi bad. Lock up." He shook his head vehemently, his hair puffing up slightly. "No, Izumi good. Izumi safe, Shota guard good Izumi. Shota promise." Z whistled, "Z2. Z guard Izumi. Izumi good nestling, Izumi safe. Shota guard, Z guard, Zuzu safe, promise promise." Her eyes were wet as she met Shota's, her voice a bare whisper, "Izumi safe?" He nodded, his eyes never leaving hers as he promised softly, certainty lacing the words, "Izumi good, Izumi safe. Shotarn Z guard. Promise." Relief rolled through him when she slowly unclasped her knee and stretched out her arm, hesitating only for the briefest of moments before sliding her hand into his. He smiled warmly at her, giving her an encouraging chirp. Nem whispered, "He does remember that smiling is terrifying to other species, right? It has to be a Pantera kit." Z chirped happily, "Nope, not a Pantera or a Raptora but a nestling nonetheless. And she has a beautiful smile of her own. If you don't scare her anymore, you might even get to see it after she's a bit more settled." Both Nem and Tensei let out intrigued hums at that. They knew that both of their friends were softies for younglings. There was a reason that both of them had become teachers after all. But this felt more personal, like they were talking about their own kit and not someone else's. However, neither one spoke because Shota was slowly moving backward, his arms still outstretched. He was still giving a deep, rumbling purr and kept giving small, encouraging chirps every time he paused, undoubtedly coaxing the kit back into movement. Finally, his hand came into view and there was a smaller hand tucked into his, proving to Nem and Tensei that there was indeed a kid involved and their friends hadn't lost their minds because they'd been in captivity for too long. The kid, however, seemed reluctant to come any further, and it took both Shota chirps and Z's soft coos to coax her out into the open. Both Nem and Tensei blinked when the green hair emerged, followed by the rest of a small kit that looked like nothing any of them had ever seen before. What in the universe? Once she was completely out of the vent, Shota sat up and both Nem and Tensei were surprised when the kit didn't flinch away from the sudden movement. A Pantera's speed could be quite disconcerting, even if one was accustomed to it. Some of their senior students even still flinched when he would move unexpectedly. Once he was sitting, he reached out and snagged the kit, tucking them carefully into his lap and starting to finger-comb her hair, a soft rumbling purr echoing down the hallway. Z joined them on the ground, carefully threading his talons through her hair as well, a gentle croon joining in, causing the kit to relax further against Shota. Once the kit seemed a little more settled, Shota looked up at their friends, his expression calm with an underlying expression of just daring them to say a single thing against the kit. He nudged the kit's face up just enough so that she could see the two strangers and pointed at them. Nem. Tensei. He did this twice more, confusing both of them. However, after he finished the third time, a soft voice piped up, Nem. Tensei. Mate. Nem choked at that while Z burst out laughing. Shota just gave a small chuckle and shook his head no. Z mate. Izumi kit. Nem and Tensei. The pair pouted at him and he huffed a small sigh, but everyone including Izumi could see through it. Nem and Tensei friends. They saw the corner of her mouth turn down and they inwardly panicked that they'd somehow upset her and Shota was going to kill them when she said, Frin. Shota nuzzled her. Close. Fridays. Friends. She nibbled on her lip before saying with more confidence, Shota and Z mates, Izumi kit, Nem and Tensei friends. Z chirped. Perfect nestling. Good job. All laced Tensei's voice. That's perfect. Are you telling us that the kit doesn't speak common? Z said defensively, she's picking it up really fast. Not only that, but her logic is great. She's managed to piece together some pretty good sentences, even with missing words. Nem held up her hand placatingly. Whoa, we're not dissing the little one, we're just marveling over what a bright kid she is. Izumi, you said? What species is she? I've never seen a kid that looks like her. Shota looked at both of them, a hint of mischief in his exhausted face. Izumi. A bit tricky at first, but if the kid can manage, you'll get it after 5 or 6 tries. He paused and gave them a warning look. This is the Terran that was placed in the cell with us. As you can see, she didn't eat us. Nem gasped and took a couple of steps back, causing Izumi to shrink in Shota's hold. Tensei froze before relaxing abruptly. He came over and knelt next to the trio, moving slowly so as to not startle the kid who was watching him with big green eyes. He took the time to pick his words, knowing that he would have to handle this situation carefully. He extended his hand in a gesture of welcome, carefully enunciating each word. Hello Izumi, I'm Tensei. Izumi safe here, Tensei promise. I'm glad. He paused and looked at Z. Does she know the word glad? Z smiled. Try happy. Tensei nodded and turned his attention back to Izumi. I'm happy Izumi, Shota, Z safe. Shota and Z friend. Izumi friend too. Izumi was watching him warily but didn't seem distressed, so Shota and Z were content to watch and see where this went. After a moment, she offered in confusion, Izumi kit? Tensei nodded solemnly, kit and friend. Both. She puzzled over that for a couple of clicks and Tensei didn't rush her. She finally asked, Tensei friend Izumi too? He said simply, yes. And then they were all treated to the lovely sight of Izumi's lips curving up into a tiny, shy smile, a hint of color entering her cheeks. Nem had moved closer when Izumi hadn't made any aggressive moves and positively cooed at the sight. Oh my stars, she's adorable. I've never seen anything so cute. No wonder you two are so protective of the kit. Before she could move closer or introduce herself, Izumi gave a quiet whine. Shota and Z were immediately focused on her, having never heard her make such a pained sound, even throughout their entire captivity. Her lips were pressed in a thin line, worrying them further. Pulling back slightly from Shota, she reached down with a shaky hand and touched her side gently, giving a quiet hiss at the touch that made Shota's fur stand on end. When she drew her hand back, her fingers were coated in red. Z immediately panicked. "Sho, the chick is hurt. Did you see her get hurt? We need to get her to the med bay immediately. She could be dying. This is bad." Nem immediately switched over to crisis mode. Yes, this was a Terran. Yes, she had no idea how serious an injury like this was to a Terran or how dangerous a Terran might truly be. But was she going to let a kit suffer? Especially one that her friends had clearly imprinted on? "Oh hell no." She spoke quickly. "We have recovery girl aboard our ship. We didn't know what sort of shape you'd be in after captivity. She'll probably be able to help." Z gave a relieved whistle at this news, springing to his feet and then helping Shota to stand without releasing Izumi. "She's the best, thank the stars. Take us to the med bay immediately. Izumi could be dying." They all glanced at the kit, frowning as they tried to puzzle out what she was doing. She was chewing on the arm seam of her shirt, gnawing at the seam. Tensei suggested unsurely, could she regenerate by eating? Although there's not a lot of nutritional value in prison garb. Z gave a distressed chirp. We don't know. We don't know hardly anything useful about Terrans, and Izumi doesn't speak enough common to tell us anything important. This could be anything." Managing to finally make a hole in the seam, Izumi unconsciously gave a satisfied chirp that startled the others, as it was the exact same noise that Z always made. Using her clean hand, she reached up and wiggled her fingers into the hole, tugging at it and tearing the sleeve further. Understanding that she wanted the sleeve off but not understanding why, Z nonetheless brought his talons up and carefully sliced through the fabric for her, making sure to keep the sharp claws well clear of her delicate skin. She gave a chirp of thanks that mimicked Sho's chirp this time. Nem couldn't help her amusement as she murmured, "Well, she certainly seems to have picked up both of your habits quickly. It hasn't even been a lunar cycle yet since you went missing." Neither Shota nor Z answered, their entire focus on Izumi. She slid the sleeve off her arm and looked it over before carefully folding it and pressing it against her side. Shota gave a small purr when he realized what she was doing. She's putting pressure on it to stop the bleeding or at least slow it down. That should hopefully buy us enough time to get to Chiyo. Show us the way. Tensei immediately took off down the hall toward where they had originally met each other. "This way. It's close to the shuttle doors cause we weren't sure what sort of shape you both were in. We'll have the kit help in mere ticks." Shota was hot on his heels, keeping Izumi tucked carefully in his arms while Z kept pace with him. He was trilling a soothing melody, whether it was for the kit or for himself, neither of them knew. Nem brought up the rear, talking quickly on her communicator. "Chiyo, on our way to medbay now. Shota and Z seem to be all right, but there is a kit here with an injury to their side. Bleeding, blood is bright red in color. Species unknown at the moment but believed to be Terran. 801 to 2 clicks." None of them breathed while they waited for Chiyo's answer. Thankfully, it came a few ticks later. "Species doesn't matter, I'll never turn away a kit or an injured. Medbay is ready and waiting for arrival." Nem was smiling as she answered, "Very well. Also, the kit doesn't speak much common but seems to have imprinted on Shota and Z and presents as non-violent, curious, and intelligent." Chiyo laughed. "Even locked up, it seems like Shota managed to find a problem child. He has a gift." Shota let out an irritated huff at that but didn't deny it. Z said brightly, "Wait until you hear how she refused to eat until we taught her more common. A strong-willed kit, this one." Tensei offered a smile, even if it was slightly strained. "Strong-willed younglings are the best. It means that they're fighters and survivors, so she should pull through this as well. Tenya and Toshi are strong-willed too, so it's not like anything we haven't dealt with before now." He glanced at them from the corner of his eye. "Are we keeping this one?" Z let out a small, distressed chirp before shaking his head grimly. "No. I'm certain that this nestling's kin are tearing the universe apart looking for them. Someone must want them back badly, and I'm sure that she misses them just as much. He glanced at Shota before whispering longingly. But if there weren't, then we'd take her in a heartbeat. Shota said firmly, but sadness laced his voice. Z. You know that we can't think like that. It will already hurt enough, even if we're permitted to stay in touch. Let's not make it worse, okay? Z drooped but chirped his agreement. Before either Tensei or Nem could find something to say, they reached the med bay, the doors whooshing open, and they were greeted by Chiyo, a nurse, and a host of robots. Chiyo directed, "Place her on the bed there. You said that it's a female kit? Any idea of age range?" Shota deposited her gently on the bed, brushing her hair from her eyes. According to her, she's 14 full solar cycles on her planet, which is 365 solar cycles to a full 1 or 12 to 13 lunar cycles, whatever that means. To me, she smells young but not an infant. More like she's inching toward independence but not yet full grown. She said grown for Terrans was 18 to 20 of those cycles. Best guess, she's around Toshi's age. Z chimed in, definitely not a chick but not yet fully fledged. Late-stage nestling, flight feathers starting to come in but still needs another 2 to 3 molts to reach full maturity. Tensei blanched at that. You mean that they're roughly 10 years age and they were locked up alone in that horrible ship? Shota scowled at the memory and Izumi tensed, so he smoothed his expression out, moving to the far side of the bed so that he wouldn't be in Chiyo's way before perching on the bed and taking her hand in his. Thankfully, she was never alone. She was thrown into our cell, drugged with enough sedative that should have kept her asleep for 2 solar cycles. She was up within the nth. We didn't approach her because we recognized her as Terran and knew their reputation. However, she curled up in a corner and didn't move. It was on the second day when I could smell her sadness and hunger that we finally approached her and worked out whatever this is. Chiyo humphed at that. Abducting kits, what kind of scum is this? Anyway, you said that she was up within the nth even though she should have been down for 2 solar cycles. A fast metabolism then, and red blood indicates an iron base. I've worked on less. Shota, you can stay by the bed as you clearly calm the rest of the kit and Z can join if needed. But otherwise, the 3 of you need to stand well clear. She glanced at Shota and Z warningly. If she lashes out, I will have to sedate her. I trust you when you say that she appears nonviolent, but injured beings can lash out due to pain, and I'm not willing to risk further injuries where we'll have more injuries coming in shortly from the raid. Izumi was watching them all carefully, as if she could understand what they were saying if she just concentrated hard enough. Glancing at Shota, she looked at Chiyo and whispered, Izumi good, no hurt. Promise. Shota reached over and took her hand, squeezing it gently while letting out a purr. Izumi is good. However, you may not mean to, but you'll hurt them unconsciously because of pain. We know that you wouldn't mean it. She lifted her chin and shook her head mulishly. Izumi. Hurt. Z turned away slightly so that she couldn't see his grin, even as he murmured to the others. See what we're up against? Even starving and sleep-deprived, this nestling has a spine of steel and very determined ideas. Weirdest mix of things I've ever seen, fearful and timid one minute and then determined and unwavering the next. She is, as Sho likes to say, a problem kit. Chiyo huffed a laugh at Izumi's fierce declaration. Hey kit, settle down. We'll try it your way first. However, I still reserve the right to sedate you if necessary. I was only warning Shota and Z so that the 2 overprotective ones could be prepared, so stop your fussing. Looking completely baffled, but after a glance at Shota and seeing that he looked chagrined but not upset, she subsided with a tiny huff, settling more comfortably on the bed. Chiyo pulled out a scanner and mimed for her to get undressed. For the first time since she'd reached the infirmary, Izumi hesitated, looking troubled. Glancing at the others, the scent of tears filled the room even if none fell from her eyes. Sadness and shame filled the air and Shota stiffened, giving a quiet growl. Izumi looked down at her lap. She whispered, Izumi not good. Bad. She patted her body under her clothes and repeated, bad not good. Bad bad. The shame deepened as she said something in her language that none of them understood, crossing her arms across her body defensively. Chio eyed her as if ready to deal with her like she did with unruly patience before pausing and asking Shota, "What are you picking up? Is she being defiant? Or does she not understand? Or is she in too much pain to try and take them off?" Shota shifted uneasily, reaching over and stroking his claws through her hair gently. "She smells sad and ashamed. So much shame. She's not trying to be defiant, but this is a heart hurt, a bad one from my guess." Chio nodded. "Alright, tended. You can wait in the hallway until we have her changed and tended. Z, you can stay, but maybe perch on the bed there and face the other way so that she can still see you but so that you won't be watching her. Some species are very shy about their body and Terrans might be one of them. Shota, you can stay, but if she shows distress, I may have to ask you to join your mate." "Understood." As the others did as she bid, Chio turned her attention to the kit, pity welling up in her. This kit was young even if she was closer to adult than newborn. She asked Shota, "Does she understand any common?" He shrugged. "A little. However, she's pretty good at picking up words and meanings if you give her a few clues." Chio nodded. She could work with this, but she needed to be swift because the other wounded should be appearing soon. She patted her chest. "Healer. Fix hurt." She turned to Shota. "Make a shallow cut on your arm with a claw so that I can show her what I can do. And I mean tiny show. There is no need to almost take off your arm to teach your kit." Shota grumbled but patted Izumi's leg, drawing her attention to him. Once he was certain that she was focused on him, he took his claw and gently drew it across his skin, breaking it, and small beads of blood appeared. Izumi yelled no and snatched his hand away from his skin. "Shota! No harm." All of them were startled at that before Shota started to purr apologetically, reaching out and stroking her hair reassuringly. Chio clicked her tongue, drawing the distressed kit's attention to her. She patted her chest again. "The healer." She reached over and took his arm, laughing inwardly at the suspicious expression on the kit's face. "Heal." She pressed a gentle kiss on his arm, making sure that it was focused on just the tiny cut. He appeared to be unharmed, but she didn't want to risk it, and he would be sad if he passed out before his kit was healed. And it was his kit, despite whatever nonsense Shota and Z were spouting. While yes, she wanted to reunite the kit with her kin as much as the next person, she had lived a lot longer than either of them, and when a kit ended up alone in a cell, it had either been abandoned or its kin was dead. The chances of them becoming parents in the near future were very, very good. The kit's eyes widened as the cut disappeared, letting out a tiny, surprised chirp at that, reaching out and grabbing Shota's arm, examining it closely, running her fingers over it several times before looking between the two of them repeatedly. Finally, she touched the spot where the cut had been and said quietly, "Heal." Chio nodded, pleased that the kit had made the connection. The kit then pointed at her side where they were assuming the injury was. "Heal too," Chio said firmly. "Just heal." Izumi glanced at Shota. "Trust heal." Shota nodded. "Trust Chio. Heal Izumi." "Izumi good." She seemed to struggle with it for a long minute before seeming to come to a decision and letting out a tiny sigh. She looked at Shota and said firmly, "Shota Z." Then she pointed over to the other bed with an expression that almost dared him to cross her wishes. Chio barked a laugh. "You heard the kit, Sho. Go sit with your mate. And before you protest, the sooner you leave the sooner I can heal her. And the sooner we can see what she's so ashamed of." He grumbled but nuzzled her temple one last time before reluctantly climbing off the bed and making his way over to where his mate was perched. He sat down heavily, linking his hand with Z's. Trying to ignore the rustle of cloth behind them, he asked Z quietly, "Are you truly okay? No hurts now that we're safe and quiet for a minute." Z chirped distractedly, obviously trying to follow what was going on behind them. "Physically, a couple of bruises and a few missing feathers. But my heart hurts. The poor nestling. She's been through so much and things keep happening. When did she get hurt? How did we not even notice? Why is she ashamed and what of?" Shota huffed a tired sigh. "She was fighting as fiercely as we were. And she's a tough kit, she could have taken a hit and not made a sound. I've heard tell of species who have a battle fever and don't feel pain or wounds until it's worn off. Maybe it's something like that. Chio gave a quiet hum, the sound calm, but both of them could hear the underlying anger in it. So, it looks like something with 3 claws got her along her side, long slices but shallow. They should heal without a mark when I kiss it. Z drooped in relief at that, and Shota let out a small purr, but his voice was serious as he asked, any clue as to why she was ashamed? Chio's voice remained calm but dropped another notch, indicating that she was royally said. The kid is covered with scars. Some old, some newer. A few from within the last couple of lunar cycles. If I'm any sort of healer, I'm going to give her a hospital gown to change into, and then you both can come and sit with her while I give her a kiss. This kid deserves all the comfort she can get. They were both furious at that news, that someone had dared to hurt this kid, this nestling, this baby. It was unfathomable. There was another quiet rustle of cloth, and then Chio said that they could come over. Izumi looked puzzled when they joined her on the bed, one on each side, nuzzling her and running their claws talons through her hair. Izumi murmured, Chio no heal? Chio huffed a quiet laugh at that. I was waiting for Shota and Z. Chio heal Izumi now. Making sure to give the kid plenty of warning, she leaned over and placed a gentle kiss in the middle of the kid's forehead. The kid looked surprised and slightly disgruntled at that before awe filled their face. She reached down and touched her side gently, tilting her head when there was no pain, before smiling brightly. However, her smile was interrupted by a wide yawn followed by a smaller one. She covered her mouth with her hand, her cheeks turning pink. Chio just patted her on the head and handed her a gummy, one that would help her rest easier rather than her usual energy ones. The kid also had some bruises and scrapes and had enough energy to heal them, so I did. She's slightly hungry, probably needed to eat more than you all got in prison rations, but that's probably true of you and Z as well. She should rest comfortably for at least half a cycle if what you said about her metabolism is true, but don't worry if it's longer or shorter, just let me know so that I can adjust her chart accordingly. They nodded and she continued, now let me take a quick look at the pair of you, and then the 3 of you can move to the private quarters that Tensei prepared for you and Z. I'm sure that they're worried about you, and it would reassure them if they could keep an eye on you for a bit. Both Shota and Z grumbled but bent down and permitted her to kiss their foreheads. Both of you seem to be in decent shape, no wounds and just a few scrapes and bruises. Do you want to heal them, or to wait until we're back at base for me to heal you? Z and Shota shared glances before the Pantera spoke for the pair of them. Back home please. She nodded. Good, now scat all of you, there will be wounded in shortly and it's not something that the kid should see. They thanked her and Shota scooped her up before they fled the med bay. Both Nem and Tensei were waiting outside for them, chatting quietly even as concern lined their faces. They both brightened when the pair emerged and Tensei moved over so that he could see Izumi's face where she was nestled in Sho's arms. There you are. How is Izumi? Is the kid okay? It wasn't life-threatening, was it? Z shook his head. We don't think so. She had 3 slices on her side, but they were shallow. Chio patched us up and said something about quarters for us. Tensei nodded and immediately started guiding them down the hall. Purring to keep the kid soothed, Shota asked a question that had been weighing heavily on his mind for solar cycles now. How is Toshi? You guys have been looking after him, right? Or did he go home? Nem looked suddenly proud. He's still at you. He said that you both would be miffed if he missed things because he was worried about you. However, he also insisted on being kept in the loop about the search for you. We chatted for a minute before we headed out to board the ship, and he was worried but optimistic. Snipe and Hound Dog are watching over him while we're here on the rescue mission. My mate promised to take the very best care of him until we returned. Shota heaved a sigh of relief, causing Izumi to giggle tiredly at the motion. Nem cooed at that, crowding up against Shota's side so that she could get a better peek at the kit. Ah, how adorable! Who knew that Terran kits were so sweet? I swear you have a knack for tripping over problem kits, and this one is probably the biggest problem kit around, but who would believe it with those big green innocent eyes staring at you like such a sweet little baby kit? Yes, you are. Shota chided. Let the kit rest, we're trying to get her to sleep. Chio healed her, but there were some concerning things. But we want her asleep before we talk about it because she's a smart little kit, picks up more through listening and body language than any kit should be able to. There was a tiny snore and Tensei giggled. I wouldn't worry about that, looks like the kid is sound asleep. It's been a long, rough bit for the kit and then healing on top of that, no wonder the poor thing is exhausted. He turned and pressed a panel, causing a door to whoosh open. Here are your quarters. There's only one bed but the kit can rest there or on the couch until we can get a cot brought in for her. Shota shrugged and glanced at Z inquiringly, who just nodded. She can share the bed with us. The universe knows that we managed with cuddle piles in the cell. We can deal with a single bed until we're all home again. It'll be like our nest at home. He made his way over and tucked the kit gently in the bed, nuzzling her temple for good measure before drawing a blanket up over her and leaving her to rest. Satisfied that she was as safe as could be for the moment, he made his way over to the communicator and dialed Toshi's personal communicator number. It was answered within half a ring, a frazzled, purple-haired kit on the other end. Did you find? Shota. Where's Z? Z peeked over Shota's shoulder, smiling gently at his littermate's kit. Toshi, how are you doing? He frowned at the nestling. You look like you haven't been sleeping well. Toshi huffed a tired snort and snarked, Oh, I dunno, maybe because I've been worried about the pair of you being kidnapped by space pirates? Shota chuffed a laugh, gently touching the screen as if he would nuzzle the kid if he could. We've come through worse than that, Kit. You should have a little faith in us. It was almost like a space cruise, only we were confined to quarters and the food was lousy. He paused thoughtfully. On second thought, it was exactly like a space cruise. Toshi laughed loudly at that, even as he teared up slightly. I should have known that the pair of you were off having fun without me. He suddenly sounded very small when he asked, You two will be coming home soon, right? Z chirped soothingly, running his talons through Sho's hair since he couldn't reach Toshi's. As soon as they're done here, Sho and I plan to hijack the ship and come home as soon as possible. And we have a surprise for you too. Toshi perked up at that, although he looked puzzled too. A surprise for me? But how? You two have been locked up as far as we know, since you were taken. Z nodded. Indeed we were, and very boring it was too. However, locked up with us was a nestling that we think is around your age. We're bringing her home until we can find her family and reunite them. She's been through a rough patch and could really use a friend that's closer to her age. Would you be willing to give it a go? Toshi frowned. What's someone my age doing locked up on a pirate ship? His frown deepened before he shook his head. Never mind, that was a stupid question. Of course, I'll do my best to help her out until she finds her family. What's her name and where is she? He glanced around as if she would suddenly appear like Z had. Shota glanced over at the bed to make sure that she was still where he left her. She was, much to his relief. He had half expected her to disappear like she had earlier with the vents. He looked back at the screen. She's asleep. She was hurt when we escaped and Chiyo healed her, but it sapped her energy. Her name is Izumi, and just to prepare yourself, she's a Terran. His eyes widened impossibly. A Terran? But how are you even alive? It's said that they never let their enemies live. Shota snarked tiredly. They must have let someone live if that rumor managed to spread. Z tapped him gently with his wing in reprimand. She's not like that. Either Izumi is very different from the rest of her kind or tales of Terrans have been greatly exaggerated, but she's nothing like them at all. I think that you'll like her if you just give her a chance. However, we're not going to force you if you're against it. Nem piped up over Shota's other shoulder. Hey Kit, we rescued them just like we promised. Matter of fact, they were already in the middle of escaping when we arrived. They wanted to get back to you that badly. Toshi offered her a small smile. Hey Auntie Nem. That nothing contains them for long. He sobered, looking at her seriously. You've met this Terran? She nodded. Yes, and I won't lie, I was scared at first as well. However, this is the sweetest little kit that you've ever met. So quiet and polite. She doesn't speak much common, just what Sho and Z managed to teach her while they were locked up. But she's very smart, and I think that the two of you could be good friends if you just give her half a chance. Izumi will surprise you, but in a good way. Tensei corrected, it's Izumi. The kit picks up common much better than you mangling her name. Shota grumbled quietly, but neither one of them heard over their bickering. They're both wrong, it's Izumi. Anyway, you don't have to have an answer right away. Take all the time you need to think about it and we'll understand whichever way you decide. But know this, Kit. Toshi suddenly looked very nervous and tense, but Shota continued. We're very proud of how brave you've been for staying at UA. We would have still been proud should you have chosen to return home. But it also takes strength to keep going on a path even when your loved ones are in danger. We're very proud of you and we love you, Toshi, no matter what. Z chirped his agreement. You kept us going when we were locked up, the fact that we had to get home to you. You've been very brave and we love you so much, nestling. The kid turned bright pink at that, sputtering and stammering awkwardly even as an unconscious purr escaped him. Finally, he managed to say around his embarrassment, I love you too, both of you. So come home so that we can have some nest time. I think we all need it. Shota groaned in agreement. We need nest time badly, Kit. Once we get home, prepare yourself, none of us will be leaving for at least a day, more likely 2 or 3. Toshi grinned at that, even as he rolled his eyes. I'll prepare myself for it. Being held captive in your nest, what is this universe coming to? Shota shrugged. Who knows, nothing good, that's for sure. Thus hiding in the nest for the foreseeable future. Now get some rest, Kit, and we'll be doing the same on our end. We'll be home before you know it. As the screen went dark, Shota slumped tiredly and Z steadied him, towing him over to the couch and allowing them both to slump tiredly onto it. Nem and Tensei joined them, perching on the other furniture, but the pair just took a moment to breathe. They'd been running on pure adrenaline for clicks now, first the escape and then worrying about Izumi. Shota took another peek at the kit, but she was still in the exact same position, so he allowed himself to lean further against his mate. Z let out a content sigh, wrapping a wing around Shota and leaning his head on top of his mate's. They did it. They had made it out safely and soon they would be home and could cuddle and reassure Toshi. The poor kid must have been worried sick by their absence and they were so proud of him. Not only that, but they had managed to escape unscathed and had rescued the kid as well. Although they would need to keep a close eye on her, who knew what sort of mischief she would get into with free run of a spaceship. They had thought that she would be fairly safe in a barren cell and just look at what had happened. The incident with the bars had surely taken rotations off of their lives. Shota asked, trying to fight off the exhaustion tugging on his bones, how far are we from UA? How long until we can get back to Toshi? Nem tugged him to his feet, causing him to growl, while Tensei did the same with Z. She chided lightly, none of that now, you two are clearly exhausted and on the verge of crashing. Let's get you tucked in with the kit and you can all rest while we keep guard. As for how far we are from Nedzu, we're about half a lunar cycle out. But Nedzu really likes you and was furious when his people were taken. Z perked up at that. He sent the fast ship? Nem grinned sharply. He sent the fast ship. So as soon as everything is handled on the slaver ship and Chiyo's healed any injuries, we'll head out. You'll be reunited in roughly 2 solar cycles. So you can get some rest and then we can catch up and you can tell us all about Izumi. Shota grumbled as he climbed into the bed. I think you're doing it on purpose now. She laughed. We'll talk more when you wake, Sho. Glad you guys are safe. We'll keep guard, you guys rest. Shota waved her off, something inside him relaxing at her reassurance. He slid into the bed until he was tucked up against Izumi. The kit relaxed and immediately snuggled up against him. She must have been cold. Z slid in on her other side, moving until she was comfortably bracketed between them. An added benefit was that she wouldn't be able to slip away without waking them. Reaching over, he wrapped his tail around Z's wrist while throwing an arm protectively over the kit. Z sighed happily and spread a wing over all of them, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth while also placing an arm over the kit. He gave a quiet snort of amusement. Seemed like neither of them trusted the curious kit. He closed his eyes, letting the warmth and steady breathing of the others lull him into sleep. Their family had come for them, they were safe now. Shoyuta woke slowly, feeling content and comfortable in a way that he hadn't been for days. He was nestled in a warm bed with his mate snuggled up against him and had finally managed to get a deep sleep with no drat alarms pulling him from his slumber. He stirred slowly and groggily, trying to place what it was that had disturbed him enough to pull him from his rest. Was it Toshi? Did the kit need them for something? He frowned at the sense of wrongness that slowly seeped into his mind at that. No, Toshi wouldn't need anything because they had left him behind at UA while they were on their mission. But it was a brief mission, so they should be back to UA before the kit even had time to properly miss them. His face scrunched up into a discontented scowl. No, that wasn't right either. Something had happened while they'd been on the mission, something unexpected and rather dangerous. What was it? As he racked his brain trying to remember what it was, Z stirred slightly and gave a sleepy chirp, the call of a raptora checking on a nestling. But that didn't make any sense. Why would there be a child on a Miz? His eyes shot open as he remembered Izumi, the Terran kit that they had rescued from the prison cell. He shot up into a sitting position, scanning the bed for any sign of green or a kit curled up and snoozing. But other than his mate who had shot up in alarm when Sho did, the bed was devoid of a kit. He demanded, "Where's Izumi? Did you see where the kit went? How could she get out of the bed without us noticing?" Tensei spoke up, his voice laced with amusement. "It's okay, Sho, you didn't lose the kit. We have her right here and she's fine, not a scratch on her, promise." Shota turned his head sharply to see Izumi perched stiffly on the couch, Nem and Tensei sitting opposite her with amused expressions on their faces. He was up and off the bed in seconds, between his friends and the kit in seconds, a snarl on his face. "What have you done to Izumi?" Tensei held his hands up placatingly. "We haven't done anything to the kit, she's fine." He turned and inspected her visually from head to toe before ruffling her hair and gently scent-marking her, finally leaning down and gently nuzzling her temple, letting out a soft purr. He murmured, "Izumi okay?" She had relaxed under his ministrations, something that made him exceedingly happy. She managed to offer him a small upturn of her lips, although it was a little weaker and dimmer than the others she had offered before. She said so quietly that he barely caught it. "Izumi okay, promise?" He straightened and frowned at his friends warningly, running his claws gently through her hair. "How long has she been up?" Nem piped up, having been studying the interaction between them with fascination. "About 2 months now. She had to use the water closet and she slipped out from between the two of you neat as can be. However, she seemed surprised to see us keeping guard, so we might have scared her a little bit initially." He started to growl and Nem hurriedly continued, "However, I gave her a set of clean clothes before showing her how to work the shower. She seemed excited to be clean, which I couldn't blame her for. Prison cells are notorious for being filthy and this kid of yours seems to strike me as a fastidious one." He grumbled, but it was half-hearted at best. "Not my kit." Nem's words reminded him of his own grubby state. He had been so exhausted last night that he hadn't been able to think about anything beyond sleep. But now that he had some rest, his skin was positively crawling with the need to be clean. From the way that Z was stretching and shaking his wings, Shota could tell that he felt the same way. Stroking his claws through Izumi's hair again, he noticed this time that her hair was still slightly damp from the shower. However, her skin seemed to be a much healthier shade today and her scent was healthy and sweet, only the faintest lingering hints of worry and fear. Had she been upset about their friends? Well, that was only to be expected. She had only met them briefly the night before, only a couple of clicks before Chiyo's gift made her pass out. But now that they were awake and she could see that they weren't worried about their friends, maybe she would relax. Knowing that it was nearly impossible for Nem to give an answer without teasing them first, he asked Tensei, "Are there clean clothes available for Z and me? We should probably get cleaned up. We smell half dead and that won't be very good for Izumi's peace of mind." Tensei asked curiously, "Are Terrans a scent-based society too?" Z joined them, rolling his eyes. "Do you think that we know anything more about Terrans and their society than you do? The poor nestling knows hardly any common and we were more focused on keeping her alive than finding out if their society is scent-based or not." He paused and gave them a sharp look and a quiet whistle, causing them to shrink down a little in their seats before continuing. "However, my mate is right, we really need to get cleaned up." Shota gave them a stern glance. I know that we're going to regret this, but can we trust you to watch the kit for 5 clicks while we get cleaned up? Both of their friends brightened immediately, although Nem snarked gently, we've only been watching her for the past 2 ents without incident. I suppose we can manage 5 more clicks. Z snarked back, surprising Shota as his mate was usually the more laid-back one of the pair. Well, you just managed to jinx yourself. However, if we come out and find her missing or upset, we will be taking it out of both of your hides in the sparring ring, understood? Tensei sighed, making a shooing motion at him. Since I've managed to keep Tenya alive and happy for this long, I'm sure I can manage to keep your kid alive and happy for 5 clicks. Now Shu, you stink. Shota growled and Z dragged him away to get cleaned up, mumbling so quietly under his breath that even Shota's sensitive hearing could pick out. Sighing, he resigned himself to trusting his 2 friends while they got cleaned up. They were only a room away, hopefully nothing would go too wrong. It turned out being only a room away meant absolutely nothing. When they emerged, clean and more relaxed than they had been in cycles, only to find Nem sulking on the couch and no sign of Izumi or Tensei. Shota immediately strode toward the couch, fury filling him. Where is the kit? Nem shrank back, her eyes wide as she pointed hastily toward the bed. She suddenly bolted over there and hid. I have no idea what set her off. She seemed to be hungry, so we brought her food, but then she took off and hid over there. We were hoping that Tensei could coax her out before you returned, but obviously that was in vain. Z gave a sharp whistle, which made Tensei's head jerk up, a guilty expression plain on his face. Z pointed at the couch and Tensei slunk over to the couch, looking suitably chastened. Shota was going to lecture them, but as soon as they were both back on the couch, Izumi popped her head up enough so that her hair and big green eyes could be seen over the bed. She looked exceedingly nervous, so Z moved closer to the bed and let out a soft, encouraging croon. Seeing the pair of them, she scrambled up and dashed over to them, hiding behind Z, shaking nervously as she carefully balled her fist into the back of his shirt. Shota's tail lashed as he saw the state of the poor kit. However, he kept his voice gentle as he moved around Z enough so he could see the kit. Izumi safe, Izumi okay? She shook her head, her voice whisper soft. Izumi no safe. To the Nem, Tensei no friends. He whipped his head around, staring at them furiously. What in the galaxies did the pair of you do? Tensei threw his hands up in frustration. I have no idea. The kit was clearly hungry and we knew that you'd be upset if you came back and we hadn't even fed her. So we got her a plate and put on the vitamins Chio gave us for her and then tried to feed her. And you saw the result. Your guess is as good as mine. Shota sighed and gave the 2 on the couch a fierce glare before turning his attention to soothing the kit. Izumi safe, promise. Sure, Z-guard. Izumi safe. Come. He led them over to the couch and she settled between them, watching their friends with distrustful eyes. Nem and Tensei shifted uneasily, uncomfortable with her fierce expression. Shota would have laughed at their fear of the tiny Terran, but he was too irritated with them right now to try and convince them that the kit was harmless. She tugged hesitantly on his sleeve. Shota guard? He nodded firmly while Z carted his talons through her hair and asked, Why Izumi no safe? Izumi swallowed nervously, glancing between Shota and Z before peeking at Nem and Tensei. Finally, she seemed to steel her nerves and pointed at the plate. Nem and Tensei want Izumi eat. Nem food. She mimed sprinkling something over the food before pretending to hold out the plate to herself. Finally, she mimed taking a bite before suddenly slumping down and pretending to snore. After a long moment, she cracked an eye open and peeked at them to see if they understood what she was trying to say. Z was frowning as he worked through it, only to let out an alarmed chirp. She was drugged before she was transferred to our cell from wherever she was originally held. I didn't think much of it at the time, 'cause Terran. But they probably didn't dart her, they probably drugged her food and water. Nem looked devastated at learning that, covering her mouth even as her eyes teared up. She whispered, Oh, that poor baby. No wonder she was scared. She turned and bowed to Izumi, who had sat up and was watching her suspiciously. Nem sorry. Izumi safe, promise. See. She reached over and picked up the plate, taking a bite at random. Izumi's eyes widened and she watched, but Nem seemed perfectly fine even after a few minutes. Shode crooned, reaching over and gently scent-marking her to make her look at him. Izumi safe, promise. Nem, no harm. He mimed sprinkling on the food. Chiyo heal Izumi, Chiyo safe. She puzzled over it for a moment, seeming to try and put together what he was trying to say. Finally, she ventured uncertainly, making the sprinkling motion. Heal Izumi? Z chirped proudly. Yes, Chiyo safe. Heal Izumi. Izumi good, heal, happy. She seemed to think it over for a long click before nodding slowly. Looking over at Nem, she shrunk slightly and gave ZS apologetic chirp. Sorry. Izumi sorry. Nem reached out and lightly tapped Izumi's knee softly. Izumi good, Izumi safe, promise. Izumi hungry? Izumi's expression and scent seemed to almost shift to something mischievous, and she looked up at Shota, crossing her arms. Izumi eat if you teach? Shota mumbled, oh great, not this again. She looked at him with pleading eyes and he caved, reaching out and ruffling her hair. Fine, I'll teach you more, but you have to eat first, you little gremlin. He turned to Nem and Tensei, his expression relaxing at their nerves. It's okay, you couldn't have known that this was a trigger and you were trying to take care of her by feeding her. But next time, try explaining to her what you're doing before you do it. As you can clearly see, she's a smart kid, she's just missing some words. Z chimed in, also, do you have some food for Sho and me? He's going to need to keep his strength up for another language lesson with the kid. Nem positively lit up, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she bustled over next to the door and entered something in the comm there. Oh, I can't wait to see this. Z watched with amusement as the stubborn kid absolutely refused to take a bite before learning a new word. He supposed it only made sense to try and keep one constant when everything seemed to be in flux. Still, if it kept her calm after her little panic attack a few minutes before, he would take the wins he could get. Their friends were perched on the other couch, absolutely fascinated as they watched Shota patiently walk the nestling through the names of the food on the plate. Nem murmured, I've never seen him take such care with anyone before. Even with Toshi and them, he's kind but he's still a bit gruff. She turned and demanded of Z, did they do some sort of experimentation while you were in the cell with personality modification? Something to turn this gruff guy into a total softy? Shota rolled his eyes and flicked a bit of food at Nem but otherwise ignored her. Z gave an amused whistle at the way she jumped. He explained, the poor kit was locked up in a cell, alone, with species that she had no clue of what we were or if we meant her harm. There was no way that she could have known that the universe at large is terrified of Terrans, convinced that they're barbarians. His expression darkened and he chose his words with care, making sure they were all ones Izumi hadn't learned yet. Sho insisted upon making contact with her, could smell how hungry she was, but she was refusing to eat. When he finally managed to get her attention, the first thing she did was show him the easiest way to kill her. There was such sadness in her eyes, such defeat. Tensei paled and Nem covered her mouth with her hand. Tensei's eyes turned hard although he kept his expression gentle, knowing that the kit was observing them closely even while learning and eating. How can anyone be so cruel as to do that to a youngling? I have no illusions, hero work strips those from you pretty quickly, but those who touch younglings deserve a special kind of death. Z gave a quiet chirp of agreement. We'll be turning everything over to Nedzu as soon as we return. He can finish burning the remnants of the organization. You won't be doing it yourself? Nem asked, surprise clear in her tone. Z felt sadness flood him, although he did his best to keep his expression happy so as to not disturb Izumi. No, we'll be working on reuniting the kit with her kin. They're probably tearing apart the universe looking for her and she undoubtedly misses them too. We haven't tried asking simply because we didn't want to send her into a grief spiral when there was no help available. He huffed a tiny chirp. Right now, the important thing is keeping her calm and upbeat, so that she doesn't suffer any lasting side effects from our captivity. We have no idea how fragile Terrans truly are and we seem to have finally reached a limited understanding, although the food fiasco this morning showed how far we still have to go. So we're planning on waiting until we reach UA and have Nezu there to help us find a solution before we broach the subject. Izumi suddenly chirped, startling them with her unexpected comment. UA? What UA? Z chuckled then sighed. See, I told you the nestling is always paying attention. He turned his attention to Izumi, trying to figure out a way to say this without setting her off but so she could understand. He looked at his mate but Shota just shrugged. Lovely. Finally, he settled on the simplest explanation he could. Home. UA is home. Z Shota live at UA. UA home. She tilted her head the cute way she had a habit of doing when she was trying to puzzle something out. However, he had no clue if she truly understood his words or what he was trying to say. Instead, she simply shrugged and turned her attention back to Shota and their lesson. Nem studied the kit closely, seeming fascinated by the interaction. Do you suppose she understood what you meant? Z shrugged. I have no idea. She is very clever and picks up a lot from context, more than most species would. But on the other hand, the difference between us and her is vast. We're working blind here. So maybe she understood and maybe she didn't. But she doesn't seem upset, so I'm going to leave it be for now. Trust me, when she wants to know more, she's very straightforward about it. As if to prove his point, Izumi started pestering Shota about what exactly one certain thing on her plate was. Shota huffed fondly but did his best to explain it to the kit. The other three laughed and thankfully the conversation moved on to other, lighter topics. Although it had been fun to continue teaching Izumi new words, after the meal was over, Shota said reluctantly, I suppose Nezu needs our reports of what happened and what we observed while we were held captive. Sooner rather than later, answered Tensei sympathetically. He said that we could make a judgment call depending on how bad of shape the pair of you were in. So if you feel like you need to keep tending the youngling, I will make your excuses to Nezu. Gratitude filled Shota that their friends would be willing to run interference for them with Nezu, but he shook it aside. No, the kid has proved adept at entertaining herself as long as there are no electric bars nearby for her to mess with. She'll be fine while we fill out our reports and we can keep an eye on her at the same time. Both Nem and Tensei gaped at him and Tensei demanded, What do you mean, electric bars for her to mess with? Surely you didn't let the kid get close to something so dangerous. It could kill someone as tiny as she is. Shota gave a quiet snarl as he remembered the moment of sheer panic when she had grabbed the bars. Of course we knew it was dangerous, but the kid is fast. Also, Terrans are apparently electricity resistant. And no, I'm not going to talk about it because living through it once was awful enough. Now, do you have some notebooks or paper we can use? Nem rose and made her way over to where the screen they had used to call Toshi last night was and started rummaging through one of the drawers. After a minute, she drew out a thick stack of paper and several writing utensils. Shota took them with a grumbled thanks, only to nearly leap out of his skin when he turned and found Izumi standing there behind him. The kit was nearly vibrating in place, her eyes fixed on the items in his hand. He frowned, trying to figure out what was so exciting about pens and paper. Had she never seen them before? Clearing his throat, he swallowed down a chuckle when her eyes shot up to his face. He glanced over at Z, but his mate just shrugged. He couldn't think of anything overly dangerous about the items, so he asked, Izumi want? Her eyes widened and she hesitated for a long moment, her excitement seeming to dim a little. Did she think he was refusing her? That wouldn't do. Holding out the items in a clear offer, he repeated softly, Izumi want? She studied his expression for a long moment as if trying to judge whether he really meant it or not. She must have seen his sincerity, because her eyes became positively radiant with joy and she reached out and tentatively took a few sheets of paper and 2 writing utensils. When he didn't pull them away or react, she gave him a larger smile than any he had ever seen before, turning and skipping over to the low table near the couch. Relief filled him, they could keep an eye on her easily there, and joined his mate on the couch. Passing over half the supplies, he murmured, What do you suppose she wants to do, draw something? Z ventured, Maybe she thinks it will be easier to communicate in pictures rather than broken common? Of course, that depends on whether or not there's a shared knowledge of what an item's visual representation means. After all, my version of a chair may not be the same as her version of a chair, But Shota reached over and gently covered his mate's mouth. Okay, we get it. Drawings may or may not work. But why don't we wait and see what she's actually doing before we start fretting about hypotheticals such as, what is a chair? Z huffed a sigh, flopping down dramatically on the couch even as he accepted some paper and a pen from Sho. Why did I have to get paired with such a logical mate? Can't you be a little more dramatic sometimes? Shota plopped down on the couch and said deadpan, oh my, the kid has pen and paper. Will she try to eat it like a savage? Or maybe she's a Nedsa-level genius and is writing out plans to conquer the universe based on intel she has picked up from us while pretending to be helpless. Whatever shall we do? Proving that she was paying attention even if she appeared to be carefully arranging her supplies, Izumi let out a soft giggle at Shota's tone and words. Shota shot Z a triumphant smirk, even though it was softer and warmer than normal. Z sighed, feathers rustling as he sat up and rearranged himself more comfortably. 2 against 1 is not fair. But I suppose wait and see is the only course of action we can take at this point. He sighed again, ending with a discontent little whistle. I suppose we'd best get these started. I hate paperwork. Shota grumbled, as do we all. Still, we signed up for it, so whining about it won't do any good. Even if I do want to shred it into teeny tiny bits and light them on fire. Z laughed loudly. And yet others think I'm the dramatic one of this pairing. Without bothering to look up from what he was writing, he nudged Z with his foot. Shush now. The kid is quiet and not getting into trouble for the moment, so let's get these reports done as soon as possible. Hopefully, she'll stay content until we're done, then maybe we can work on her stretches and forms a bit more. Don't want her to get too antsy. Z sighed again but gave a quiet chirp of agreement. Determination filling him, Shota set about getting this report done as soon as possible. Who knew how long the kit would stay occupied, and as much as he'd rather be spending time with them, this report needed to be done. Still, he hated paperwork. Shota was skimming his report to make sure he hadn't left anything out or made any glaring errors when Z suddenly nudged him harshly. He whipped his head up to reprimand his mate when he took in Zia's stunned expression. Wishing, for the 100th time since they were taken prisoner, he had his capture weapon, he scanned the room for whatever it was that had alarmed the Raptora. However, all he saw was his friends reading over some sort of report and the kit still working quietly at the table. His tail swished irritably and he was tempted to smack Z with it as he worked on calming his still hair-trigger instincts. He grumbled, "What is it now, Z? I'm almost done with my report and the kid is behaving." Another quick glance to confirm, but she seemed entranced in whatever it was she was doing. And is right where we left her, unharmed. So what is your reason for startling me half out of my wits? Nem snarked lightly, careful Sho, didn't have many of those to begin with. Resisting the urge to make a rude gesture, he just knew the kit would copy it and display it somewhere utterly inappropriate. He snarked back, "Why do you think I'm friends with you? If I had all my wits, I would have run while I still had the chance." Before it could devolve into familiar bantering and bickering, Z reached over and grabbed Sho's hand, tugging it gently to get his attention before nodding at Izumi. "I know you were just joking about the nestling being a genius like Nedzu, but now I'm wondering if you were closer to the truth than you realized. First, she's picking up common so quickly. And now, look at what she's doing, love." Shota sighed but scooted forward so he could get a clear view of what the kit was doing. After a second, he blinked slowly, his brain slowly processing what he was seeing. Because there, spread out over the table, were several incredibly detailed sketches of him and Z, as well as ones of Z's feathers and talons, as well as Shota's ears and claws. And every page contained row after row of incredibly tiny writing. He would have been worried that she was planning on something nefarious, but the awe and wonder she had displayed when they had handed her the feather had been somehow carried over to the sketches. Her attention to detail was incredible, and he suddenly wished he could speak her language and understand her writing, because he did not doubt that the info crammed on the page would be something special. Nem was suddenly there, her eyes large as she took in the sketches. "Shota, Z, did you know she could draw? These are good, very good. I wouldn't have believed it if somebody told me that these were quick sketches done by a Terran kit. But the proof is undeniable." Shota growled, Nem, back off. Go back and sit down, you're scaring the kit. Pulled from her tunnel vision, Nem glanced down to find Izumi curled in a tight ball, muttering what was clearly apologies when she saw how they were all fixated on her drawings. Slowly backing away to keep from spooking the kit further, Nem asked incredulously, "Is she apologizing for her drawings?" Shota sighed, abandoning his report. It was mostly done anyway, so it would be fine. Instead, he slunk down on the floor near Izumi, although he made sure to give her plenty of space. The way she watched him warily, fear and sorrow burning his nose, nearly broke his heart. Giving the others a warning glance to let him handle this, he turned his attention back to the kit, mulling over his options. Finally, he decided that since she didn't have enough common to figure out exactly what the matter was, why did he always manage to find problem kits? He decided that distraction was the next best route. Carefully rifling through the papers, although he was careful not to disturb their order, he gave a satisfied chuff when he found a full-body sketch of himself. Holding it up, he offered her a pleased hum and pointed at himself. "Showy, yes." She paused, wariness fairly rolling off her, but he waited patiently. Finally, she uncurled a little and gave a cautious nod. While not much, the kit was responding so he could work with it. Izumi good, very good. Talented. Carefully setting aside the paper, he didn't miss her tiny sigh of relief when he didn't damage it. He snagged a piece of scrap paper and pulled it over. She seemed curious about what he was up to, which was good. Curiosity was better than fear. Shifting so she could see what he was doing, he carefully wrote out his name in common, forming each letter clearly and textbook instead of his usual messy scrawl. He then gestured her closer and she shuffled over, her expression more open. Setting the paper with his name on the table, he pointed at his name and then himself. Shota. He then pointed at her sketch and then himself. Shota. Finally, he pointed at the sketch and then at his name. Shota. Her eyes lit up with understanding, her hand twitching toward the paper like she wanted to snatch it up before she stopped herself. He picked up the paper and handed it to her, holding it patiently until she took it from him. Finally, she accepted the paper, her eyes tracing over the word as if she were memorizing it. She hesitated for a long moment before picking up the pen and tentatively writing underneath his name. When she handed the paper back, she said shyly, "Show." He stared at the marks, trying to translate them into syllables that made sense in his brain. When that proved to be impossible, he set about instead memorizing the shapes. Once he was satisfied he'd at least recognize it if he saw it again, he looked up and chirped happily at her, reaching out and carefully telegraphing his move before ruffling her hair. "Izumi smart. Good job, Izumi." He knew she wouldn't recognize all the words, but hopefully, she could hear the pride in his voice. She melted into the touch, a tiny smile tilting up one corner of her mouth. Good, the worry scent was ebbing as well, being replaced with something that smelled like hope and longing? What an odd combination of scents. However, before he could dwell on it, Z was plopping noisily next to them in a rustle of feathers, reaching over and snagging the paper from Shota with a flourish, a pen already held in his hand. Me next, me next." Shota sighed but settled more comfortably on the floor. This was more fun than boring reports anyway. Toshi stood impatiently on the catwalk of the docking bay. He knew that Snipe had said that it would be at least another 30 clicks until they were fully docked and unloaded, but he couldn't help himself. It had been forever since he had seen them last on what they had reassured him was a routine mission. He had had a bad feeling about it from the very start and had tried to warn them, but they hadn't listened. And look what had happened. They had been captured by space pirates. And they'd been thrown into a cell with a Terran, for the universe's sake. It was a miracle that they were even alive after that. Although now his uncles seemed to want him to be friends with the Terran, which was both terrifying and baffling. Everyone knew that encountering a Terran was a death sentence, although as Shota had pointed out, they must have let someone live for that news to spread. On the other hand, neither of them were fools or cowards and neither one was prone to bravado. They were rather disapproving of the flashy heroes who got themselves or others killed by not using common sense. Not only that, but they would die before they permitted any harm to come to Toshi or their friends or kin. So if they said that the Terran was safe, Then he was inclined to believe them, as unbelievable as that might sound. So lost was he in his thoughts that he yelped when a hand landed on his shoulder. There was a deep chuckle and Ryu said quietly, "Easy there, pup. Didn't mean to startle you. I came to tell you that we received word that they're on their final approach, and you all should be reunited within the next 15 minutes. Toshi turned and faced him, feeling troubled. "Have they mentioned the kit they're bringing, the one about my age?" he asked. "The Terran kit?" Toshi nodded. "Yam. Izumi." He would never admit it, but it had taken him nearly an hour of practice to be able to pronounce their name correctly. But it had seemed important to Shota, so he considered the time well spent, for now at least. Thankfully, Raya didn't take his question lightly, seeming to think it through before answering. He finally said after a long moment, "Well, pup, that's why I'm here. I've been called to assess the Terran and to see whether or not she's a threat to all of us, whether or not she has managed to capture Shota and Z under a spell as her best chance for survival, or if she is really as innocent as they seem to think she is." He drew in a breath, his expression thoughtful. "But your uncles are very smart and not easily fooled. Not only that, but their mate bond protects them against lots of mind-type manipulation, so I'm fairly skeptical that they're being controlled by a kit that looks like a strong wind will knock her over. I would trust them, Toshi, but make up your own mind." He reached out and ruffled Toshi's hair, making his ears flatten in faux irritation. "If you decide to keep your distance while she's here, no one will judge you for it. But if you decide to give her a chance, that's okay too. But I want you to consider this. This Terran girl is far from home and has gone through a terrible ordeal, locked up with species that she has no idea of who or what they are. Shota says that she speaks barely any common, and what she does know is what they've managed to teach her while they were locked up. It's been shown that having peers of a similar age to interact with can help foster better understanding among peers." He coughed, trying to cover a laugh. "However, it has also shown a higher rate of volatile responses as well, teenage hormones and all that." Toshi huffed a sigh, but it lacked any true heat. Before he could retort, there was the klaxon sound that announced a ship successfully docked. Ryu said calmly, "That'll be them. You coming, pup, or going to hang here for a bit longer?" There was no use in hiding back here. He knew that his curiosity would overwhelm him one way or the other, and better to meet the Terran near his uncle's where they could protect both him and the Terran kit rather than an uncontrolled meeting later. He trailed after Ryu, fear, excitement, and nervousness pooling in his stomach. His uncles were finally back. He'd been so worried about them. Then they were standing in front of the ship and the doors were sliding open. First off was Chiyo, with a huffed comment about how the infirmary was probably filled with foolish kits waiting for her non-existent mercy. Toshi smothered a chuckle at that, knowing that it was more true than many of those same kits wanted to admit. Next off were Tensei and Nem, both of whom stopped to hug him. He hugged them back fiercely, relieved that they were all right. With them going off to rescue Shota and Z, there was a good chance that he could possibly lose a large chunk of his family, and the thought had terrified him. After double-checking that he was all right, they headed out, Nem to find her mate, Snipe, and Tensei off to find and most likely harass poor Tenya. Not that Tenya didn't deserve it, but still. Finally, the two that he was waiting on so eagerly were there. Z rushed forward and enveloped him in a fluttering of feathers, and Toshi permitted himself to sink into the warmth and comfort, drawing a deep breath for what seemed like the first time in forever. Z chirped happily and combed his talons through Toshi's hair. "Nestling. Oh, how we've missed you. Are you doing okay? You look like you haven't been sleeping well." "Oh, we're going to bury you in the nest as soon as possible." Toshi laughed at that. "Z, I'm fine. And I already told Shota that I would deal with as much nest time as you two wanted." Shota grumbled from next to them, "Z, you're hogging the kit." Z laughed but released Toshi from his hold. Toshi barely had time to process this before he was being hugged by Shota, the Pantera thoroughly scenting him while looking him over for any injuries, even the tiniest of scratches. Toshi tolerated it for as long as he could before pushing Shota away, laughing. "Enough, Shota, enough. You can do more when we're back in the nest, but if you sent me any more, others will think that I'm you instead of me." Shota chuffed a laugh but reluctantly let him go. Toshi swallowed hard and looked around nervously, So, where is Izumi? Didn't you say that you were bringing them with you? Z chirped reassuringly, and Toshi looked over to see the Raptora humming reassuringly to something behind him. Shota stepped away from Toshi and gave an encouraging chirp as well. Toshi blinked at that. He'd experienced this kind of care when he was younger, he and all of his siblings. But as they'd grown and gained more independence, this sort of nudging and encouraging had tapered off a bit. Was this Terran very young? But then again, Shota had mentioned them being around his age, so who knew? Finally, there was a quiet, shaky chirp back, causing Shota to purr and Z to hum soothingly. Then the Terran finally stepped into view from behind Z. They were smaller, much smaller than he anticipated after listening to tales about Terrans. He was a good bit taller than them and he hadn't reached his full growth. They were dressed in the spare garments that every ship carried and they were hanging on her a bit, meaning that she was quite small if this was the closest that they could come to size matching for her. The next thing he noticed was her coloring. He'd never seen that color of green before, a deep, rich green that reminded him of the deep jungles of his father's home planet. Finally, their eyes met and he was instantly entranced by the luminous green eyes that reminded him of emeralds. There was a light tug on his chest, on his heart, and an involuntary purr escaped him as he smiled at her. Suddenly remembering that smiling could scare other species, he blushed hotly and slapped his hand over his mouth, praying that he hadn't frightened the Terran that his uncles had found. The last thing he wanted to do was scare a highly dangerous species like Terrans. To his relief, the Terran didn't seem to be startled, fearful, or aggressive. Instead, they were watching him with their head tilted slightly and he couldn't help but think, cute. This thought startled him out of his daze and he nearly slapped himself. What in the universe just happened? He glanced at Z and Shota, only to find them watching him with mingled amusement and disbelief. Swallowing hard, his mouth suddenly dry, he managed to force out. So, this is Izumi? She seems smaller than I was anticipating. Shota rolled his eyes. She's a Terran, not a monster. I think that tales of Terrans have been grossly exaggerated. But even if they haven't, this kid is innocent. Shota turned his attention to Izumi, who was watching the older Pantera closely, as if she could understand what he was saying if she just tried hard enough. Shota nudged her until she was facing Toshi and said firmly, sounding the words out slowly enough that she could catch all the nuances. Izumi, Toshi. Toshi kit. Toshi friend. Toshi safe. She frowned a little and seemed to be puzzling out something, although neither Shota nor Z pushed her. Finally she spoke, Toshi Shota and ZS kit? Z let out a chuckling whistle at that while Shota smirked. No, Toshi kit, Toshi no Shota kit. Z fluttered, amusement and frustration warring on his face. Why does the kid always have to ask the complicated questions? We don't know how Terrans group family groups and we have no way of explaining kin ties to her with her limited common. Izumi looked back and forth between Shota and Toshi a couple of times before lifting her chin and saying stubbornly, Toshi look Shota. Not Shota kit, maybe clothes kit? Shota looked smug at that and told Z, see, the kid is smart enough to figure out a way around speech limitations. Turning back to Izumi, he nodded, yes, Toshi clothes kit. Good Izumi. He gave a purr of approval and Toshi couldn't help but smirk at how pleased his uncle sounded. The whole family knew how much of a soft spot he had for kits and especially smart kits, but Izumi seemed to have wormed her way in faster than he'd ever seen anyone manage before. A gruff voice spoke, startling them all. Now might be able to create some sort of bond that will permit us all to communicate with the Terran pup more easily. Toshi permitted his tail to lash once before controlling it. He droned, not funny. Ryu huffed a quiet laugh and both he and Shota said at the same time, it kinda was. Z looked around, oh, the kid is gone again. Shota told Ryu, the kid's first response seems to be flight in dangerous situations and fight only when no flight is permitted. You'll make your own assessment of course, but this is the second time that this has happened. Z chirped worriedly, did you not hear me? The kid has run and I doubt that it will be as easy to find her in the hangar as it was in Tensei's ship. Shota shuffled slightly to the side so that the others could see Izumi where she was huddled behind him, his tail wrapped firmly around her waist. Don't get your feathers ruffled, Z, I won't make the same mistake twice. I saw Ryu approaching and I knew that the kit would most likely bolt as soon as he spoke, so I was ready. Toshi felt his heart sink when he saw how Izumi was shaking. What had she been through that a simple greeting was enough to make her fear for her life? Seeing her peek cautiously at the new arrival, Toshi made up his mind and moved over so that he was standing by her, close enough so she would know that he was talking to her but not so close as to perceive it as a threat. He met her eyes and kept his expression relaxed. Before he could speak, Shota added quietly, "You can smile, she reacts to them like Panteris, not as threat." Toshi nodded to acknowledge that he'd heard but didn't look away from her. "Hi Izumi. I'm Toshi." He tapped his chest lightly when he spoke, even though she already seemed to grasp that it was his name. Offering his hand slowly, he said softly, "Friend?" Shota frowned slightly at that. "We've already established that you're friendly." Toshi shook his head. "No, you've told her that I'm friendly. I'm offering her the chance to decide for herself if she wants to try being friends with me. Choices? Important." Z hid a chuckle behind his wing while Shota sighed. "Cheeky kid. I'm going to pull your dad's tail next time we see him, see if I don't." Toshi ignored his grumbling, keeping his hand outstretched and not letting his gaze drop from hers. She studied his face, then his hand, then his face again. Tilting her head, she said cautiously, "Toshi want Izumi friend?" He nodded, offering her a small, close-lipped smile. "Yes, friends." Slowly, ever so slowly, she reached her hand out and tentatively placed it in his hand. "Shota trusts Toshi. Izumi and Toshi friends. Izumi no harm. Promise. Izumi safe." Shota reached over and ruffled her hair, then did the same to Toshi. "Izumi good. Toshi good. Good kits. Safe now." Ryu smiled at that before saying reluctantly, "As nice as this all is, Nizu is waiting to debrief all of you. And by all, I mean Izumi too. I hate to do it where you've just returned, but we need to get this pirate crew mopped up as quickly as possible. And it's best to do it while your memories are fresh." Toshi heard the unspoken, just those who were captured. Toshi gave Izumi a small purr and a tiny smile before pulling his hand reluctantly away. "Now that I've seen you guys, I'm going to go home and get my homework started. Lunch Rush provided dinner, said that you guys would be too tired to cook, so it only needs to be heated up." Z looked worried at that. "Do you think that it will be safe for Terrans? I mean, he's the best cook in the universe, but I don't think that he was aware that we're housing a Terran until we can reunite her with her kin." Shota spoke firmly, but there was a sadness in his expression that Toshi had never seen before. "We'll deal with that later. For all we know, Nizu has already located her kin and she'll be on her way home before the meeting is over. Besides, she didn't react badly to the prison food. She should probably be okay to eat what we eat, should she remain in our care." He pulled his attention away and turned to Toshi. "We're glad you're okay. We'll see you at home. We shouldn't be too long. It should be a fairly straightforward matter." Toshi waved them away, offering a small smile. As they left the hangar with Izumi trailing after them like a shadow, the Terran peeking over her shoulder at him before disappearing around the corner, he couldn't help but wonder if he would ever see her again. And then he wondered why that thought hurt so much. Sitting in a conference room, Izumi was doing her best not to squirm as she tried to piece together the conversation the others were having. Unfortunately, her common, while improving, was still a far cry from even being considered anywhere close to conversational. So instead, she amused herself trying to sort out body language and what few words she actually knew. Finally, Shota and Z moved over to the table, followed by Nizu and a sentient that she believed was called Now, although she could be wrong on that front. Now started to reach for her and she flinched back, curling around her vital organs as she let out a tiny whimper. There was a loud growl and then Shota was there, standing between her and the others. Unable to stop a second whimper from slipping past her lips, she uncurled and latched her hand in his tunic. Although she had only known him and Z for a short time, a week tops, she knew that neither one of them would hurt her. At her touch, Shota gave a gentle rumble and started running his claws gently through her hair, looking pleased when she relaxed under his touch. He nudged her face up until their eyes met, a silent promise in their depth. He then reached up and rubbed his wrist on her cheek, something that he'd started doing on their second day of captivity after they started talking. Once she started to relax, he flicked her nose with the tip of his tail, saying firmly, "Shota guard. Now safe. No harm. Promise." Feeling a lump in her throat, she whispered, "Shota guard." He nodded, moving so that he stood right behind her, his hand lightly on her shoulder. "Shota guard." He gave now a warning flash of his fangs and now sighed while Z and Nizu just chuckled. Carefully telegraphing his movements, now reached out and lightly brushed over the back of her hand, explaining to Nizu, "If this works, Izumi should be able to understand us and we should be able to understand the sapling for at least a full lunar cycle. However, it's difficult to tell with Terrans, their biology is unknown." Shota said calmly, a rumble in his words. "Their biology seems to be similar to Panteras. She reacts much as Pantera kits do to our vocalizations and her emotions carry many of the same scent markers, making it easier to try and work out her feelings." Fascinated, Izumi looked up at Shota and asked trustingly, "Is that your species? Pantera?" Z let out a whoop at her question. "It worked, it really worked." Izumi huffed a sigh, slumping back against Shota. "Oh? Thank goodness. Not that I don't appreciate all of your patience and teaching me, but playing charades with very few context clues is stressful. I was scared to death I would inadvertently mortally offend you somehow." Shota reached over and gently ruffled her hair. "You couldn't offend us if you tried, Kit. But we're glad to be able to get the answers to some of our questions too. Now come sit and we'll talk comfortably." Z chimed in, "You can eat as well. Proper food, not that prison glop they were feeding us." Izumi tilted her head, a gesture that they had become intimately familiar with. But there wasn't anything wrong with the food, and it was better than starving at least. Shota scooted her chair in closer to the table, taking up the chair on one side while Z took the chair on her other side. Says the kit who starved herself at least 2 solar cycles and then negotiated a language lesson when we tried to persuade you to eat. She shrugged. "It worked, didn't it?" Z chuckled, tugging gently on a lock of her hair. "Indeed it did." Nizu was watching them all with rapt attention before reluctantly breaking it. "As fascinating as this all is, I'm afraid that there are some questions that need to be asked and details that need to be filled in as soon as possible to ensure that the ones behind this travesty don't get away with it." Izumi settled more comfortably into her seat, nodding firmly. "Of course, anything I can do to help." The questioning went smoothly enough, even though Shota and Z occasionally protested that it might be too much for her or that the details might be too violent for her stomach. She shrugged it away, not having the heart to tell them she'd heard and seen much worse than some of the details they were worried about. However, she relaxed too soon. As the interview was winding to its close, Nizu spoke the words that sent her pleasant fantasy crashing to pieces around her and reminded her of exactly how worthless she was. "Now, Izumi, you've been very brave and thanks to your assistance, we'll be able to put many of these space pirates away for good. But you've done enough and now it's time to concentrate on you. I'm sure that your kin must be missing you, probably out of their minds with worry and grief. Tell us, how can we reconnect you with your kith and kin?" No, not his. This kit's strength continued to amaze him. She had withstood Nizu's questioning admirably. Her voice had been level and calm as she shared detail after detail of her captivity. Before listening to the harsh conditions Shota and Z had seen and endured, their report filled with details that had often caused many a seasoned hero to puke like a cub in the bushes. He and Z had both tried to soften the narrative several times, hoping to prevent the kit from having nightmares, but she had brushed their concerns aside and continued as if it was as easy as breathing. Then the hard part was done and Nizu turned to the subject that he and Z were dreading. They knew the kit was most likely missing her family dreadfully and her, but they had imprinted on the kit nestling and it was going to hurt like hell when they gave her up. So when Nizu spoke, they both silently braced themselves. "Now, Izumi, you've been very brave and thanks to your assistance, we'll be able to put many of these space pirates away for good. But you've done enough and now it's time to concentrate on you." Netsu looked at her gently over the rim of his teacup, his voice soft and soothing. "I'm sure that your kin must be missing you, probably out of their minds with worry and grief. Tell us, how can we reconnect you with your kith and kin? He had been braced for many things, tears, joy, fear, or even for the kit to bolt as she had proven to have a habit of when overwhelmed. However, Shota had not anticipated for his kit's scent to turn dark and despairing, like all the light had been out of the room. He tried to reach for her, to soothe her, but she flinched away as if she expected him to hit her. He met Z's gaze over Izumi's head, fear and pain clear in his mate's eyes, matching his own heartbreak. Was her kin dead? Had she seen her family die? Whatever it was not good. Still, even though it killed him, he waited for her to speak, not wanting to pressure her. She finally whispered, refusing to meet any of their eyes. Shimayo Inko. She was the one who sold me to the space pirates. I was there for the whole transaction. And now you know the truth. I have nowhere to return to, an entire planet didn't want me, a useless, worthless Deku who should have died as soon as I was born. Shaking, she couldn't believe she had finally admitted the truth, but it would have been impossible to hide any longer. However, her brain was screaming at her how she was a fool for daring to hope that Shota and Z might be different, might care. And so, the words had slipped out, the truth hanging stark and dreadful in the silent room. As soon as the words were past her lips, she tried to curl up into a tiny ball. But she had barely moved when Shota let out a truly ferocious snarl, startling her. Before she could even blink, he snatched her up and moved over to a corner of the room, Z moving with them in front of them in what almost seemed to be a guard position. Once the pair seemed satisfied that the others wouldn't approach them, Shota turned and started rubbing his face and wrists liberally over her head, face, neck, and wrists as well. Although Z stood between them and the others, he gave encouraging chirps and coos as he seemed to sort through his feathers as if looking for something in particular. Finally, he let out a triumphant cry and plucked a feather, ignoring her whimpered plea of no that she could barely hear over the pounding of her heart. He passed the feather to Shota, starting to hum a song that seemed oddly formal, filled with a solemn gravitas as well as a subtle joy that only grew stronger as the song progressed. Shota took the feather eagerly and parted out a lock of hair from her mass at her right temple, braiding the feather in until both the braid and the feather hung neatly right next to her face. When he finally got it arranged just so, he let out a happy thrum and Z gave a loud, contented chirp. They both turned to Nizu, maneuvering her so that Izumi was standing safely between the pair of them, feeling dazed. Her expression was probably confused, yet she was perfectly content where she was at, nestled in between the pair. Shota announced firmly, "Take heed, Nizu. We present to you Izumi of the Yamazo clan, first kit nestling and beloved daughter. Her allies are our allies and her enemies are our enemies. Those who wrong her will feel the full wrath of our clan and those who help her will know our gratitude tenfold. From this day forward, she is ours and no one else's. Take note and spread the warning far, because we do not tolerate those who harm kits and especially those who harm our kit." Izumi startled at that, but Nizu just inclined his head. "Understood. We welcome Izumi of the Yamazo clan, first daughter of the clan and a brave soul in her own right. We name her friend of Yue, the shining star with gentle heart. Her allies will be our allies and her enemies are our enemies. Those who wrong her will feel the full wrath of Yue and those who help her will know our gratitude. The halls of Yue will always be open to her and she but has to speak and we will send whatever aid we can. From this day forward, she is one of ours." Now muttered something under their breath, shock seemingly writ large on their face, but they didn't protest, instead inclining their head and murmuring, "We greet Izumi of the Yamaza clan, the shining star with gentle heart. Joy to you and yours, may your needs be met and your burdens be light. May there never be an end to the universe's surprises for you to find and may you always have hearth and kin to return to." Izumi stood frozen between the pair, wondering if she had somehow fallen and hit her head, or if she was in a coma and was merely dreaming what she so desperately wanted. Seeming to sense her confusion, Shota leaned over and nuzzled her. "It's okay, Kit, we've got you. You'll always have a home with us and you'll never have to return to that horrid person. We'll make sure of it." Her lips were numb but she managed to force out woodenly, "But how? It's my word against hers and no one will believe me." She can be very convincing when she wants to be, and I have no doubt that she'll be very convincing in her act of grief should I be returned to her. Now shifted forward and she didn't flinch this time, secure in her place between Shota and Z. If you wish, there is a way for us to prove what happened. As you've probably deduced already where you're so gifted analytically, but my gift works with the mind, memories and language and truth. With your permission, I could make a copy of your memory and store it in a crystal for all to see, so that you would not be called upon to testify in any further circumstances. She wanted to, badly, but hesitated. Would it hurt? Now sighed, looking sad. No, there should be no pain. However, there will still be the emotional pain of reliving the memory. My deepest apologies. You don't have to decide now, you can take as long as you need. There is no end to the offer time. She chewed on her lower lip for a moment before shaking her head firmly. No, I don't need time. Go ahead and do it. She turned to Shota and Z, her voice small as she asked, "Will you stay with me?" They gently nuzzled her, enveloping her with their warmth. "Of course, Kit, you're ours now. It would take an army to keep us from you." Now sorted through his bag before pulling out a pale blue crystal that was roughly the size of a shooter marble, holding it up so that she could see it clearly. "So, all you'll need to do is sit in a chair and hold out your hand. Then I apologize, but you'll need to think of that specific memory. I will brush your hand much like I did with the translator, and I will copy the memory and place it in the crystal. I can then play the memory for whomever necessary, as many times as needed." Swallowing hard, she moved forward and sat, holding out a shaking hand. Shota moved up behind her and rested his hands lightly on her shoulders, letting out a reassuring rumbling purr, one that immediately caused her muscles to relax. Nizu murmured, "You're right. The kit does show many of the same reactions that a Pantera kit would. It looks like Izumi was definitely meant to be your kit." Z piped up, "Of course, Izumi was meant to be ours. Not only that, but she responds to Raptora chirps. I've never heard anyone besides Shota and his kin even get close to mimicking our chirps and calls." He turned to Izumi, his expression excited. "Do the call for flock mate." She furrowed her brow, mentally picking through all the sounds and words that she had learned while in the cell before letting out a quiet chirp followed by a soft warble that started high and descended softly until it ended with a sleepy coo. Z chirped happily, his eyes fairly glowing. "Perfect, nestling." Niza's expression was gleeful. "And you said that you didn't start practicing language until the 3rd day of your captivity together? And you've never encountered common or any alien language before your time with space pirates?" She shrugged, blushing slightly. "Well, I wasn't exactly thinking straight at the start. I was very sad and didn't want to do anything." Shota growled, his tail lashing. She was trying to starve herself to death. "We thought at first that it was because she was sad about being taken from her kin and we wanted her to survive long enough to reunite with them. We knew that you would be looking for us and that we just had to hang on long enough. That or escape," Nizu said gently. "But you did reunite her with her proper kin, you just didn't know it at the time." Izumi spoke quickly, trying to will down the warmth that flushed through her. "Anyway, they seemed determined to get me to eat and I needed something to keep my mind busy, so I negotiated eating if they would teach me more words. They seemed pretty desperate to get me to eat, so I figured they didn't mean me any harm. After all, those who want you to eat very rarely mean to hurt you, unless they had wanted to fatten me up to eat me, but if that were the case, I doubt that they would have been willing to teach me common. But other than my native language of Japanese and some English, I haven't studied any other languages, no." Z gave out a distressed chirp and started running a talon through her hair while Shota nuzzled her other temple. "The awful things you say so casually, Kit. Your life has not been an easy one, has it? But that's okay, because we have you now and we're going to take care of you properly. And yes, Kit, that's going to involve lots of love and therapy." He sighed and let out a soft purr. "But first, let's get this memory thing out of the way so that Nizu can rain down hellfire on them while we take you home and get you safely settled. We all need rest and will do better after a night spent in the comfort of our home." She gave a small hum of agreement, reaching her hand out, not even noticing that it wasn't shaking anymore. Z and Shota shared pleased glances over her head, but neither of them moved away. Niza gave now a small signal and he moved forward again. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Are you ready?" As much as she wanted to curl into a tiny ball and never re-emerge, her new guardians were counting on her to do this so they could go home and rest after a rough captivity. She could do this. Pulling up the memory, she nodded for him to go ahead. He brushed over the back of her hand and the memory raced through her brain in hyperclarity. Then she blinked and it was over, the marble glowing brightly in Nao's other hand. She asked, confused, "Is that all?" All of the others gaped at her. It was Nizu that asked, "What do you mean?" I'm sure that it was quite traumatic having to even think about it. She shrugged, "Not really. It was over before I even registered what had happened. Not only that, but both Shota and Z are here. I knew that they wouldn't allow anything to harm me." Shota rumbled happily at that and Z combed a talon through her hair again. She was surprised when Shota started to nudge her up from her seat. "Aren't you going to watch it?" He frowned at that. "We can always watch it later. We need to get you home." She shook her head, her stubbornness kicking in again. "No, it's best that you see it so you know what you're facing now that you're taking me in." Z offered softly, "We can always wait outside while the others watch. There's no need to put yourself through needless harm." She bit her lip before answering just as softly, "No, I need to see this so I can get some closure. I'll be fine." Z pouted but caved, but not before saying firmly, "If it becomes too much, we're leaving. No protests, understand, nestling?" She nodded. "I understand. Promise." Neither Shota nor Z were pleased with her decision, but they didn't protest, simply settling firmly on either side of her and undoubtedly monitoring her closely for any sign of distress. Nao looked distressed at her request while Nizu looked merely thoughtful, but no other objections were raised. She was mainly numb while she watched it, sadness flaring up briefly when she watched her mother walk away without even looking back. But mainly numb. She was just tired, so tired. The past few weeks had been long and stressful. Honestly, the past 10 years had been beyond stressful, beyond painful, beyond inhumane. She just wanted to sleep, just wanted to be at peace, just wanted to not hurt for a little while. Shota and Z, on the other hand, were clearly horrified by what they were watching. Maybe a minute into the memory, Shota's tail was wrapped firmly around her waist and Z was leaning firmly against her, almost blocking her view of the memory playing with how puffed up his feathers were. She didn't protest, the vibrant golds and oranges soothing compared to the dingy, dark colors of the place where her mother had gotten rid of her. When the memory ended, she found herself slumping against Shota, exhaustion rolling through her. Shota stood, scooping her up as a growl seeped out, rattling the dishes and screens in the room. His voice was low and harsh when he spoke. "We're taking our kit home. You make sure that that sad excuse for a mouth breather is handled or I will shred them myself." There was a look of rage on Niza's face and he simply inclined his head, seemingly beyond words in his rage. Now looked like they were going to be sick. She couldn't see Z from where she was cradled in Shota's arms, but she could feel the brush of his feathers with every step they took. For now, surrounded by their warmth, it was enough. They had been walking for a few minutes before Izumi seemed to perk up. Relief filled Z as her eyes seemed to brighten and she took interest in their surroundings. He couldn't pick up whatever had unsettled his mate so deeply from her scent, but he could tell that the nestling had been stressed and exhausted by the ordeal. As it was, he wanted to go hunt down that waste of space and take her slowly apart, while driving home the fact what an amazing treasure she had lost because of her greed and selfishness. The only thing that kept him, and he suspected his mate as well, from hijacking the nearest ship and heading for Terra, was the fact that Izumi needed them. And didn't that make his heart sing with joy? Although it had been so excruciatingly hard for them to think of giving up the nestling they had bonded with, they were going to do it for the kit's sake. But to learn that the kit had no kin? Well, that was another matter entirely. He had only been a hair slower than Shota at processing her statement, and it was probably a good thing. Shota had merely taken her to the far corner of the room where it was defensible. He would have taken her all the way home to the nest and not let her out for a lunar cycle at the very least. But if he had done that, they wouldn't have been able to officially claim her, wouldn't have had a nestling of their own. It was something they had talked about idly over the years but had ultimately left it up to the stars as to whether or not they became parents. And the stars had brought them the perfect daughter. He let out a content trill, catching Shota's attention before bursting out into a celebratory song, lifting up and flying a couple of feet before settling onto the ground again. Shota gave a tiny smile, cradling the kit closer, even as he grumbled, "Why are you showboating, Z? You should be as tired as the rest of us." Z positively beamed, "We're parents, Sho. We're bringing our nestling home. Of course I'm excited." The Pantera froze, his eyes going wide even as a rumbling purr escaped him. It drew a small smile from Izumi even as her brows furrowed. He wondered how long it would be until he could understand all of her expressions and feelings. And then he realized that he could just ask her. Mentally thanking now for the bond once again, he moved over to join them, gently poking her forehead. "Izumi, what does this mean? Are you in pain? Excited? Tired?" She looked startled at his words before asking quietly, "Can I stand? Please?" Shota immediately set her on her feet, although he kept an arm wrapped around her shoulders to steady her. "Kit." She smiled up at him, "I'm okay. Just not used to be carried. I've taken care of myself for a long time now, I can walk on my own." Shota softened, reaching out and ruffling her hair. "You've done really well, taking care of yourself long enough for us to find you. But you don't have to worry about that ever again. We're here for you no matter what." She tensed, but Shota simply ruffled her hair again, scent marking her once more. His mate obviously wanted the whole galaxy to know that Izumi was their kit and Z approved. After a second, the nestling melted into the touch for a few seconds before pulling back, her cheeks going pink. She turned and looked at Z, clearly trying to collect her thoughts. "What did you ask me again?" He reached over and gently touched her forehead, making sure to telegraph his movements and give her time to pull away if she wanted. She didn't flinch back and he counted that as a win. "You got a bunch of lines here. What does that mean? I want to learn everything about you. Also, why does your face turn pink? We were worried you were sick or hurt, but Sho says it carries a similar scent to Pantera embarrassment." Her face deepened until it was a bright red instead of a light pink, and he started to worry until she mumbled, "Shota was right, it's embarrassment." Shota chuckled before giving an inquisitive chirp, "Why are you embarrassed, Kit? Is it taboo to talk about feelings and emotions on Terra? But if that's the case, how are we to learn how to communicate with you properly, make sure that you're cared for?" She bit off a choked laugh. It's not taboo. Just, I've never had anyone care to understand what I'm thinking or feeling. It's hard to put emotions in words, and when I displayed emotion back in Japan, I was usually mocked for it. So I find it hard to talk about things like this. But you've both been so kind and you're letting me stay in your home, and I want to tell you everything, but I'm worried I'll just make you mad and then I'll be stuck on an alien planet without a way to work or get food or anything, and I just... Shota reached over and gently covered her mouth to stop the explosion of words that had just poured from the kit. As she had spoken, her skin had lost color until she was pale, the scattering of star kisses across her skin standing out in stark relief. Z shared worried looks with Shota even as they worked out exactly what the nestling had said. They had been worried that the kit wouldn't talk, but the issue had apparently been the language barrier. Although, it could be her exhaustion that had removed her filter. Still, she was theirs now, and it was time to start building her back up. Coming over, he stretched his wings out to their full span and carefully wrapped them around the three of them, creating a cozy little space cut off from the rest of the world. Reaching over, he gently nudged her chin up so their eyes could meet. "Breathe, Izumi, it's okay. Just breathe." She in a shallow breath, water lining the edges of her eyes. He would ask her about it later when she was calmer and felt safe. Right now, he needed to help fend off the looming panic attack he could sense hovering. Shota reached over and gently took her hand, starting up his most soothing rumble while Z coaxed her through a short breathing exercise. He waited until the color had returned to her skin before handing her a feather, reaching out and running his talons gently through her hair. "Okay, nestling, that was a lot of concerns you've been holding back. So let's try and sort out the most pressing ones, okay?" She nodded uncertainly and he gave an encouraging chirp. "First off, you will never be put down or hurt because of your emotions. We may have to find different ways to deal with them, like anger or sadness, but they are all valid. However, we will have to discuss a lot of it because of cultural differences. Sho is pretty much allergic to feelings sometimes, but we had to have several long, often embarrassing discussions in order to understand each other better. And we want to understand you, care for you. She blinked up at him and Sho's purr deepened. She asked shyly, "You do?" Shota wrapped his tail lightly around her wrist, his voice gentling to a tone that only close friends and kin heard. "We do, kid. And we're not just permitting you to stay in our home. It's your home too. We adopted you and it was witnessed by Nizu, who is taking care of all the official paperwork right now, I imagine. You are ours forever and you will always have a home with us or our kin. You never have to worry about going hungry or being alone ever again." She froze, not even appearing to breathe, and they both started to panic. But before they could figure out what to do, she said in a deep breath, her eyes wide. "You adopted me?" Shode tilted his head. "Yes? We declared you first daughter of the Yamazo clan and you nodded." She blinked slowly, as if turning the conversation over in her head. Had she not realized what was going on? Did she want to return to Terra after all? However, the water in her eyes returned and started spilling down her face, startling them badly. Z turned to Sho, panicking, but his mate seemed puzzled but not alarmed. Izumi sniffed loudly before suddenly breaking into a radiant smile. "I thought you were just agreeing to be my foster parents until things could be sorted out. You mean I really get to stay with you?" Z tilted his head. "What are foster parents?" Her forehead furrowed again, but her eyes were thoughtful, not pained. Foster parents take care of kids who don't have family. Sometimes the kids get adopted into a family and sometimes they stay with the fosters until they hit adulthood. After being fostered, they are either kicked out as soon as they hit adulthood or they stay in touch with their foster family as they start building their own life. Z let out a sharp whistle, his heart aching at the picture she'd painted with her words. Terra sounded worse and worse with every word she spoke. He chose his words with care, wanting to make absolutely sure that there were no misunderstandings going on. "Nestling, you are ours no matter what. You can stay with us until the very stars fade from existence if that's what you want. Even when you leave the nest, you will be forever ours. The stars brought you to us and we shall be forever grateful." With a cry of mingled pain and joy, she launched herself forward into his arms, shaking as she mumbled too quickly and quietly for him to make out what she was saying. Shota moved closer, purring and running a hand gently up and down her back while Z just held her and let her work out her storm of emotions. The poor chick had been through so much, it was no wonder she was overwhelmed. But just a couple of clicks after she latched onto him, she pushed away, her eyes wide and troubled. "Wait, what about Toshi?" Shota frowned at whatever he was picking up in her scent. Z didn't often envy his mate's scent of smell, having seen the backlash of the keener scents too many times, but he was envious of the fact that Sho was most likely picking up more information about what the nestling was feeling than he currently was. He could only try and decipher the unfamiliar expressions, although hopefully soon he'd be able to read their daughter as easily as Shota seemed to. Sho carded his hand gently through her hair. "What about Toshi?" She chewed on her lower lip agitatedly and Z reached out and gently tapped it before she could hurt herself. She released her lip reluctantly, looking down at the ground before finally meeting their eyes. "You said that Toshi wasn't your kit but was a close kit, which means that he's related to you. And he's obviously living with you here. Will he be mad that you guys took me in? I never wanted to cause problems." Shota's tail came up and flicked her lightly on the nose. "Breathe, problem kit. Toshi is my littermate's kit and he's staying with us while he attends UA. And given how insistent he was earlier on giving you a choice as to whether or not you wanted to be friends with him, I would venture that you staying with us will not bother him in the least." Izumi blinked slowly and it made Z melt a little bit at how it resembled Sho when he was content and relaxed. "Littermate's kit? He's your nephew?" Shota nodded. "Sibling's first kit, yes. So Toshi is your kin now too." She took a long minute to process his words and Z wondered if he would have to explain a bit about kin ties and the logistics of it. After all, it seemed like their nestling didn't have any idea what those were supposed to look like. But after a click, Izumi fiddled with the hem of her shirt and asked shyly, "You're certain he won't be upset?" Shota shrugged. "I don't think he will be, Kit. He seemed to be interested in getting to know you. But if he is, we can all sit down and talk it through. Still, he's a good Kit, just like you are, so I don't foresee any issues." Her cheeks went pink again and Z wondered what she was embarrassed about now. Should he ask or should he leave it be for now because it had been such a strange and stressful day for Izumi? In the end, he didn't have to choose as Izumi's stomach made a loud rumbling sound at that moment. Her flush deepened as the other two stared at her in surprise. She crinkled her nose in the way they had come to recognize as her being a bit sassy. "What, does your stomach not rumble when you're hungry?" At last, a problem they could actually solve. They had noticed Izumi just picking at her food today, first the breakfast and then the refreshments offered by Nizu, but they had figured that it had been the stress of new places and having to tell about her time in captivity. And in a way, it had been, because she hadn't known what was going to happen to her after they had arrived at UA. He gave a happy trill, immediately moving to take the lead while Shota wrapped his tail around Izumi's waist to guide her. "We're almost home and Toshi said that lunch rush sent over food. We'll have you settled in no time. Then we can have some nest time?" Izumi had relaxed at his antics, her eyes lightening from where they had darkened, a curious sparkle entering them. "Nest time?" He squawked in outrage. "You don't know what nest time is?" "Sho, the chick doesn't know what nest time is." Shota said drily, "I can hear just fine, Z. Don't fret, we have her now. Let's get her home so we can introduce her to nest time." Z hurried toward home as he heard the nestling try to get the answer from Shota. His mate was smart, using Izumi's curiosity to keep her from fretting about Toshi's reaction to her becoming part of the family. But he wasn't worried about Toshi welcoming their daughter, not after his actions in the hangar. He gave a quiet trill as he walked. He was looking forward to being home with all of his family, including the newest member. There was no place like home. Toshi was doing his best to do his homework but was struggling to concentrate, his mind replaying the encounter from earlier over and over again. Deathworlders had a fearsome and brutal reputation, for good reason. Still, the timid Kit hiding behind his uncle said otherwise. His heart ached every time he thought about how she'd shaken after Ryu's teasing entrance, how she'd tried to make herself as small and invisible as possible. If Terrans really were an apex predator, why had she looked as if she had expected to be hurt by any of them? It was baffling, but he had personally witnessed it, so he knew it was the truth. He also hadn't missed how fond Shota and Z were of Izumi. They were protective of her, and anyone with working ears could hear the fondness in their voices when they spoke to her. It was like watching them interacting with the kits of Shota or Z's large extended kin. He drummed his pencil restlessly on the table. Anyone with working eyes could see that the pair were attached to Izumi. However, Toshi also knew Shota and Z were heroes through and would do everything in their power to make sure the Terran was reconnected with her kin and home. They never chose the easy path, despite how exhausting and draining it could be. It had opened Toshi's eyes to the reality of hero work, but it had also made him more determined to be a good one like they were. But how could he help them from the inevitable sadness and emotional crash when they had to separate from the Kit they had clearly bonded with during a very stressful situation? Truthfully, there wasn't much he could do about it, other than be there for them. Maybe a visit from his family would be good as well? During tough times it always helped to have kin around, and Kits always made them smile. Toshi's sibs would probably help ease the ache a little bit. Right then, his comm pinged and he opened it to find a brief text from Z that they were on their way home. Abandoning his homework, he bustled around, trying to get everything set up before they managed the short walk. Throwing the food lunch Rush had brought into the oven on low to heat up, he went and checked the nest for the umpteenth time since he'd returned from the hangar. Although he wasn't as skilled in building one as Shota and Z, he wasn't bad either. He'd taken the nest apart and rebuilt it with clean blankets, the softest that he could lay his hands on, before carefully winding in the last of the scented ones that Shota and Z had left for him. These blankets had been extra, just in case, because Shota was a worrier like that. They certainly hadn't expected their mission to take anywhere near as long as it had. It had been hard to keep from opening it as their scents faded from the nest, but he had hung on desperately, telling himself that they wouldn't want to come back to a clean but unscented nest when they returned. And now they wouldn't have to. He smiled as he finally finished arranging the nest to his satisfaction, standing back and observing it. His ear flicked when he noticed that he'd made it a little larger than normal, as if to hold more than 3 people. He was half tempted to take it apart and make it smaller so they wouldn't know. But there was also a chance that they would be bringing Izumi home with them until she could be returned to her kin and her planet. No, best to leave it just to be on the safe side. Abandoning the nest, he did one last hurried walkthrough to make sure the common areas were tidy and all stray items were put where they belonged. There was always a chance that others could drop by to check on the pair, and Z disliked having a messy house when guests came over. They'd been through enough, so the less stress they dealt with while they recovered, the better. He had just finished the sweep when he heard the door click open and gave a tiny smirk. Perfect timing. Relieved they were home, he sprinted toward the front door, only to pause when he saw that there were 3 people in the entryway instead of 2. He hesitated in the doorway, ignoring the wave of relief that washed through him at the fact that he got to see Izumi again. He immediately shoved the feeling away to think about later or not. Seeing him lingering at the edge of the entry, Shota gave a purring chuff, a gentle command to come closer. Toshi shuffled closer, carefully observing the trio. Instead of the longing and exhaustion he'd seen on his uncle's faces earlier, now they seemed to be positively beaming with happiness. What could have happened during their time with Nizu to have changed their attitudes so much? Z wrapped a wing gently around Toshi when he came close enough. "Hey nestling, everything okay?" He melted into the comfort of Z's embrace, having truly worried for a while there that he would never get to experience it again. "I'm good, have the food warming in the oven and the nest is ready for whenever you want." He offered Izumi a small, close-lipped smile, genuinely happy to see the Terran even if he didn't want to frighten her. However, a pop of color by her face caught his attention when she turned to look at him, making his jaw drop. He immediately looked over at Shota, wondering if he was truly seeing what he thought he was. Shota smiled at him, moving so he was standing behind Izumi, his hands resting lightly on her shoulders. "Kid, I would like to properly introduce you to your new kin. This is Izumi Yamazawa, first daughter of the Yamazawa clan, the shining star with gentle heart." He then leaned down and nuzzled Izumi's temple, the one by Z's feather. "Izumi, this is your cousin, Toshi Shinso, first son of the Shinso clan." So many thoughts swirled through Toshi's mind and he was sure his confusion was visible on his face. How had they ended up adopting a Terran of all things? Not only that, but considering she also had a title, it meant that Nizu both knew of the adoption and approved of it personally. Which, good, because it meant that he wasn't kin to Kit Steelers. However, his silence seemed to be making Izumi nervous because she started chewing on her lower lip, her scent distressed. Heaving an exasperated sigh, he whined, "Not cool, guys, you could have given me a heads up. I have no idea of the proper way to greet adopted kin. Now I look like a fool in front of Izumi." The adults laughed at his antics while Izumi relaxed, her eyes widening. "Oh, I can understand you as well. I wasn't sure if the translation thing would work on you as well or not, since you weren't at the meeting." He was dying of curiosity about what went down in the meeting, but Izumi was overwhelmed, so he'd hold his questions for now. Instead, he looked at Shota and Z for an explanation. Z reached out and ruffled her hair. "The translator should last for roughly a month and it should help you automatically start learning and translating common and whatever other languages you might run into." Shota chuffed an amused purr before suddenly turning serious. "We can deal with all that later, after you're settled. Right now, we have a more serious problem." Toshi stiffened, carefully scenting the air for any hint of danger and not picking anything up. He tilted his head, wondering what the ever-logical Shota considered a problem. "What is it?" Shota's ears flattened slightly and his scent was both royally sad and extremely sad. However, his expression and words were mild when he answered, "Izumi has never had nest time." "Nope. Anna." Reaching out slowly to signal his intentions, he gently grabbed Izumi's wrist and started towing her in the direction of the living room and the nest. It is a crime to not know what nest time is, to not indulge in it. As your kin, we're going to rectify this right now. No one in this family is going to be neglected in such a terrible way. Glancing over his shoulder, he noticed that her face was bright pink, but she seemed more surprised than distressed, so he didn't say anything but kept tugging her toward the nest. Answers could come later. Right now, he needed to introduce Izumi to the comfort and warmth that was nest time. Izumi's head was spinning as she followed after Toshi, even as her stomach gave another loud rumble. So much had happened in the last few days, she was struggling to keep up with all of the changes. She had to bite back a hysterical giggle. She had been adopted by a pair of aliens who had apparently been deathly afraid of Terrans when they'd first met. Life was so strange. She still didn't know how anyone could look at her and find her scary. She was scrawny and weak at best, about as far from threatening as one could get. But on the other hand, she could well imagine that Terrans probably had quite the reputation in space. After the first alien war, the alien invasion as it was colloquially known around the world, where a race of aliens had landed on Earth and tried to colonize it through violent means. However, they hadn't anticipated the extreme dislike humans had for that particular idea. The war had lasted a mere 3 months, the tattered remnants of the alien fleet fleeing back to space. However, they had left much of their tech and spacecraft behind in their haste to leave. Humans hadn't hesitated to seize the craft, and their understanding of space and space travel had exploded. They had just been about to launch an exploratory flight to the planets in their galaxy to see if any were inhabited when the first of the alien diplomats arrived. There had been a tense standoff at first, everyone uncertain if this was another invasion or not. But gradually, clumsily, communication was established and humans were put on a decade-long probation to prove they weren't hostile, and then they could enter the Galactic Space Alliance. It was going to be her generation to enter space, and Izumi had been excited at the prospect of getting to be part of that. However, candidates weren't accepted until they were 15, which meant that she had 2 years until she could officially apply. But that had meant she'd had plenty of time to prepare herself. However, her teachers had spread word about the track she was planning to take, and the bullying had become unbearable. She had to appear to drop interest in it in order to survive, but she still did her best to glean whatever info and training she could from the sidelines. She bit back another giggle as she suddenly realized that she had reached space long before her peers would. Take that, Haruna-sensei, who had always insisted that Izumi would never leave the city, let alone the planet. Not wanting to appear crazy to her new family on her first day with them, Izumi focused back on Toshi and wherever he was leading her. The purple-haired boy seemed to accept her willingly into the family, but Izumi couldn't help but be wary. He'd offered her friendship earlier too, but what if it was all some sort of act in front of the adults? She didn't think it was. She didn't feel uneasy around him, but she would keep her guard up until she was completely sure. He stopped in front of a huge pile of insanely soft-looking blankets, carefully piled and arranged in a bowl-shaped depression in the floor. It looked like it could fit the 4 of them easily, and maybe a few more as well. She wanted so badly to jump into the pile and bury herself in those blankets, to sleep for a week. But she didn't know the rules for nests or nest time, so instead she looked uncertainly between the 3 others staring at her expectantly, as if waiting for her to say something. Resisting the urge to flee, they'd managed to catch her each time. She was pleased that her voice was steady when she spoke. "It's very nice, looks very, soft." Toshi rolled his eyes, but thankfully not in a mocking way. Then, to her shock, he released her arm and pushed her gently into the nest so quickly she couldn't brace herself before jumping in himself. Nests aren't for looking silly, they're for enjoying. She floundered and scrambled to get away from him before several things clicked in her mind. 1. Other than the incredibly gentle initial push, Toshi refrained from touching her and was giving her plenty of space while she caught her bearings. 2. Both Z and Shota were watching them like hawks, looking ready to intervene at a moment's notice if necessary. Finally, the blankets were every bit as soft and luxurious as they looked, and she found herself running her hands repeatedly over the fabric, unable to stop as warmth and comfort flowed through her at the sensation. Her shock and awe must have shown on her face because suddenly there were twin purrs from Shota and Toshi and a warbling croon from Z. She looked up at them, wide-eyed, her voice filled with hushed delight. It's so soft. Before they could answer, her stomach gave a loud gurgle and she ignored the temptation to bury herself in the nest to hide her embarrassment. Shota straightened, giving her a large smile. All right, that's our cue. Z and I are going to change into home clothes real quick and then fetch the food. Toshi, can you give Izumi a quick rundown on nest etiquette? Toshi sat up from where he'd been lounging comfortably. Sure, no problem. However, I'd hurry if I were you. She sounds hungry enough to eat me if you take too long. He offered her a crooked smirk and Izumi felt her face flame. She protested, I would never eat anyone. Just no. All three of them laughed at that and she fell forward, face planting into the nest so they couldn't see how bright red her face was. She heard Shota crouch next to the nest. There wasn't the soft rustle of feathers that always accompanied Z, and ruffled her hair. We know you wouldn't, Kit. It's okay. We'll be back in just a tick and then we can all enjoy some quality nest time. We've earned it. Izumi grumbled quietly before sighing and levering herself back into an upright position. Both Shota and Z gave a happy croon at that and she unthinkingly chirped back, a habit she had developed from their time in the cell when they couldn't communicate. She would have been embarrassed, but Toshi also gave a nearly identical chirp at the same time. This caused both adults to relax and smile at them before hurrying from the room. Toshi waited until they were out of earshot before turning and looking at her, frowning slightly, his expression intense. Here it was, the don't get any ideas about my family speech. She braced herself, burying her hands in the blankets to ground herself. She had endured all sorts of bullying, she could take some harsh words. However, Toshi words were the last thing she was expecting. I'm glad you're part of our family, Izumi. I've never seen my uncles looking quite this happy. However, they can be, he hesitated before pushing on. They can be a lot, especially towards kids our age or younger. It's their protective instincts from all their hero work. So, if you need a break, just give me a signal and I can run interference, okay? And they won't be mad at you, promise? She blinked slowly at him, trying to process what he said. He smiled widely, blinking back at her just as slowly. Before she could find the words to either thank him or ask him to clarify what he meant, Shota and Z were back, changed into comfortable clothes and carrying trays absolutely loaded with food and drink. Looked like her questions were going to have to wait. Shota eased his way from the nest, being especially careful not to wake his mate. Both of the kits were dead to the world and he doubted that either would stir until well into the next solar cycle, both of them worn out from their separate ordeals. Z, on the other hand, was on edge from everything, especially having to see what happened to Izumi at the hands of the one who should have protected her most fiercely. While because it meant that they'd been able to bring their heart kit home, he would have spared her the heartbreak entirely if he could have. Speaking of which, some species could die from heartbreak and Izumi seemed to have been doing her best to do exactly that when they first approached her, so it was something that they'd have to keep an eye on in the coming days. Thankfully, he knew full well how to keep kits busy, mainly to keep them out of trouble, but it would work just the same in this case. Once he was clear of the nest, he padded to his office and closed the doors silently behind him. No need to wake the others for the call he had to make. Plopping down in the chair in front of his communication screen, he needed a week's worth of sleep at least. He dialed his litter mate. Thankfully, Oboro picked up after just a couple of rings. Sho, is something wrong? I didn't expect to hear from you until tomorrow at the earliest, after everything. Wait, did something happen with Toshi? When we spoke to him earlier, he said you'd made it back okay, but you had to talk to Nizu about all of it, so you probably wouldn't be home until later. I kept it short and told him to take a nap, but was there something I should have asked him? Shota rolled his eyes, settling more comfortably in his chair. Take a breath. Sheesh, Obio. Do you really think I'd be sitting here so calmly if something bad had happened to Toshi? Give me at least a little bit of credit. Obio sank down into his seat with a sigh, running his hand through his hair. You're right, sorry. I just panicked. His wife called from the background. Told you, love. He flapped a hand in her direction. You're right as always, love. He turned his attention back to Shota. So if it's not about Toshi, why are you calling? 'Cause quite frankly, Sho, you look like crap. Sho picked his words carefully, wanting to cause maximum chaos but not concern his litter mate either, not after he was undoubtedly worried after what Shota had been through. I didn't say that it wasn't about Toshi, I said nothing bad had happened to him. Obio grumbled, "You and your splitting hairs. Tell me what's going on with my kit." Shota offered him a tired smile. It seems like Toshi has found his bond mate. Obio lit up at Sho's words and called excitedly, "Melly, come here. Sho has news for us." A pink-haired woman plopped down into Obio's lap, offering Shota a tired smile. "Hello brother, glad you and your mate made it home safely through the stars. Sorry for not greeting you right away, but the newest kit is rather fussy." Sho smiled at her. "It's all right, Melly, kits require a lot of attention." "She is doing well?" She grinned. "She's going to run us ragged, like all female kits do. She's already trying to roll over, scared poor Obio half to death when she nearly managed it yesterday when she was close to the edge of the couch." Sho snorted. "Serves him right for not being careful. Kits are too precious to take our attention off." Obio pulled a face. "As if you can talk, you don't have kits. And no, your students don't count and Toshi only half counts, 'cause we loaned him to you." Instead of getting riled, Shota smirked at him, causing Obio to blink at this uncharacteristic response. Melly broke in quickly. "Obio said you have news about our eldest?" He nodded, softening toward Melly as he always did. "His brother's mate was a good one. Yeah, he found his bond mate." She lit up. "Oh, that's marvelous. And so young too. Is it another student at the school?" Shota shrugged. "Not yet, although I'm sure they'll be enrolled at some point." Obio asked curiously, "What species?" "You haven't said." This caused Shota to smirk again. "She's a Terran." Melly just blinked while Obio blanched. "A Terran? You have got to be kidding me. What is with our bloodline? Crazy enough that my mate is a siren and yours a raptora, but Toshi's is a freaking Terran? What the asteroids is a Terran even doing in space, and what the asteroids were you doing in allowing my son to get so close to one of those savages? It better have happened while you were locked up in that cell, otherwise I'll skin you myself. How in the universe is the fact that Toshi's mate is a Terran a good thing?" Shota said calmly, "Actually, they just met today when we returned to UA. And as it so happens, Toshi's mate is my daughter." Oboro froze entirely, his brain seemingly refusing to process that statement. Melly ignored her frozen mate, cupping her chin and leaning forward, her eyes sparkling. "Oh? Did you guys meet while you were locked up? I know you've only ever had eyes for Z, silly loyal Ponteris, so I know it's not your bio kit. Did you adopt her? What's her name? And is she a kit or is she older than Toshi? Wait, if you adopted her, what happened to her Terran kin?" He growled at the last question, unable to help himself after what he'd witnessed earlier, and her eyes widened. She whispered, "Did something happen to her parents?" Shota held onto his temper with the finest of threads of control, but it was his mate who answered, causing Shota to jump slightly because he hadn't realized Z had joined them. "We are Izumi's parents. That waste of space who created our treasure is the one who gave her to those space pirates. Nizu is attending to the matter as we speak, and we shall never speak of such distasteful trash ever again." Melly gave a quiet note of greeting, causing ZS feathers to smooth. "I'm sorry, I had no idea. You said that her name is Izumi? Do you have any pictures of the kit or not yet?" Z grinned. "Just one and it's not very good, but we'll have more soon. She's very skittish, hasn't been treated right at all, so it's going to take time for her to realize that we're not going to abandon her or anything like that. Not to mention that she probably needs fed up as well, she looks too tiny. Unfortunately, it's all a guessing game at this point, since we don't know much about Terrans or their biology, but we will find out more soon, take my word for it." With a quiet chirp, he pulled up the picture and put it on the screen. Like he said, it didn't really showcase their kit. Izumi was sitting in Shota's lap as Shota was working through some snarls in her hair, her face in profile as she looked at Toshi with her braid and feather proudly on display. Toshi was clearly laughing, Izumi was half pouting, half leaning into Shota trustingly, and Shota himself was leaning down to nuzzle her temple reassuringly. It was the picture of a family and Shota and Z linked hands, staring at the screen sappily. Melly reached over and gently brushed a finger over Izumi's face, a small smile on her face. Her coloring is beautiful. It's very rare to have green in siren colors, but it is always a sign of health and prosperity. A sign of life and growth. She turned her attention to Toshi before nudging Obio. Look at how happy our eldest kid looks, Ro. He's always been driven and happy enough following his path to being a hero, but look at that. That's true happiness. Surely you don't want to deny him that simply because it's Shota's daughter. Z snickered, seeing Obo droop in his chair. He knew Obio's objection was to the fact that the kit was a Terran, which he could understand. He'd been scared to death in the cell and would have left Izumi completely alone if Sho hadn't insisted. But having known the kit for maybe half of a lunar cycle, he couldn't imagine his and Sho's life without the kit in it. However, Shota and Oboro had a sibling rivalry. And so they'd always give each other grief, but they would also be the first to have the other's back. Oboro said tiredly, I suppose the kits are sleeping, that's why you're calling so late. And Melly is right, he is fortunate to have found his bond mates so young. However, we'll have to put some rules into place so that he finishes school. And you never said if she was Toshi's age, older, or younger. Z shrugged, we're still trying to figure out the exact age. She doesn't speak common and now was only able to make a language bond today when we returned, but we figure she's about Toshi's age, independent but about 2 or 3 molts away from full maturity. Melly perked up. Do Terrans molt like Raptoras? Shota huffed a sigh. We have absolutely no idea, which is extremely frustrating. He allowed his tail to lash back and forth briefly. We're working on learning what we can, but there's so little known about them that we're in a waiting game for information from Nizu. And we'll get more information from Izumi over the next little bit, but she was already exhausted and traumatized enough for today. Obio straightened at that, having gone from protesting against a Terran to being protective of his brother's kit. What happened today? Shota growled. First she had to recount everything that she remembered about the space pirates and her time in captivity. Then she had to transfer the memory of her birth giver selling her to the space pirates to a memory orb so now Anizu could deal with it. Then she insisted that we needed to watch the memory so that we could know what we were getting into, like that would have changed our minds at that point after seeing what Izumi had been through. Besides, we had already done the braid and Z had gifted a feather. She isn't getting rid of us no matter what. Melly covered her mouth, her eyes watering. Are you saying that her mother sold the kit to the space pirates? And she thought you would reject her over that? Obio wrapped his arms around her, hooking his chin on her shoulder and giving a comforting rumble. It's okay, love. Shota and Z have her now and they'll make sure she's loved and cared for. And Toshi will take care of her too as her bond. She'll be all right. Shota rubbed his face tiredly. We're going to ask Toshi to hold off on offering his bonding proposal until after they both finish school. The kit's body is covered in scars and they're clearly defensive. She's going to need a lot of love and healing and therapy. It's nothing against Toshi, but we want the bond to be strong and last like ours are, instead of failing from unresolved trauma. He offered Oboro a small smile. I never thought we'd have our own kits, let alone a tiny, terrified, bossy Terran female kit. But now that we've found Izumi, I can't imagine our family without her. You're really going to like her, once you've met her. Obio offered him a warm smile in return. We'll start planning for a trip to visit you in about a lunar cycle. That will give your kit time to settle in and our kit will be big enough for easier travel. After all, if she's going to be our future daughter, I suppose we should start off on the right foot. Shota hissed at him, mostly good-natured, and spat, I just got her, don't even think about claiming her for one of your clan. She's the first daughter of the Yamazo clan. Z piped up proudly. Nizu also named her friend of UA and gave her a title. The Shining Star with Gentle Heart. Both Melly and Obio gaped and Obo finally choked out. You mean that Nizu, the Nizu, gave her a title? She must be something special indeed. He turned to Melly and grinned. I told you our eldest was meant for great things and this is just another sign. His bond is one of the most unique beings in the entire universe. Shota rolled his eyes, his exhaustion catching up to him. I'm going to sign off now. I'm exhausted, need nest time badly. But I wanted to give you guys some good news, after everything. Melly gave them a sympathetic smile. Yes, go get some rest, both of you, and strengthen your bond with your new kit. Congratulations on becoming parents. It's one of the most rewarding things in the entire universe. She blew them a kiss and waved before disconnecting the call. Shota yawned, pushing up out of the chair and turning off the screen. Z reached over and wound an arm around his waist, tugging him close and kissing him lightly. Should have known you wouldn't be able to wait until morning to check on your sib. Shota tugged him closer for a slightly longer kiss, drowsy contentment filling him. You know what a worrywart he is. Sorry, didn't mean to wake you. Z shook his head, hadn't fallen asleep yet, my mind was too busy composing Izumi's first song. Shota sighed, nuzzling Z's nose with his own. You can do that in the morning when we're not seeing double from exhaustion. Now, come on, we can't leave the kits alone for too long. Z laughed quietly, a soft musical trill that caused Shota to fully relax. Those two are completely passed out. Nothing is better than nest time for relaxing and repairing one's peace of mind. They meandered down the hall hand in hand. They made their way back into the nest room, smiling at the innocent picture of Izumi and Toshi curled up to sleep, their expressions relaxed and soft with sleep. Z wrapped a wing around him, his voice soft and filled with wonder. We have a kit show. And she's here, safe in our nest and our home. Shota leaned into his mate's side, just watching the kits breathe and drinking in the peaceful silence. When he was certain his voice wouldn't crack with emotion, he hummed back as quietly as Z had spoken. Yeah, we have her now, we'll make sure she's safe and we'll make sure she's happy. By all the stars, if she never does anything else, let her be happy and healthy. Z whispered, may the stars always watch over and guide her. They stood and watched her sleep for several more ticks before Shota gently nudged Z into the nest and they took up guardian positions on either side of the sleeping kits. Rest, love, we have much to do over the next several solar cycles to make sure she adjusts well here. But that can all come in the morning, for this night we rest. Z gave a contented chirr, settling in more comfortably. Shota allowed his eyes to slip closed as a contented purr started up deep in his chest. His family was safe and within his reach. Life was sweet. Izumi woke slowly, trying desperately to cling on to the good dream she was having. She knew that she would have to wake up and face the day soon enough, her alarm screaming shrilly at her to wake her up to another day of hell. But she was strong, she wasn't going to give up. She was surprised the alarm hadn't already gone off, but she was going to steal every second of the wonderful dream that she could to fortify her against the coming day. A small smile curled her lips as she sank a bit deeper. Aliens had adopted her, had actually been happy to have her be part of her family. There had even been a kid around her own age who had seemed happy to meet her. What would it be like to have a friend like that? Someone who didn't get a scowl or a cruel smirk just by her presence. It would be so nice to have someone like Toshi, someone who was willing to even stand up against adults to make her feel more comfortable. No one had ever offered to stand up for her, not after they had learned the truth about her. She sighed, burying her face deeper into the pillow. Even in her dreams, she couldn't stop her own cruel thoughts. Clenching her fists in the soft blanket, she tried to use it to anchor herself against the impending spiral she could feel. The world was already harsh enough to her, she didn't need her mind pitted against her. Right then, her mind caught up to the sensations that her body was feeling. She was warm and comfortable, something that she hadn't been for a long time on her outgrown toddler's bed. Not only that, but the blankets under her hands were so soft and luxurious that it was almost like burying her hands in a soft cloud. And the pillow felt so smooth and silky under her face, pleasantly cool and refreshing. She had never felt such wonderful, comforting textures before in her life. And if all of that somehow hadn't been enough to convince herself that she was somewhere foreign, the deep rumble that had started up when she had frozen would have been enough to draw her from any dream she had been having. The sound was so comforting, even if she couldn't immediately place it in her half-asleep days. Prying open her eyes, she was met by a wall of soothing, sea green-blue fabric. Oh right, she'd buried her face in a pillow. Twisting abruptly, she sat up, clutching her blanket like a shield as she took in her surroundings. She blinked a couple of times to bring her eyes fully into focus, feeling sleep dirt crusted in the corners of her eyes. Even after the room came into focus, it took her nearly a minute to process everything she was seeing. She was in an enormous pile of blankets, warm light streaming in through the window. Nest, prompted her mind gently. That's right, she was in the nest, had been introduced to nest time the night before by her new family who had adopted her. However, instead of 3 others present, there was only Shota sitting there with a book held loosely in his hand, his expression concerned. They simply stared at each other for a long minute before Shota prompted gently, "Izumi okay?" While it was undoubtedly a habit left over from their time in the cell and their limited communication, for some reason the stilted question filled with such warmth anchored her firmly in reality. Laughter escaping her, she flopped bonelessly back into the nest, disbelief and giddiness filling her. It was real. She hadn't just dreamed it, she really had been sold and then thrown into a prison cell, only to be rescued and then adopted by a pair of space heroes. Slightly hysterical laughter spilled from her as she tried to calculate the odds of such an impossible thing happening. Shota was leaning over her seconds later, his golden eyes concerned even as his purr continued. "Are you okay, Kit? Did you have a bad dream? Do you want me to get Z?" Sking in a deep breath, she answered giddily, "This has to be a dream, this can't possibly be real." Shota rolled his eyes, reaching over and tugging her up, settling her in his lap as he started fussing over her sleep-mussed curls. "It wasn't a dream, Kit. We really did adopt you and we're not taking it back, never ever. You are safe and we are here. You're going to be safe and loved, we swear." His warmth surrounded her and she found herself sinking into it. Glancing around the room as she yawned widely, she couldn't spot the other 2 members of her new family. "Where are Z and Toshi?" Shota gave a deep, rumbling laugh that rolled through her, sinking into her bones and leaving contentment in its wake. "Why do I have the feeling that living with you will be a stream of unending questions?" When she would have shrunk in shame, he just tugged her a little closer and adjusted her so she was comfortable. "But in answer to your question, they are making breakfast. You'll find that Z is a morning person and they're both excited to show you new foods that you might like. Speaking of which, you don't have any allergies, do you?" She bit back a grin, swallowing down the urge to tease him in return about questions. Even as safe as she felt around him, it would take some time for her to feel comfortable speaking freely. Instead, she shrugged. "I have no allergies to Earth food and no ill reactions to any food served to me yet, so I should be okay, I think." She frowned, trying to remember what she had eaten, but so much of her time before she met Shota and Z was blurry. And that didn't even count the little freakout she had had with their friend who was just trying to feed her. Before she could spiral, Shota reached over and poked her forehead gently. "What are you fretting about? It's okay not to have the answers, we'll go slowly and everything will be okay. Although we will tell you before we add anything to your meals, unlike Nem, so no worries there." She flushed as she remembered the whole incident before she froze, trying to remember something important. Uncertainty laced Shota's voice as he asked, "Kit? Didn't Nem say that Chio had given her those vitamins for me?" asked Izumi slowly, and Shota nodded. "Since she was also able to heal me somehow and she knows enough about my biology to know what minerals and such I need, would she be able to tell if I have allergies or not?" He purred approvingly, combing his claws gently through her hair. "That's an excellent thought, Izumi. I'll send her a message as soon as we finish breakfast. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea to go and visit her in person today, have her give you a full physical workup as well as catch you up with any necessary immunizations necessary for being in space. I know she was on the panel of experts who are helping bring Terra into the GSA, so she must have some knowledge of what is necessary." Izumi tensed a little at his words. Doctor visits had never gone well for her in the past. However, Shota and Z would most likely stay with her the entire time and Chio had seemed like a good healer, carefully explaining what she was doing before getting Izumi's permission to do it. Of course, this was still all dealing with the little fact that they didn't know that she was quirkless. That could change everything with how they were dealing with her. She really did not want to go back to being either hated or being treated like something fragile or useless. But as much as she wished to hide away, she knew that it was better to get it over with as quickly as possible. It always went worse when people thought she had tried to hide it from them. There was a light tug on one of the snarls in her hair and Shota grumbled, "What did you do to your hair?" "You were just sleeping, I'd swear to it." Feeling a little bit lighter, the tiniest fragment of hope entering her bruised and battered heart, she said lightly, "Oh, my hair has a mind of its own, is all." There was silence behind her and she turned to find Shota staring at her hair warily, his eyes narrowed. Resisting the urge to flinch back, she asked quietly, straining to get her voice above a whisper. "Shota?" He glanced at her before looking back at her hair. "Your hair has sentience?" She giggled before abruptly slamming a hand over her mouth. She didn't want to be rude after all, they'd been so patient with her when they were teaching her common. But it was still one of the funniest questions she'd ever been asked. Still, she couldn't keep the laughter from her voice when she answered. "No, not at all. It's only hair, curly hair. It's always been rather unmanageable and I can just be standing there and it will seem to tangle and do its own thing. I've never quite mastered the knack of taming it." Z chose that moment to sweep into the room with a happy trill of greeting. "Why would you want to tame such a lovely thing?" "Yes, it needs some love and care, but it is beautiful just as it is." He leaned down and nuzzled Shota's temple before dropping a kiss on her hair. "Morning, love, Izumi. Breakfast is almost ready, so I thought I'd come and see if you were up yet." He leaned back and eyed them. "Although, nestling, your hair is fluffier this morning." Shota shrugged, allowing Z to pull Izumi up off his lap. "Izumi has never been taught how to tame her hair properly, says it's unmanageable and she's never figured out how to make it appear to its best appearance." Z shrugged, pulling her into a hug before reluctantly releasing her and helping Shota out of the nest. "Well, we'll put that higher on the list of things that we'll be remedying. Trust me, I am one of the most talented in our flock in dealing with unruly hair and feathers. It should be easy enough to help you. After all, you should have seen pictures of Shota's mane when we first met. And look at it now. I'll pull out some photos for you to see later." Curiosity filled her and she nodded eagerly, wondering if a younger Shota would look like Toshi or not. Her stomach grumbled and both Shota and Z stopped fussing over her hair. Z chirped firmly, urging them both toward a different room. "Right, pictures and hair later. Right now, we need to get some food into you. You're undoubtedly hungry after everything you've been through for the past lunar cycle. And we got a little bit of everything for you to try, can start figuring out what your favorites are and keep them stocked. How does that sound?" Allowing him to guide her, she hadn't gotten a tour of the house before she'd ended up in the nest, she protested. "There's no need to go to all that trouble." Shota's tail flicked her nose and she scrunched it at the ticklish sensation. "Kit, there is no trouble. We want you to have food that you enjoy and it's not the least inconvenience. We want you to be happy here." She resisted the urge to tear up, managing to distract herself by greeting Toshi as they entered the kitchen, the younger Pantera putting another dish onto an already full table. She gawked at the multitude of different foods laid out on the table, so many different options, and it all smelled so good that it had her mouth watering immediately. Z guided her over to a seat and said happily, "This will be your chair from now on, or we can get you a different one if you find it uncomfortable. Now, where do you want to start?" She glanced longingly at the table, wanting to dive right in before shaking her head, her hands curling into fists. She didn't want to accept food and kindness under false pretenses. No, better to get this over with, like ripping a band-aid off. Can we talk first?" Toshi had sat to her left and he froze when she spoke, looking back and forth uncertainly between all of them. "Do I need to leave?" She wanted to say yes, to at least hold on to her new, and only, friend for just a little bit longer. However, it would be a disservice. "No, this is something you should all know." Shota and Z took their seats, examining her worriedly. "Are you sick? Is there something wrong?" She shook her head, closing her eyes for a long minute while she organized her thoughts. To her surprise, they gave her the space and quiet to do so, not prodding her for an explanation or asking questions. She opened her eyes to find them all watching her with concerned expressions. Swallowing hard, she managed to force the words out. There's something you all should know about me." Something I didn't get to tell you before you adopted me yesterday. It might change how you feel about me. Shota and Z exchanged concerned glances, but Toshi reached over and took her hand, squeezing it gently. It's obviously important to you, so we'll listen to whatever it is you wish to tell us. She hesitated, wondering how to broach the subject, but she didn't remove her hand from Toshi's. How much do you know about Terrans? They all shook their heads and Shota said firmly. Hardly anything, and most of it erroneous, going off of your behavior. Great, just great. She got to lay the entire foundation from the ground up then. Okay then. So, Terrans usually have something called quirks. It's a special gift they have. For example, my MO, Inko. There was a quiet, sharp growl from Shota and a harsh whistle from Z, but neither one interrupted her. Pushed on, ignoring their fierce expressions. Well, she has the ability to move small objects without touching them. My father, from what little I can remember of him, was able to breathe fire. He left us when I was little though, so I'm not completely sure. But these things are quirks and there are so many different ones. For example, a boy I know could make explosions with his hands, while another one had wings to fly. There are all different sorts, but most humans have them. Z nodded. Yes, like how Raptoras have the skills to use screech attacks or use them for healing or soothing or a million different things depending on the individual. It wasn't a perfect correlation, but it was close enough that it would work for now. Yeah, that's right. It's a little more complicated than that, but that's the gist of it. Toshi blinked at her, his eyes bright as he studied her curiously. If most Terrans have them, what sort of queer do you have? A humorless half-smile curved her lips as she answered. Quirks. They have a K at the end. Taking a deep breath, she let out her darkest secret. And, I don't have one. I'm quirkless. She held her breath as she waited for them to reply. She wanted to look away, to look anywhere but at them, but she couldn't manage to drag her eyes away. She knew the hatred and disgust would break her heart, but she needed to be strong enough to endure it. But the hatred never came, all of their expressions were puzzled. Finally, Shota asked after waiting a minute or so to see if she was going to add anything more. So, you don't have one of these quirk things. But I don't see the problem. Do you need one or you'll get sick or something? She gaped at him, trying to process his words. You mean, you don't care that I don't have what practically every other Terran on the planet has? He and Z shared a long look before they both shrugged. You're Izumi. You're perfect the way you are. You are smart, brave, and kind. I don't see how a quirk would change who you are. Shota wrinkled his nose. I don't see how being able to breathe fire or anything like that would make you any better than you currently are. She had to make them understand. But you don't understand. People hate me because I don't have a quirk. They think I'm useless, worthless. It's the reason why everything happened. Both Shota and Z scowled at that and Izumi wilted, both in relief and sadness. They finally understood, but she also wished they wouldn't. Z's wings fluffed up and he stretched them out to their full span and shook them a couple of times before snapping them tightly along his spine. Well, all the other Terrans are blind then. Their loss is our gain. Now, let's figure out what sort of food you like. We need to go shopping for food where we've been gone and I'd like to stock the kitchen with things you'll like. Toshi beamed at her, releasing her hand as he nudged a platter filled with bright purple fruit toward her. You're going to love the market. There's so much to see there. She looked helplessly over at Shota, practically begging him with his eyes to say something that made sense. However, he just leaned over and nuzzled her temple before running a wrist gently over her head and shoulders. You will like the market, it's perfect for a curious kid like you. We'll go see Chiyo first if she's available and then we can all meet up. Z likes to make me carry the bags while he shops, but I can still show you some of my favorite things. Feeling like she had slipped into an alternate dimension, Izumi turned her attention to the food. Maybe things would start making sense again after she'd eaten. She couldn't decide if she wanted them to make sense like they had on Terra or make sense on Yue. She'd figure it out after she ate. After they finished breakfast, Z took Izumi off to tidy up her hair before they headed out to see Chiyo and then the market. When Toshi would have followed them, Shota gestured discreetly for the kid to wait. Toshi nodded and they set about tidying up the kitchen, making sure that everything was stored away and the dishes cleaned up. Once he was certain that his mate would have their kit sufficiently distracted, he said quietly, "Toshi, we need to talk." Toshi looked startled, glancing around the room uneasily. "About what?" "Auntie Nem will tell you that I was very good while you were gone, didn't get into any trouble or anything. I'm not a kid that needs constant watching." Shota reached over and gently ruffled his hair, carefully scenting him. "I know, kid. Nem already told us how brave and strong you were. Z and I are very, very proud of you. No, this is about some Pantera stuff." Toshi's ears perked up, curiosity entering his bright eyes. "Oh, okay." Shota thought about just saying it straight out but decided against it. Dumping the news straight on the kid would probably not be the way to go. Better to use a little bit of diplomacy, as his mate often told him. He asked mildly, "What do you think about Izumi?" Toshi wiped absently at a spot on the counter, frowning as he thought the question over seriously. Finally, he admitted quietly, "It's all tangled." Shota leaned against the counter and offered sympathetically, "Let me guess, you're happy to see her, want to smile whenever she meets your eyes. You feel protective over her, like you would be willing to fight anyone that made her unhappy, claw their eyes out and disembowel them and leave them to rot. You want to take care of her, feed her all the food, and make sure she discovers all the best things in life like nest time. However, at the same time, you're terrified of scaring her away or saying something that will hurt or anger her. She feels fragile to you, but at the same time, you can sense the strength lurking in her." His nephew gaped at him. "Yeah, exactly. All that and half a dozen things besides. It's so confusing. Is it because she's kin now? I kind of felt that way when my sibs were born." Shota offered him a small smile. "Yes and no. I mean, there will always be a protective instinct toward kin. You definitely felt protective and familial love toward your sibs. And your instincts are feeling protective of Izumi as well. But Obo, Z, Melly, and I all agree that it's not in a kin kind of way." Toshi tilted his head, a hint of frustration showing in the slow lashing of his tail. "If it's not kin bonds messing with my emotions, then what is it?" Shota said gently, "Mate bond." Toshi stared at him, wide-eyed as he froze. He was like that for several moments, and Shota thought he might have to keep talking or gently prod the kit or something when Toshi forced out, "Are you saying that Izumi is my mate? Do Terrans even have mates?" Shota shrugged. "Don't know, I'll ask Izumi later. Maybe, maybe not. But Panteras do have mates. And it's not completely certain, but many of the signs are there." He left the kit to process this revelation as he finished loading up the dishwasher. When he finished, he found Toshi sitting at the empty table, staring down at his hands. He moved over and sat across from him, knowing that Toshi wouldn't accept cuddles until he managed to straighten out his tangled thoughts. Reaching across the table and flicking Toshi's nose with his tail tip to get his attention, he asked, "Are you upset with this development?" Toshi looked up at him, his gaze both awed and troubled. "I'm a little uncertain, but I'm mostly excited. I didn't think that I would find my mate for years yet. But at the same time, I'm worried. What if Izumi doesn't want to be my mate? She's been thrown into so many new things, and what if she hates the idea of having a Pantera, of having me as a mate?" Shota flicked him again, harder this time. "Anyone would be lucky to have you as a mate, Toshi. Don't doubt yourself. You are one of the strongest, bravest, kindest kits that I know. But you do raise a valid point. Izumi has been through a lot, most of it very bad. There's a reason that we ended up with custody of her instead of anyone on Terra. But it will be her choice as to when and how she tells you about her past." He took a deep breath, trying to figure out a way to say this without hurting his nephew. "However, Toshi, this is why I am asking you to hold off on courting or entering a mate bond with her until after you both have finished your education. I know that it's a lot to ask and that it's a long time to be patient, but I have faith that you're strong enough to wait." Toshi's expression turned serious, his eyes saddened. "You mean she's been hurt that badly by those who she used to call kin?" Shota felt his rage swell again and had to tamp it down. "You saw yesterday that she didn't know what a nest was. And how she tried to turn down food even though she was clearly still hungry, as if she thought she would be punished for taking food. Not to mention how she tries to flee new people or at the slightest hint of danger. She's tough, we saw it when we escaped the pirates. But you can tell that she's used to being hurt and expects others to hurt her, not to help her. She's already struggling to adjust to what's happened, adding on the fact that you are her mate might be too much for her to handle right now. Toshi looked hurt and Shota rounded the table to pull him into a hug, cuddling him close. Toshi was such a sweet kid, a deep-feeling one, and Shota loathed hurting him like this. What should have been something joyous for the kid had become pained and sad instead. Once more, he wanted to head to Terra and rip that worthless air breather apart. It showed the depth of his confusion and hurt that Toshi didn't push away like kids who were gaining independence did, but instead cuddled closer to him. It was after several long clicks when he finally said, "Does this mean that I have to stay away from her? That I have to give up my claim to her?" Shota shook his head sharply. "Not at all, Toshi. This is your mate and it's your privilege to be around her, to bask in her presence. I remember how frazzled and happy I was to be around Z when I first discovered that he was mine. And we'll have to figure out a way to make it apparent that Izumi is off limits to anyone for courting or anything of the sort. Right now, all I'm asking is for you to wait to approach her until you're both out of school. But that doesn't mean that you can't be friends. Okay?" He pulled back enough so he could see his nephew's face because it was important Toshi understand that Shota wasn't trying to separate the pair, just have them wait for a little while. And sure enough, the kid's expression was both hesitant and hopeful. "You mean we can still be friends? That we can spend time together?" Shota nodded. "I really do hope that the two of you become friends. Izumi needs people who support her and it will be good for both of you to have friends your age. Plus, it is always better to build a strong friendship to base more on later. That's what Z and I did and it's something that I've never regretted in the slightest. He is both my mate and my best friend in the universe." Toshi straightened, smiling widely at him. "Okay, I can do that. I can wait until she's ready and she understands more. And I would be very happy to be her friend." He suddenly smirked at Shota. "It'll be neat to show her everything the universe holds and get to see how she adapts. This is going to be a lot of fun." Knowing that the kid was going to be all right, Shota released him and ruffled his hair, making sure to flatten the cheeky kid's ears in a minor retaliation. "Good kid. And if you ever need to talk, your dad or I will be more than happy to sit down and do so, okay?" Toshi nodded. "Thanks, Shota." Suddenly straightening, he exclaimed frantically, "Crap, I can't go looking like this. Give me 5 clicks to make myself presentable. Don't leave without me." Shota chuckled as he watched Toshi bolt from the room, undoubtedly going to try to find something that would make him look nice to Izumi. It never got old, watching Kits and others find their bond. Shooting a text to Obio letting him know what they had talked about, Shota headed to his room to change into a top that Z had bought for him. After all, it was always nice to show off a bit for one's mate, no matter how long one had been bonded. Izumi had been dreading visiting Chiyo, even though the healer had been kind when she had healed her that first time. But that was during an emergency rescue. And Shota had said that Chiyo had been on the panel for the GSA, which meant that she probably knew all about quirks and quirklessness. Doctors on Earth hated her. Why would space doctors be any different? However, to her never-ending surprise, Chiyo had been even kinder this time around, explaining everything she was doing and why she was doing it, waiting for Izumi's permission before doing anything. It was odd, but nice. Honestly, if there was a single phrase that summed up her life since she had woken up to find 2 aliens staring at her from across a cell, it would have to be odd but nice. The examination was over in less time than Izumi was expecting, even with the 1,000,001 questions that Shota and Z were peppering Chiyo with. It was amusing, the way the pair hung on her every word as if they were made of gold and held all the secrets to the universe. It was also obvious that Chiyo was humoring them, making a small remark under her breath about new parents before winking at Izumi conspiratorially. Izumi hadn't been able to help smiling back, relaxing slightly. It was nice here at UA and she suddenly, desperately wanted to stay. Chiyo dismissed them once the 2 adults had finished asking all of their questions, promising to send over the results of the allergy tests as soon as she had them. The only other instruction she gave them was for Izumi to eat as often as she wanted, whatever she wanted, as she was clearly underweight. Izumi had flushed, but both Shota and Z had nodded seriously, and she could already tell that they were planning to feed her every chance they got. She couldn't help but wonder if they would still be willing to trade lessons in exchange for her eating before dismissing the idea. She was not some kit that needed to be coddled. Leaving the healing ward, they found Toshi leaning impatiently against the wall, typing something into his comm while he waited. Seeing them, he quickly typed out a message and sent it before straightening and sliding the device into his pocket. He grinned at her, his expression so happy that Izumi found herself smiling back at him. Grabbing her hand, he gently towed her toward the door. "Come on, Izumi, you're going to love the market, I just know it." Allowing herself to be towed instead of digging her heels in, Izumi glanced over her shoulder to find Shota and Z following them, indulgent expressions on their faces, and she felt the ice melt around her heart a little bit. Was this what it felt like to be part of a family? Because she could get used to this with very little trouble. Shoving away any negative thoughts, she was just going to enjoy today. She sped up until she was walking next to Toshi and grinned at him, although she was careful not to show her teeth. However, she didn't try to pull her hand from his, not wanting to get lost in an unfamiliar place. Instead, she chirped happily, "I want to see everything." They ran into Nem right outside the building, a large basket hanging lightly on her arm. Toshi dropped Izumi's hand and bounced over to her. "Annie Nem, I didn't expect to see you today. Are you heading to the market?" Nem grinned down at Toshi, wrapping him in a tight hug. "Yep, kid. And I see you guys are too." She looked up and smiled warmly at Izumi, even if she did seem a little surprised that Izumi was still there. Then she turned and smiled at Shota and Z, but this smile seemed more sad and sympathetic than the warm one she'd just given to them. Izumi heard Z mutter, "I knew we forgot something yesterday." However, she was distracted when Shota stepped up behind her and rested his hands on her shoulder before murmuring in her ear, "Introduce yourself again to Nem, Kit. I think she'll be pleasantly surprised." Feeling suddenly shy but not wanting to disappoint her new parents, Izumi took half a step forward. Doing her best bow, she said softly, "May the stars shine gently upon your travels. I am Izumi, first daughter of the Yamazawa clan." She peeked over her shoulder to see if she'd done it correctly, only to find Z beaming at her with pride and Shota purring softly. It was so weird to have a dad, make that two dads, let alone the fact that they seemed proud of her. But for what? Managing to introduce herself without tripping over her words or scaring someone. Flushing when Zia's smile only widened, she turned to find Nem staring at the three of them, her hand covering her mouth in shock. She flinched back, wondering if the woman was going to be upset over her friends taking in a homeless Terran. She had seemed all right after they'd gotten the whole vitamin thing straightened out. But it was one thing to rescue a captured kid, it was another for her friends to adopt a whole child. Toshi was there, wrapping his tail around her waist, a comforting presence at her side, and she started to lean into him before she managed to catch herself. Before she could figure out how to read the situation, Nem demanded, "Are you guys telling me the truth? This isn't some sort of elaborate prank, is it? Because I will pluck all of Zia's feathers if this is something you made up to mess with me." Z squawked at her words, clearly offended, while Shota just rolled his eyes. "Why would we make something up like this, Nem? Those sorts of jokes are very poor taste." Flowers suddenly bloomed in Nem's hair, gorgeous vibrant fuchsia blooms the size of Izumi's palm, and a sweet scent filled the air. Dropping her basket, she sprinted at Shota and Z and pulled them into a tight hug, delighted laughter spilling from her. "By the galaxy! The stars finally brought your sweet kit to you. I am so happy for you. You guys have been waiting for so long for a kit, only to get the most adorable one in the entire universe. No wonder it took so long." Shota endured the hug stoically while Z hugged her tightly back, going a mile a minute about how amazing Izumi was and how blessed they were to have her in their lives and all their plans for her going forward. He was talking so fast that Izumi could only catch one word for every several words, even with the translator that now had gifted her. Toshi must have seen her confusion, 'cause he murmured quietly enough so he wouldn't be heard over the clamor the adults were making. "It's okay, you get used to him talking that fast when he's excited. I can catch almost every other word now." Shota is the only person to be able to get every word when he's this excited. She relaxed, glad that she wasn't expected to understand everything he was saying. Since it seemed like they were going to be busy chatting for a minute, Izumi turned to Toshi. He'd been very good about answering her questions in a way that was simple to understand yet didn't make her feel stupid for asking. What's with the flowers? He reached over and gently tugged on one of the curls that Z had somehow managed to tame from its usual frizziness. You'll get used to them. Every time she feels a strong emotion, she usually ends up blooming. Most of the time, you're safe, but the richer the flower color, the more intense the emotion. But if you ever see black flowers, duck for cover or flee. Because that means someone has set her off beyond sanity and they are going to pay for being so foolish. Izumi found her mouth tipping up in a small smile. Black flowers insta-death. Got it. She glanced back over at where Nem was now gesturing wildly, all three of them looking intent. What about fuchsia? He blinked, baffled. He said slowly, trying out the unfamiliar word, fuchsia? She would not laugh, she would not laugh. That shade of pink, we call it fuchsia on Terra. He nodded. Well, that's her happy color. You see those flowers a lot in her hair when she's with her mate, Snipe. Right then, Shota finally managed to slip her grasp and moved over to where they were waiting. Come on, kits, we'll be here all day if we wait for her to finish talking. Let's head toward the market and they'll catch up. They obediently started walking but had only gone maybe half a dozen paces when they heard the sound of Z and Nem scrambling after them. While the pair bickered with Shota about leaving them behind, Toshi asked, So, what are markets like on Terra? She hesitated, not knowing if their definitions were the same or not. What do you mean by market? He tilted his head, his ears flattening slightly as he thought it over. It was all she could do not to coo over the cuteness or reach out and see if they were as soft as they looked. Reminding herself sternly how extremely rude it was to touch other people without their consent, she waited for his answer. Well, a market is a place where you can find whatever you need. Food, clothes, books, toys, all kinds of supplies. So more like a mall than a grocery store then. Your market sounds a lot like one of our malls. It's where a lot of different stores are all together in one huge building, often with multiple levels. It can take some time to find what you need there, but it's all in one place, which makes it easier. Unless you want food to cook with, not a restaurant to eat at. In that case, you would go to the closest grocery store and shop for all your food there. Toshi was staring at her, fascination and disbelief plain as day. He wrinkled his nose. What do you mean, all the shops are in one building? Your markets are inside? And you have a separate one just for food. Several of them if you are going to the closest one to where you live. She nodded back on firm ground. Yeah, we call them shopping malls and there are several in the city where I lived. And there are lots of grocery stores. After all, Mizudafu has nearly 500,000 people alone. A single store or even a few stores would never sustain that many people. It was Shota's turn to wrinkle his nose, his ears tilting back unhappily. The food couldn't have been very fresh if it was all kept in one store. She shrugged. No, most of the food is canned or frozen or preserved in some way. Unless you live in a rural area, fresh food tends to be more expensive unless you manage to get deals on older items. But if you're smart, you can eat pretty well. Shota and Z exchanged pained looks at this and even Nem drooped slightly. It was all Izumi could do not to lift her chin defiantly. She had learned how to make several excellent meals on her weekly budget of 5,000 yen. Although it was mostly rice, she had managed to add a lot of flavor with some basic additions such as nori and some seasonings. She had spent several months researching nutrition and the values of basic food to make sure that her health wouldn't suffer. She couldn't afford to miss school, after all, if she was going to get into the space program. It was Z who managed to break the strained mood. Does that mean you know how to cook, nestling? She hesitated, remembering all of the exotic food they'd had for breakfast, before nodding slowly. Kinda? Mostly what I've managed to teach myself. But I have several dishes that I'm very good at making and I can get great deals with a little bit of haggling. She drooped slightly. Or I could on Terra. Z wrapped a wing around her, smiling brightly at her, his smile making it impossible for her to stay gloomy. That's great. If you already know the basics, I can start teaching you how to make other things. That is, if you want. But it would be so much fun having some parent nestling time. Shota nodded. It wouldn't hurt to have some knife skills. She twisted her fingers in the hem of her shirt and asked shyly, "You'd really be willing to teach me how to cook?" He ran his talons gently through her hair before tugging lightly at the braid she still wore. "Not only would I be willing, but I'd be honored. If you want, you can help me shop for ingredients for dinner and we can even start tonight. That way we can both see what you know and where to start with. And it will be a great way for you to start hardwiring common into your mind, nothing better than recipes with both numbers and words." It was true, breakfast had been delicious. And if she remembered correctly, Shota had said that Z and Toshi had been the ones to cook it. If Toshi had helped cook, it meant that Z didn't mind having a kid in the kitchen. And she'd always been pretty good at picking things up quickly. Most of what she currently knew how to do she had learned from the internet. How much better could she do if she had a teacher she could actually ask questions? Looking up where he was waiting patiently, she found herself relaxing and smiled at him. "I'd really like that." He gave a trill of delight. "It's all settled then. Let's get going, we have to grab a couple of things before we can get the food." "Oh, I'm so excited, this is going to be so much fun." And for the first time in a long time, Izumi found that she was excited too. To Izumi's delight, the open-air market reminded her of the festivals from back in Japan, where she could just become part of the crowd and enjoy the happiness and merriment. It was rarely remarked upon that she was alone, and when it was, she always would reply that she was simply waiting on friends and wanted to get a lay of the land before they got there. The people who asked would smile and tell her to have fun before drifting away. And now she was here with family, something that she had been dreaming of for years now. She paused at the entrance, overwhelmed with the bustle and all the options. Feeling that everyone in her group was watching her, waiting for her to decide where to go, she shrank down a little bit and resisted the urge to toy with the hem of her shirt. Until she could find a way to get another set of clothing. This was the only one she had. All the others were too big for her to borrow their clothes. They would swamp her smaller frame. As if sensing her unease, Nem, Shota, and Toshi all moved a few steps away, putting their heads together and talking quietly. Z wrapped a wing around her, helping to muffle some of the noise. "Hey nestling, what are you feeling? Can you tell me?" She shrugged, trying to put her thoughts in order. He carted a hand gently through her hair. "It's okay, lil one. Take a deep breath, there's no rush. Now another. Very good." Once her breathing had evened out, she said slowly, "I'm feeling a lot of things right now. This market is beautiful, I love how it looks and I'm excited to see everything." She looked up at him shyly, barely managing to force the unfamiliar words out. "I'm excited to be going shopping with my family." Her mother had always made her call her Inko or Midoriya-san and had claimed that she was a distant cousin's child that she was helping to raise so Izumi could get a good education in the city. The first time she had done that, it had hurt her 5-year-old heart, but over time she had become numb and accustomed to it, sad as that might seem. So to be going out with those who wanted to publicly claim her was novel and heartwarming. It made her feel cared for, a bit of her loneliness slipping away and dissolving into stardust. Z positively beamed at her. "It's going to be so much, we want to show you everything. But the market isn't going anywhere, so if you need a break, just say so. You've already had a big day with a lot of changes. It's going to take some time to settle in here. So if you're not up for the market, just say the word and we can go home." "No." Abruptly realizing how loud she was, she flushed and continued quieter. No thank you, I'm fine. I really want to take a look around." He nodded easily, a happy little chirp escaping him. "Sounds good. And if that changes, just let us know, no worries." He paused, his head tilted as he thought for a moment, and she almost giggled at how bird-like he seemed in that moment. She managed to swallow it down at the last second, but it was a close-fought battle. "I will promise." He bobbed his head. "But now, how can we make this easier for you? I'm sure it's rather overwhelming and it sounds like markets here are quite different from those on Terra." She chewed on her lip, only to stop when he gently tapped it in a reminder to be kind to herself. Shooting him a sheepish look, she asked, "What were you planning on getting here at the market?" He glanced around, eyes narrowed, before looking over at Shota, who rolled his eyes and shrugged, huffing a fond sigh at his mate. Rolling his eyes back, he turned his attention back to Izumi. Well, I think I might have overplanned, but we can start slow and see what we get done before heading home. First off is to get you some new clothes, since all you have are those awful generic ones that are carried on spaceships for hurried replacements. Those can't be comfortable, considering they were made as a one-size-fits-all in a variety of sizes for all sorts of beings. We want to get you something that you can be comfortable and relax in. He picked up steam, his feathers ruffling excitedly. Then, we were going to browse through the stalls for some things to decorate your room. It was the spare room, so we did it in a neutral style. But since it's yours now, we want to make it a place that you enjoy. You can do whatever you want in there. Shota interrupted, within reason. No pets without checking with us first. We need to make sure that they're safe to be around the mouse. And also, please no keeping food in your room. You can eat in your room, that's fine, but keep food in the kitchen. She must have tensed at that because he moved closer, wrapping his tail around her wrist. We will never restrict your food unless you develop an allergy to something. You will always be permitted food as much as you want without hurting yourself. We swear. She looked at them, taking in their words and trying to just what he meant by as much as she wanted without hurting herself. Taking a quick breath to fortify her courage, she asked slowly, "So, if I'm not restricted from food, why can't I keep it in my room?" Shota looked suddenly tired and Z looked away with a sigh. "Still," Shota said calmly, "because food in other rooms attracts insects. We prefer not to do that if possible." He looked troubled for a second before continuing. "However, if it would make you feel easier to have a cache of food, I suppose we could find a way to make it work." Z gave a quiet chirp, lowering his voice as he looked around hastily to make sure that no one could hear. "It's because of me, Lil One. I don't do so well with insects. Freak me right out. Since you're family now, you need to know." Her heart hurting over the shame on his face, she reached over and took his hand, gently squeezing it. "It's okay, I'm scared of dark, small spaces. Things aren't always easy with fears. I'll remember that." She hesitated before asking just as softly. "Just, with insects?" He tensed and she squeezed his hand again. "Remove or kill?" He stared at her for a long moment before abruptly relaxing. "Either is fine, you dig. Just make sure that you keep it out of my line of sight and don't mention it. I know that Toshi and Sho have a few signs for them, but I don't know them on purpose." She smiled at him, doing her best to appear confident. "Well, I'll ask Toshi then. He already promised to show me the ropes, so this would be a great start. Now, let's go ahead and get started with clothes so we can go find the ingredients for food. After all, you promised." He tightened his wing around her for a moment, his gaze extremely fond. "Of course, I can't want to get you some comfy clothes. What sort of colors do you like to wear?" She frowned, trying to figure out how to answer this. She had always just picked whatever was cheapest, her preference had never been taken into account. She didn't even know if she had a preference or not. I don't know." Nem moved up beside her as they walked, a fond expression on her face. "I'm an art teacher, maybe I can help. Although Z is the one with the true eye for fashion, so he should probably be the one with the final say. And never, ever take fashion advice from Shota. Literally run in the other direction." Shota grumbled, "What's wrong with being comfortable?" Nem, Z, and even Toshi stared at him with eyes of pity. "Sho, honey, comfortable is fine. Looking homeless is not. You belong somewhere, you should not look like you've been sleeping on the beach." Izumi gave him a sympathetic grimace but held her tongue. She had been forced to sleep on a beach a few times, so she knew exactly how rough that could look, but if it was comfortable, then maybe. Nem must have seen her reflective expression because she shook her head and moved in between them. "No. You are not allowed to be corrupted by him. Now, let's figure out what you like. Tell me, close your eyes for just a minute." Izumi shot her a look and Nem smiled. "Or not, no big deal. Now, I want you to take a deep breath and clear your mind. Clear it of all the expectations and fashion rules and things people say about you." It took Izumi a little while, but she finally nodded. "Okay." Nem smiled softly. Now, I want you to think of a place or thing that makes you happy. Don't overthink it. Just tell me the first thing that comes to mind when you think either happy or comfy. Izumi frowned a little, struggling to think of something that appeared when she thought of those words. However, when she opened her mouth to either apologize or protest, what came out was, "See." She blinked even as the others smiled at her encouragingly. She tried to figure out what her subconscious had meant by that. And as soon as she thought that, the memory of the exquisitely soft blanket this morning she'd woken up filled her mind, dragging her mind back to earlier times, simpler times. Izumi had always wanted to be a hero, but if that hadn't worked out, she had always thought that it would be nice to be a marine biologist. Well, after a quirk analyst, but since no one would want a quirkless person analyzing their quirks, marine biologist had seemed like a good second choice. She had always found the sea soothing and fascinating. There was so much diversity and life teeming within its waters, constant adaptation and changes. But at the same time, there was a serene timelessness to it, a refined dignity that bespoke of age and implacability. Also, the tides were tied to the moon and its cycles, which tied in the universe that Izumi hungered for. She couldn't even begin to count the number of hours she'd spent just listening to and watching the sea, allowing it to calm her and soothe away her pain and churning emotions. Knowing that her cheeks were probably pink, she looked over at the others and said more confidently, "The sea or ocean colors. Blue, green, aquamarine, coral, mother of pearl, periwinkle, those colors." Shota and Toshi looked interested but rather lost, while both Z and Nem lit up at it. Nem studied her for a long moment, observing Izumi from head to toe. However, it felt kind and appraising, not like a bug under a microscope. After a long moment, Nem grinned, coming over and gently looping her arm through Izumi's. "Oh darling, those colors will look amazing on you, especially with your lovely hair and all of those sweet star kisses." Nem looked over at Z, seeming to have a whole conversation without saying a single word before they both suddenly declared, "Frulia." Izumi gawked at both of them, wondering if the translator was already wearing off. However, before she could ask any questions, the group was off, expressions giddy as if looking forward to a great surprise. All she could do was go along for the ride. Plunging into the gentle chaos, Izumi marveled for a second at all the different-looking species before turning her attention to Toshi, who was doing his best to keep her from being jostled by the crowd. Keeping her voice low, although all of the adults could probably hear her, she hissed, "Frulia?" He grinned at her, the tips of his fangs peeking out before he caught himself and smoothed out his expression. "She's one of the best designers here in the market. However, she has a reputation for being a bit eccentric. Money, connections, fame, none of that matters to her. She'll either accept you as a client or she won't. If she doesn't, there is nothing in the universe that will change her mind, neither bribes nor threats." Izumi blinked slowly. "Threats? About clothing?" Toshi shrugged. "Some species are very vain or use clothing as status markers. To be granted a design by an exclusive designer is some sort of elevation for them in the eyes of others. However, Frulia doesn't care about it. She says that the clothes must speak to her, either the fabric or the person must call out for something that only she can supply. Sometimes she makes only a single piece, sometimes she'll work with a person forever, there's no telling." Izumi mumbled a hasty apology as she ducked out of the way of a large tree-like creature that was nearly 3 times as tall as her. Considering how many different shapes and sizes she'd seen over the past few minutes, it was no wonder that they had their market outdoors. There was no way a single building would be able to accommodate all of their different needs. Turning her attention back to Toshi, she found that he was waiting patiently for her to continue their conversation. Goosebumps shot up her skin and she did her best not to shrink back. It was weird, the attention and patience that the others were giving her seemed happy to give her. She tried to convince herself that this was normal, that this was the way that things should have always been, but she couldn't quite manage it. She dragged herself firmly away from her darkening thoughts when she saw Shota start to turn and look at them. Panteras seemed to be not only gifted with a keen sense of smell but also seemed to be able to either sense or scent emotions. It would take a couple of trials to find out the truth of the matter, but she could test her many theories later. Instead, she scrambled for the thread of the conversation she'd lost. Oh yeah, that was it. Z and Nem really think Frulio would be willing to make something for me? I mean, I'm a Terran, isn't the entire universe terrified of us? Aren't we still on galactic probation until we can prove we're trustworthy? As it is, my generation is going to be the first one to get to visit space, if we can manage to pass the rigorous GSA schooling, although I guess I don't have to worry about that anymore. She frowned, panicking a little bit as she suddenly realized that she had no idea what was going to happen to her now. She had been adopted and most likely was never going to go back to Terra, which she was perfectly fine with. And she had reached space, which had always been her dream. But did this also mean that she couldn't be a hero? And unlike all of her peers back in Japan, she had never been permitted to study about the universe and the different cultures there, so she was already so far behind her peers. Would Shota and Z be disappointed when they learned she was ignorant and uneducated when it came to the universe at large? Not only that Terrans were regarded as tough and dangerous, would they be disappointed to find out that she was one of the weakest of her kind? Toshi's tail flicked her nose hard enough to make her eyes water. She looked up at him in shock, blinking away the lingering tears. He looked a little worried as well, his shoulders tense as he studied her expression intently. Rubbing her stinging nose, she grumbled, "What was that for?" He glanced over at Shota, who was watching both of them with a concerned expression, making a pleading expression. Shota huffed a small sigh but nodded for him to go ahead, making Izumi even more puzzled. What in the world was she missing? There was some sort of subtle signal or communication that she wasn't picking up on that the two Panteras in the group were using, since both Z and Nem seemed to be oblivious to the exchange. Toshi looked back over at her, rubbing the back of his head nervously. "It's just, I could tell that you were getting stressed, worrying about something. You don't have to worry about anything, I promise. No matter what you're worried about, we can figure it out. That's what kin is for." He looked down for a long moment, his tail lashing a couple of times before he met her eyes again. "I don't know the whole story of what's happened. Shota and Z will never break your confidence, and you can share your story with me whenever you're ready. Even if you're never ready, it's fine. But I don't think it's a happy one. Since my uncles adopted you and you didn't know what nest time is, well, it doesn't paint a nice picture. But it's different now. You have all of us, no matter what. We want to support and protect you." Somehow, it was easier to admit this to Toshi than it would be to either Shota or Z, even though she trusted both of them with her life. People back on Terra didn't like me at all. You know how I mentioned that I was quirkless at breakfast?" She waited until he nodded. "Well, that means they hate me, consider me weak and useless." He frowned at her words, his tail reaching over and wrapping around her wrist. "Simply because you don't have a quirk? As if breathing fire or making explosions are anything special? I can do all that without any extra help. You could as well with a couple of tools. And they think you're less because of that? What jerks?" Despite the seriousness of the conversation, Izumi couldn't help the giggle that slipped out at his words. "You'd think so, right? I mean, quirks only developed a couple hundred years ago. Before that, everyone was just the same as me. But now, quirkless people are looked down on, considered a blight on society." Her voice dropped lower, forcing him to lean in to hear her. "Most quirkless people don't make it to adulthood. Most don't even make it to our age anymore. They're either killed or listen to all the hate people throw at us. It's better in some other countries on Earth, but my country was one of the first places with quirks, so they're even harsher about quirks." Shota was suddenly there on her other side, a large warm presence. He wrapped his tail firmly around her waist and pulled her into his side, wrapping his arm around her shoulder for good measure, although he didn't try to dislodge Toshi's tail from her wrist. He gave a soothing rumble and she leaned into him, soaking up his warmth. His voice was deep and raspy when he spoke. "I'm sorry, Kit. When you told us about being quirkless at breakfast, we didn't realize exactly what that meant or how hard it must have been to share. But like Toshi said, we're your kin now and you're going to be okay. We're here for you no matter what." A tear trailed down her face and she didn't bother to reach up and wipe it away like she normally would. Instead, she permitted herself to lean into their comfort and support, to allow herself to feel the anger and hurt she had shoved down and bottled away for so many years. Her voice was harsh and grating when she managed to force words out. It's not fair what they did to me. It wasn't right. All I ever wanted to do was help people. What's so wrong with that? Is there something wrong with wanting to make sure that others can smile or have a better day? To help them when they're hurting or afraid? Just because I didn't have something most people didn't have not that long ago, I'm suddenly too fragile or too stupid. Swallowing hard, she looked up at Shota, not even noticing how he had steered them off the main path into a discreet alcove. Or the other three hovering helplessly, clearly wanting to say something, anything to stop the hurt Izumi was experiencing. Why did they refuse to teach me what I needed, what everyone else was learning? They wouldn't teach me common, wouldn't let me follow my dreams, even though my dreams weren't hurting anyone. Everything I learned, I had to learn by myself. They ruined my test scores and filled my files with false reports of fights I started. Like I would start a fight against 5 others and be the only one beat up. But no, it was always, quit being a troublemaker, Midoriya. You shouldn't worry your poor mother like that, Midoriya. Fighting again, Midoriya, another week of detention for you. She scoffed, her hands curling into fists. I wouldn't have been able to get into any high schools, even the ones that will accept anyone, because of what they did. It's no wonder quirkless kids kill themselves. There's no way we can get a job without a diploma. We can't even open up our own bank accounts without a quirked person controlling it. And no bank account means no job, which means no rent, which means nowhere to live. They want us to disappear, this stain of shame on society that they see us as. But I refuse to die, not like they want us to. Seeing Shota looking at her, his eyes filled with horror and pain, she raised her chin defiantly. I'm not going to disappear and I'm not going to give in. Honestly, there were a couple of fights that I did instigate, the only true ones on my record. They were hurting people who couldn't defend themselves. It's fine if they want to beat me up, but those poor kids had done nothing wrong. So they can call me what they want, say what they want about me, and sabotage me at every turn, but I will find a way to achieve my dreams, even if it takes me years longer than my peers where I'm so far behind. She ran out of words, her heart pounding hard against her ribcage as horror washed through her at how she had just lashed out at the only people in the entire universe who seemed to care at all about her. She opened her mouth, to backtrack or apologize or what, she didn't know, but no sound emerged. Then Z was there, pulling all 3 of them into a tight hug, spreading his wings protectively around all of them and holding them close. He spoke slowly, his words a gentle croon that she could barely hear over the blood rushing in her ears. It's okay, Nestling, we have you. We have you, Izumi, and we're never going to let you go. It doesn't matter what those Dreks said, you are absolutely perfect, just the way you are. If you're behind, we'll help you catch up. If you have a dream, we'll help you reach it. No matter what, we are here for you. We've got you, it's going to be okay. Not pulling away from Shota or Toshi, Izumi turned and buried her face in Z's chest. As if a dam had broken, all the hot tears that had burned the back of her eyes for years, the ones she had refused to cry in front of all the hate and disgust she'd experienced, finally slipped loose and silently soaked his shirt. All 3 of them held her tighter, rumbling purrs or soft croons vibrating through her as they held her together through the storm of emotions she was experiencing. And she allowed herself to trust for the first time in a long time that someone would catch her as she broke apart. It took several minutes for her to get her tears under control, leaving her feeling exhausted. How long had it been since she had last permitted herself to cry? To not pretend that everything was okay? She had learned very young that any show of emotion, whether happiness or sadness, only made things worse. As the tears tapered off, she kept her face buried in Z's chest, allowing the darkness to calm the storm of emotions that had raged through her. Slowly anchoring herself back to reality, she realized that there were still 3 sets of arms wrapped around her, a soothing thrum rumbling through all of them. She took that sound and wrapped it tightly around her heart, using it to soothe herself as she worked on shoving all of her emotions back down into the box where she kept them locked away. It took another couple of minutes before she felt herself calm enough to feel safe to face them. Taking a deep breath, she pulled back and met Z's worried gaze, offering him a small smile. He smoothed a strand of hair from her face, studying her expression carefully as if to decipher what she was feeling. Nestling, Zuzu, what are you feeling? She could feel Toshi and Shota studying her intently as well, so she allowed her smile to grow a bit wider as she glanced over her shoulder at them before returning her attention to Z. I'm fine, I'm better now. Sorry about that, didn't mean to have a breakdown. Shota's tail tightened around her waist, his hand carding gently through her hair. What do you mean by breakdown? She flushed, trying to find the words to explain what had happened. Just great, another Terran trait that they didn't understand. She was really showing off her fine points, wasn't she? The rant about stuff. And she gestured at her face. The crying. I'm normally not like that, I promise. I'm okay now and it won't happen again. And just great, Toshi was staring at her like she'd grown a second head while both Z and Shota looked torn between angry and deeply concerned. Looked like they were beginning to see what adopting her into their family truly meant. And while she would do her best not to cry again, she couldn't really promise that she wouldn't. She'd always been an easy crier even if she had gotten better at shoving the urge down over the years. That didn't even begin to count the embarrassment from others watching her cry either. Even if Z and Shota somehow managed to be okay with what a mess she was, what must Nem be thinking about all of this? She glanced around, only to find that they were still surrounded by Z's outstretched wings. The four of them were all clumped together in a tight bunch, but that still had to hurt, holding his wings like that. Z, your wings. He frowned, reaching up and trying to wipe the tear tracks from her face. What about them nestling? She narrowed her eyes, studying his expression. Doesn't it hurt to keep them like that? I'm fine, really, you can put them down? He started to protest before glancing over at Shota. Whatever he saw in his mate's face made him sigh and slowly start pulling his wings back to their resting position along his back. It really doesn't hurt to do that, Izumi. My wings are very strong, I've trained hard so they became that way, so I could protect my flock and my nest. But if you are done crying for the moment, we can head home and have some nest time. Horror filled her even as she caught a glimpse of Nem leaning against the wall nearby, small, deep blue, star-shaped flowers entwined along with the pink now. No, I don't need to go home. I'm fine to keep shopping, I promise. She knew they were already taking time away from their important tasks in order to get her settled into her new home. Well, plus a couple of days to recover from their PRD of captivity. But she didn't want to impose on them for a moment longer than absolutely necessary. Shota sighed, moving behind her and quickly combing his fingers through her hair before starting to gently braid it. Kid, it's not the end of the world if we don't get a bit of shopping done. Rest and recovery aren't going to be an instant process. Things have not been easy for you for a long time now, it's okay to be gentle with yourself. Toshi nodded, looking upset even as he tried to shuffle a bit closer to her. Yeah, it's okay to not be okay. Z and I or Shota and I can shop real quick while you go home and rest. He raised a hand as if to touch her face before allowing it to drop. The tears left marks, whitish marks, is this common? She shook her head, stubbornness welling up in her. Do any of you have water? Maybe a handkerchief or piece of cloth. Shota pulled a silvery flask out of his pocket and immediately passed it over to her, while Z had to pat several pockets before he gave a small crow of triumph as he pulled out a flowery piece of cloth and pressed it gently into her free hand. What do you need these for, lil one? She sniffed the water and took a tiny sip before she was satisfied that it wouldn't irritate her skin. Dampening the cloth, she hastily scrubbed at her face, making sure to cover every inch. Then she re-wet the cloth and laid it over her burning skin for a few moments, allowing the coolness to soothe both the vigorous scrubbing and her renewed embarrassment. Once she was certain that her face was back to normal, she pulled the cloth away and met their concerned gazes. Offering them a tiny smile, she kept her voice soft and reassuring. See, perfectly fine. Now you can't even tell that I was crying, right? I can still go to the market, I want to see it. Turning her attention to Toshi instead of waiting to see if the adults would agree, she shrugged and continued. And yeah, the white is normal. Tears contain salt and when they dry, they leave the traces of salt and other things behind, which is what leaves the trail. Oh. He fiddled with his tail. Does it hurt? Seeing her confusion, he pressed on. When you cry, does it hurt? She twisted the cloth anxiously in her hands. Sometimes, if I'm crying really hard, it can hurt a little, I guess. Or it can hurt to cry while you're sick, if you have a headache or dizziness or a fever. But tears help us feel better. Terrans cry when they're happy and cry when they're sad. Some are more prone to crying while others tend to be more stoic. She offered them a crooked grin. You all just happen to end up with a teary Terran is all. A soft perfume filled the air before she was hugged from behind. Oh Petal, don't be mean to yourself. Even if you are prone to your tears, it's just another part of our Izumi. Now, little one, home or onto the market. And remember, there are no right or wrong choices. Izumi turned to see Nem looking at her serenely, unlike the males surrounding her. And as bad as she felt about making them worry about her, she had to prove that she was strong and capable, despite having her little meltdown. On to the market, please. Z promised we could make dinner together, so we need some supplies. And I want to get my clothes sorted as quickly as possible. 1 or 2 outfits will be more than enough, and that shouldn't take more than a few clicks. Nem nodded and looked over her head, locking eyes with Shota and Z. The older woman seemed to have a whole conversation with them in the span of a few blinks. Shota and Z both sighed and grumbled slightly but reluctantly released her. Shota wrapped an arm around Toshi's shoulders while Z ran his hand through the kid's hair a couple of times, although they both kept their eyes on Izumi. Nem drew her a couple of steps away, her face soft and open while she snagged the damp cloth from Izumi's hand and gently dabbed at the corner of her eye. She murmured softly, "Missed a small spot there, flower bud. Now, tell me the truth, are you truly okay to continue? Because none of us will think less of you for having a hard day." Izumi fidgeted with the hem of her shirt, finding her instinctive defensiveness fading in the face of such gentle concern. The others could probably hear her, but she didn't care as she answered just as softly. "I'd prefer to keep going, please. If I go home now, I'll only be able to think about how I ruined things, how I should have been stronger. I don't want to ruin our first outing as a family. They were all so excited to show me the market and I just had to cry." Nem squeezed her hand lightly, drawing her from her impending spiral. "You didn't ruin anything, they're still excited to show you the market, and the market will still be here another day if you decide you'd rather not be around crowds right now. I'm obviously behind on a few things." She glared playfully at Shota and Z before refocusing on Izumi. "But you are one of ours now, which means that we have the entire future ahead of us to do things together, to build a bond, to be family. So don't pressure yourself, Petal. We'll take this at your pace until you adjust, but we also trust you to know your limits and be truthful with us, okay? So if you say that you're okay to continue, we'll believe you. But if that changes, that's okay too. Okay?" Glancing back over at the others who were watching her with warm, caring expressions, Izumi found herself relaxing and softening. She smiled at Nem, the smile much more natural than the one she had given Z even only a few minutes before. Feeling calm and much lighter than she had in forever, she said shyly, "Oddly enough, I really am okay. I feel safe." She frowned as she realized that that word didn't quite encompass everything she was feeling. She said slowly, "Not only do I feel safe, I feel happy." Yes, that was what she was feeling. She was feeling happy, something she hadn't truly felt in much too long. Her smile widened unconsciously as she nodded more firmly. "Yeah, happy. I want to keep going with all of you. Please." Nem grinned at her. "Then we'll keep going. After all, Z and I promised to introduce you to Frulia." Excitement welling up in her, Izumi moved back over to where the others were waiting. "All right, let's go.